Chapter 226, Margret, 2. Victor looked at Margret's peaceful face, then slowly began to draw a rune in midair, then dropped some blood on Margret's forehead, making her sleeping body suddenly tense up and freeze as a weird symbol began to emerge on her forehead. He was right. Margret's soul was in one of the talismans he used back then. He could feel his connection with her now. It was the same kind of rune he used on Alpha. She had a part of his soul in her. He didn't consider it back then, but those soul talismans were created from the souls of other humans, and they must have also returned in time to their original bodies. Victor sat down quietly and looked at Margret's pretty face. Thinking about what to do, after thinking for a while he chuckled. "How long are you planning to pretend to be asleep?" he asked her. "As long as needed to find out what are you doing." She had noticed him the moment he drew that wired rune on her, making her body feel strange. "Oh. It's a simple soul technique, just making sure you are mine," he said, making her quickly touch her forehead with a frown. There was nothing. She slowly sat down, covering her body with a light blanket. "Are you suspecting me because of my behavior today?" she asked. "Because I overreacted when the name Limbo was mentioned," she added with a soft voice as she looked him in the eyes. "I did," he didn't continue as he watched her bite her pretty lip. I can't tell you. But you have to trust me. I am not your enemy," she said, hesitating. "No need, I already know that you are a time traveler," he said, making her gasp. Yes, Margret was a time traveler like him. There were another 3 too. According to the fate log, only one had already made it, the other 2 didn't. Victor had no idea if they would appear later though. "Ah. How did you know?" Margret asked in astonishment. This was her deepest secret. "I told you before, I know everything. You were the one who hid the camera and shot your uncle and his friends in action. You were also the one who told the police about him. If my guess was right, you have traveled from the future to someday 3 years ago." He squinted his eyes watching her flabbergasted face. She must have returned in time 3 years further than he did due to time-space turbulence. Ah. Yes, how? She was very shocked and still didn't get how he knew. This conversation was something she practiced before, but not like this. "I have my ways, I should have known a long time ago," he said. "Your very good intuition must be the product of your future soul merging with your present one," he told her. Ah, she didn't know that. It's true though, she always felt better, stronger. And her intuition was always right since returning. "What now?" she asked him. "Do you plan to cut me up and study me?" That was the first thing she thought of when she returned, that's why she told no one. "I must tell you, I really don't know how I traveled in time. The last thing I remember in my past life was dying," she said as she looked down. She was a little disturbed, not knowing how he would treat her, now that he knew her deepest secret. "Yes, dying in excruciating pain. Your soul was extracted, then you were used to creating a talisman. Those guys, Limbo Empire, must have been the ones too," Victor stated casually, making her look back at him with shock. "You?" She was interrupted again. "And if I guessed correctly, the reason you want to work with Arya and not Alpha, despite your suitability to be a spy, is because you want to use your future knowledge to make profits in the stock market." He guessed correctly. "Did you use the soul wine on me? When was it?" she asked angrily, squinting her eyes. How else would he have known that? "I didn't. If my guess was correct, it would not work on you. Your soul was already forged before when they made you a talisman. This makes it much stronger," he said. He was right. When she drugged the villagers, she was not affected despite drinking with them. "Is it one of your skills?" she asked nervously. He told her that he could see the future before. "Nope," he said as he watched her lose her cool. "Ah. How do you know all of this then?" she asked in distress, not caring that the blanket had long fallen off, revealing her perfect body. "Simple, I am a time traveler too, and your case was just a lucky coincidence because I used the talisman forged from your soul as a beacon," he answered casually, making her freeze. She didn't see that coming. In fact, Victor's method of time travel was very ingenious. He didn't really exploit a bug but created one. The Book of Time could only send the consciousness and soul of the user to 1 second in the past, and it would change the soul in a way that it would no longer be usable after that. So Victor had only one chance. All he needed to do was extend this 1 second. Sadly, he had no way to modify this. And this was both practically and physically impossible. No one can modify an X-ranked artifact. No one had the skills and no one had the authority. Victor was distressed over it for 10 years until it occurred to him one day after an eventful night at a brothel that had one of those big rotating beds with girls sitting around. He got it. He doesn't have to modify the book, he can modify the world itself. He remembers running like a maniac back to his office that night where he began to formulate his plan. All he had to do was to find another world where the time flow there was slower than his own. Traveling to another world was very costly normally, and required the efforts of entire organizations to open a stable gate. On top of that, most other worlds were just inhabitable. If someone traveled there without a set coordinates, he might end up in space or near a black hole. On top of that, stabilizing the gate would require tons of high-grade gems. Victor never intended to travel though, he never intended to create a stable gate either. He planned to just open a gate to the other world and then throw a talisman inside of it. The talisman would be considered a part of his soul, allowing him to alter his own time flow. After confirming his plans, Victor began to work on them. And that's when he encountered a problem. A big one. He couldn't find a suitable world with the correct time flow ratio. The solution was to use several worlds so that their average effect on him would be just enough to send him to the right moment in the past. After many trials and errors, and by secretly doing some calculations on the Imperial family's private magical quantum supercomputer that Julian helped him use, he was able to pinpoint 4 worlds that had the right time distortion ratio. According to his calculations, he should have returned in time, about a week before his ceremony, with an error buffer of 3 days. It was not ideal, but the further he returned the riskier it got. At that time what he did was another trick. To open 4 otherworldly gates at the same time would be considered madness. But he used a trick by creating a modified summoning. He summoned parts of the space fabric of the targeted 4 worlds by sacrificing one of the royal family's treasures, an X-ranked gem, that he borrowed for research purposes. This was sheer madness. His summoning was doomed to fail as the world itself would stop him. But he didn't care, as he just needed a few seconds to send the talismans into the summoning gates where the space-time fabric was affected by the other worlds. That's when he activated the Book of Time, just seconds before the worlds will annihilated him and his summoning circle. What? What? She frowned. You too? Margret yelled after 10 whole minutes. Yup, you don't need to know the details, but this is the truth. I returned from 323 years in the future. It would have been my 340th birthday that week. He pondered as she looked at him, not really getting what he was speaking about. You are telling the truth? She asked skeptically as he took the blanket and covered her back. His youthful body was getting crazy under the blanket. 99%, he told the truth. Didn't you see how I always knew what to do? You can also ask Arya to show you the 3 movie scripts I sent her, you can probably recognize one of them. He said, making her pause, not knowing what to say. Yes. She suspected him. Firstly, he always acted a bit older than his age, but she always presumed that this was due to his aristocratic upbringing. Secondly, he always seemed to be there at the right time, as if everything was happening according to his plan. But after he told the girls that he can read the future, she presumed that his always spot-on predictions were due to that. Now she discovered that he was scamming her all the time. She glared at him hatefully. How did you end up as a talisman? He asked, ignoring her gaze. Well, I must tell you the entire story then. She said with a sad smile. In my past life, I never escaped my uncle's grasp. I just switched hands from one pimp to another. In the end, when I was 30 years old, I was sold to a certain young man. I don't know his name, as he calls himself Mr. X like some movie villain. She said, then stopped. He tortured you for a few months, then extracted your soul, Victor said. For 2 years. She said, looking him straight in the eyes, watching as his face changed from shock to pity, then back to his cheesy smile. It only took a fraction of a second. No wonder those talismans cost a fortune. He said as he looked at her clear eyes looking back at him. He knew that she must have been through a lot. What now? She asked again. Nothing, you are still my girl, and I am still your young master. He said, making her pause, frown and giggle. I can live with that, she said. Her plan never changed, and Victor was the perfect partner. One question though, why didn't you just escape and create some business? Why did you tolerate your aunt and cousins? Victor asked, he was curious. Do you want a cute girl like me to be alone in the seats at the age of 14? I am not that retarded, she said. I also can't start a business without capital, so I waited until I finished school and was planning to hunt for a rich young master, she added. Tom was your first choice, he chuckled. Don't laugh at me. She scolded. I didn't know how perverted he was at the beginning. But I had no better choice. He was both naive and seemed to be getting richer every day. I suspected that he was a drug dealer first. I had the plan to marry him, then report him to the police and take all of his money. She confessed. Oh, Victor was surprised. This girl was dangerous. Then I met you. I decided to scam you instead. You seemed like a pervert, and I thought I could easily eat you up. And you ended up being eaten up, he said. We'll have yet to see about that. She said as she suddenly hugged him, putting her hand on his chest, hiding her blushing face. It all changed when you brought us to that dungeon. At that time I realized that you belonged to a different world. Then you saved my life, she said softly. Then you ruined my expensive shirt by crying on it, he said, remembering that day. Ouch, she bit him. Can't you appreciate a romantic atmosphere, she asked as she looked hatefully at him. What is so romantic about an old couple in teenagers' bodies sharing a bed, he stated. You are the old one. I was only 33 when I died. She complained, and think about it, we are destined to share this fate, she said as she began to wiggle her slender finger on his chest. I might be a little cruel telling you this at this moment, but I used 4 talismans to travel back in time. And I am pretty sure now that we were not the only time travelers, he said, making her freeze again. There are others. Males or females, she asked as she eyed him. I have no idea. My skill is showing me that one of them is a female with the name Claricia. No info about the other 2, he said. Is your skill really future prediction? She asked, ignoring the girl's name. She never heard of her. You must never ask anyone about his skills, this is rude. He said. Come on. I am your partner here, she said, looking at him with one raised eyebrow as her face got close to his. I can't tell you. But it's not a future prediction. Think of it as a future trend prediction. I can see the plan, but not the execution, he said, slipping back a little. What's planned for me? She asked. I have no idea. I am completely broke, and my skill costs a fortune of order points to activate. He stated. Oh, too bad, she said as she examined his face. He was not lying. She had been close enough to him later that she began to read his expressions. So. You now know my entire life story. What about you? Were you married in your past life? She asked him. Of course, he said. Did you have children? She asked. Yes. Why are you asking? He frowned. Just making sure that the tools are already tested. I don't want to reach the goal just to discover that the ball is deflated. She said, reaching under the blanket. Slut. He said as jumped from the bed and headed to the door quickly while covering his crotch. Where are you going? She asked with a cheesy smile. Escaping for my life. For my little brother's life. He said, heading to the bathroom. He should probably continue his night on the couch after that. Margret watched him close the door behind him, then threw herself on his pillow, inhaling deeply. She knew that the reason he escaped was probably that he didn't want to tell her anything. That's why she molested him in the first place. She was giving him an excuse to escape the awkward atmosphere. She wondered what secrets he kept, what kind of person would live for 300 years. How did he travel through time? What will happen in the future? She sighed again. She didn't really care about all of that. What she pondered about was whether she should tell him that she had fallen for him. It was not at the dungeon when he saved her life. Sure, she was enchanted by him at that time, but she was not a small girl to fall for a charming prince. It was slow. It began when he carefully explained to her how to be a player, carefully warning her about many things, then when she moved in with him. The way he moved, the way he talked. It was all like a well-choreographed show. But despite all that, she could see someone who really cared about his family, someone who would be ruthless to anyone who would hurt them. Somehow, just like that, she fell in love with him. It was this simple. She was a simple girl anyway. She buried her face in his pillow, hiding her blush. No, she decided. She won't tell him. She would make him confess for her first. If not willingly, then moaning in bed. In the end, it was a sleepless night for her too. Chapter 227, Disturbing News. When the girls woke up in the morning, they were greeted by Victor, who was having an early breakfast with Margret. They had dark circles around their eyes. Good morning. Theta yawned, as she sat at the table that was full of dishes. Good morning. Come all of you, sit down, and have a bite. Victor said casually as he looked at them, then returned to his dish. Too bad Alpha gave them some decent clothes. He really liked the skimpy maid's outfits. Sit down and eat, Alpha ordered the girls, who were having a hard time remembering last night. Did he drug them? They seemed fine in the morning though, with no unusual pains. The girls looked at each other and then slowly took their seats, with Hannah, who was now more relaxed around Victor after the long talk she had with Theta and Alpha last night. They told her how they met Victor and how he helped them. Maybe he was not that bad after all. What's your plan now? Alpha asked Victor, as she sat down and grabbed an empty dish, then began to fill it with some salad and an egg. I will return to Vane City with Margret, Theta, and Hannah. You will take the girls to your base, give them some education, then assign some missions to them. He said as Nightshade perked her ears. She had no idea that all of her secrets were exposed last night, and Victor didn't intend to inform her. He was going to leave this dirty job to Alpha. Oh. Dumping all of the dirty work on me. She spat back. She was not easy to fool. Yup. He said as he looked at the orange-haired candle. You will be working for me as a maid, but you will have to disappear for a while before that. I don't want to be associated with Troy's death. He told her. She nodded, wondering why he told her that. Did he find out that she had a crush on him? Impossible. Shall I tell them about the awakening? Alpha asked, making the girl shoot her some questioning looks. Yes. Nightshade might be able to do it by herself like a big girl though. Victor said, making Nightshade pause with an egg in her mouth. Do what? It better not be what she was thinking about. She can already do that by herself. No. It is definitely something else. It was at this moment that Victor's phone rang. It was Kai. What now? Victor asked as usual. Young master, it's about the attack on you yesterday. I already told you that one of the parties was sent by a guy named Irwin. Now we have his full background. He is Irwin Bloodflint, one of the branch descendants of the Bloodflint family. I already know that. Did you grab him? Victor asked as he looked at Theta, who chose to sit next to him, as far away from that girl Mimi as possible. We couldn't. Someone who must have known of his plot and silenced him. He was found dead in his room last night. The Bloodflint family even publicly denounced him, expelling him from the family. Kai said. Typical, Victor replied. According to his calculations, the Bloodflint family would contact him about Theta very soon. They might choose to wait until that attack news died down though. Anything else? Victor asked. The other party who attacked you was identified as a group of disciples of the Flying Myth sect. They were at the auction with you. Kai said. I already knew that too. Would the family pursue this matter? Victor asked. This would be a good chance for them to get an awakening artifact. A lousy one, but it's better than nothing. And he might get some rewards. They intended to, but the Vonsway family sent an announcement declaring that the flying sect had decided to join them, Kai said, making Victor a little surprised. Those guys were quick. So the family would do nothing? Victor asked. They requested that you send the storage ring that you grabbed from the elder to the Inquisition Hall. He said, making Victor curse silently. Someone was suppressing him in the family, and he will find out who and why very soon. I haven't seen any rings, Victor scolded, making the girls at the table look at him. I understand. Kai sighed and said, Young master. Have you been seeing the news lately? He suddenly asked. Is it about the explosion? I already saw it. Victor said. Not that. A big viral video began spreading last night. It featured a young man courting an arachne. Kai said. Oh, did they begin to allow these things on social media? Victor asked. He realized what this meant. They made an expectation with this one. It is even on TV. It came with a report about players. It had many facts, many names, and many proofs of old accidents that were covered up. This is a big problem, young master, many people are believing it. Kai said, making Victor smile. It was Jane doing a good job. This report would surely be suppressed pretty fast, but people would not forget, and others would start popping up. This was his plan. After this, the families would start to act more covertly and the secrets they kept would surely begin to be revealed. Either way, any planned attacks on his family would have to be delayed now. What does it have to do with me? Victor asked, casually. He was just a friendly neighborhood pervert, young master. This had nothing to do with him. Ah. Nothing, but the family had ordered that from now on you should be more low-key. Your name was on that list. What? Victor shouted as he stood up, that be *tch Jane. He never included his name in the list he gave her. She was definitely targeting him for locking her up. Yes. It is at the bottom. The report is about how you killed your brother and then left the police station the next day. And there is a recording of you throwing grenades on the highway. Kai said, making Victor frown. He remembers something like that. It was when an assassin tried to kill him a while back. Okay, I will act carefully. He said as he hung up and then looked at Alpha. What? She asked. This would be a good mission for you. It is an urgent one. Find the journalist Jane Armstrong. I will give you her secret phone number, trace her through it, then kidnap her and fake her death. Don't let her know your identity though. Victor said angrily as he sat back down. Making Alpha squint her eyes. What happened? Margret asked, noticing his disturbed expression. Look at the news. He said as he pinched his forehead. This was a big mess. Maybe he can use it though. What? Is that Sebastian? Hannah yelled as she watched the video playing on Margaret's phone. Yes, it is definitely him, Margret said as she watched. She saw it on Victor's phone before, but she didn't mind watching it again. Oh, that Arcane would differently sue him after this. What are you watching? Theta, who was sitting next to Victor, asked. This is not for little girls. Alpha, who was watching from the other side, scolded her, making her sit down dejected. I am not that young. I already know everything. She said as she secretly took her phone and opened it under the table. She had already seen enough movies in Titus's mansion as training material. HSSSSSSSSS, she gasped, what's wrong with that kid? Is that a spider girl? She asked as the three other girls put their hands on their mouths in shock as they peeked at the phone. Yes, they call the spider girls Arachne. I can't believe such perverts exist. Victor signed too, making Alpha glare at him. He was the one who drugged Sebastian in the first place. Wasn't all of this his? He was the biggest pervert of them all. Is this fake? Hannah asked in a lost voice. Who knows? Victor said, but you know him better than anyone. Victor added. How can it be him? Hannah didn't want to believe it, but she could recognize that mole on his butt. She saw it before due to a bathing accident. It was defiantly him. Her face turned white as the video ended and Jane's picture appeared. She began to talk about the facts Vivi told her about. In a very logical and orderly way. Malcolm watched with the other mud-covered children as the doors of their respective caves opened. Their eyes took some time to get used to the sunlight, then have a look at their beautiful captors. How can such a group of pretty girls be this deadly? Malcolm wondered as he looked at the 8 girls looking at the dirty kids that left the caves. Malcolm only had one girl in his eyes though. The veiled one who he didn't see since that day. He shivered a little when he remembered what she did to his former boss, but he couldn't take his eyes off her, not since that day. He was faking passing out, not wanting to watch his boss's dissection anymore. That's when he saw it for a brief moment when she removed her blood-stained veil to wear a new one. It was just a glimpse, but it was enough to rock his entire existence. How can such a pretty girl exist? She was absolutely beautiful. No. Beauty did not give her justice. She was. He knew no words that could describe her better. Ever since that day, he dreamed about her every night. So those are the survivors? She said in her melodic voice. Yes. We divided them into groups with a chosen and 3 sacrifices at every cave. The sacrifices were chosen from the worst lunatics and criminals. She explained, we gave the chosen ones a strengthening pill and a technique booklet each so that they would awaken their latent talents under pressure. And look. In all of the groups but one, the chosen was the one to survive, Nora said, looking at the 21 children. There was an additional one. I am more interested in those two, Lily said, making Malcolm notice that she was looking at him and the hateful girl beside him. She was the one at his cave, the one who stabbed him after he helped her. I didn't expect two to survive in this group. Let me see. The other assassin girl, Sky said as she took a booklet and checked it. Yin. Age 15. Crime, killing her entire family with a knife, then setting the building on fire. She is a little crazy and was scheduled to be executed, she said, looking at the girl who looked back with cold dead eyes. And Malcolm. He is our chosen one for this group. He is an orphan from the gang we killed earlier. He only has some minor robberies on his record. A good seedling, she added. Good. What about the sacrifice that killed the chosen and survived? Lily said, ignoring Malcolm and looking at a boy covered in blood standing alone to the side. Dim. A cannibal, Nora said as Dim looked at Lily and licked his lips with very dirty eyes, checking her thighs. How dare he? The next moment he lost his head, making the rest of the children shudder and gasp. They only saw the shadow of the chained sickle she used. I don't care what you did in the past. Now you are all mine. And I will train you to be the best of the best. Lily said to them, but if you ever disrespect, betray, or try to harm me or my properties, I will make you die like him or a little worse, she said coldly. Malcolm was scared a little at first, but a second later squeezed his little hand. He was not afraid. He will work hard and make her fall for him by herself. The cold girl by his side looked at him strangely, then shook her head and looked at Lily too with admiring eyes. Lily looked back at her. Nora gave her a strengthening pill and a fighting manual. I am giving this one a chance, she said. The girl didn't smell bad like that evil kid. On the contrary, she smelled extra pure. Like refined wine. Oops, the young master would defiantly scold her if he knew she was smelling people again. After hugging Alpha and the girls goodbye, Victor took a hotel car to the airport where a private jet was waiting for him. He relaxed in his reclined luxurious seat as the plane took off. He needed some sleep. Theta chose to take the chance and occupy the seat beside him. Margret was busy counseling Hannah, who was still really disturbed by what she saw. First, it was about the situation. Then it was about Sebastian. Victor was right, he was definitely not a kid. Kids can't be this big. Why are you so annoyed? Perhaps you like that perverted kid? Margret asked as she brought Hannah some orange juice. She was making herself at home in the private jet. He is my younger apprentice brother, Hannah said as she blushed. You are the kind who likes younger boys, aren't you? Margret nodded at her as she sat beside her. No. Maybe. Hannah said as she looked down in shame. She was a little disappointed in him though after he yelled at her at the auction house. And for not telling her the truth about his true age. She wouldn't mind. I only like guys older than me, Margret stated, as she raised her legs, leaning them across the empty chair in front of her as she slid back in her seat next to Hannah. Really? Hannah was surprised. She never expected that Margret would say such things in front of Victor, who was differently younger than her. Didn't they sleep together last night? Definitely, the older the better. Experience comes with the age, you see. You will learn that yourself in the future, Margret said, winking at Victor, who was looking back at her with a threatening gaze. Chapter 228, Jade Key. It was already 11 a.m. when Victor reached the mansion. Hilda welcomed him at the door, eyeing Hannah carefully. Welcome, young master, she bowed. Oh, no need for formalities. Where are the girls? Victor asked. Most of them are doing their arms training in the backyard. The twins are at school with Miss Monica. Today is a school day, young master, Hilda reminded him. Oh. It's already late, I am not going, he stated, looking at the clock. There was nothing important for him at school anyway. He had some more pressing matters to attend to. This is. Hilda, seeing that Victor was a little absent-minded, asked about Hannah. Oh, right. This is Hannah. She will be living with us from now on, Victor said. Does the young master require me to assign some tasks for her? Hilda asked, after seeing that Hannah was keeping her distance from him. No. Treat her as a guest. Just let her get familiar with everyone for now, he said, looking at Hannah, who was surprised a little. She thought he would put her to work immediately. Victor had other plans as Hilda's question reminded him of something important. I plan to make Hannah help me with some alchemy. But I don't have a good place for that. I decided to build an alchemy lab in the basement. You will be taking care of this. He said, he can't simply keep making bombs and poisons in the kitchen after the girls go to sleep. Oh. I understand, I will begin making arrangements. Does the young master have any designs in mind? Hilda asked. She wanted to ask him to do that before, those weird stains in the kitchen were getting on her nerves. She thought they were something else at first. Not really, let Hannah design it. I want it ready by next month. Victor demanded unreasonably. Isn't the timeline a bit tight? Hilda asked. Young master, the family subsidies had been cut off and the Infinity account was frozen. She added, Kai had informed her in the morning. I know. Use the money from my own account, it should be enough for now. You can ask Arya to give you a loan using the company assets. Victor winked at Margret. He decided to give her half of the money he laundered. She will use them in the stock market and should be able to bring him some big profits very soon. That's why they didn't sleep last night, as after an hour of pointless turning on the couch, he was approached by Margret who couldn't sleep either. Together, they sat down and put down a detailed plan and a list of all the successful companies they remembered and all the incidents that would affect the markets in the near future. Although their time travel would surely affect the markets, certain events are inevitable. Victor also wanted Margret to be on the lookout for any anomalies, as they might lead him to the other time traveler, Claricia. I understand, Hilda said, it was his money anyway. She will have to find a cheaper contractor though, and maybe use the chicks for free labor. It is time for them to do something useful other than guarding the front door. They got their dental insurance after all. Oh. And also make sure to build some cages. Make an especially big one. I will do the designs for that myself, he said. In the basement. Don't you have some cells at the other base? She asked with a weird look. I need some close by. He said. For what? Hilda had to ask, just to make sure he wasn't developing some kind of depraved hobby. She heard of others in the family going that way and never returning. For experimenting on monsters, of course. I might use them to house my enemies too. He pondered, just make them sturdy enough to withstand an elephant. He said, not saying the whole truth. He can't simply tell her that he will be summoning an SS-class demon to keep as a pet. Hilda nodded and sighed. She had no idea what he had in mind, but at least it was not what she thought about. If there is nothing of importance, I will be in the study, Victor said finally. Young master. There was that news report. Your name was on it. Butler George had called, informing me to tell you that you should stay out of trouble for the next few days until the family cleaned this mess up. She said. Oh. Kai already told me, he said, turning around. The report on him had nothing to do with the player stuff, it was just an example of using the family's influence to get rid of the police after killing Nick. Jane was probably holding a grudge against him because the chicks locked her up. But in the end, he had nothing to worry about. One more thing. Young Mistress Lara had been in a fight in school. Hilda interjected, making him stop and look back at her. Oh. Was it Elle? He asked. Lara was very docile, and she would never fight back. Yes, someone insulted Miss Lara, so Elle hit them and broke their front teeth. Miss Lara took the blame for her. Hilda said, the principal said that he had appeased the parents, but he wanted us to punish Lara and Elle a little. Oh. Just double Lara's exercises for the next 3 days and let Elle do them with her. Victor said this was just a symbolic punishment so that Lara doesn't get cocky. Find out who insulted Lara and threaten their parents a little, and re-educate them about their position in the food chain. Victor added. I will send Alex to do that, Hilda said. He had been idling around the mansion lately, doing nothing useful. No. Send one of the chicks. I will be taking Alex with me to Nulur City tomorrow. Where is SH? He, by the way. Victor asked. Alex, having nothing to do was not good, he must make her suffer a little bit. He is training his spear arts in the clearing next to the gym. The girls didn't want him to exercise next to them. Hilda said, they have been a little wary about him ever since he tied Miss Margret up and locked her in his room. He added. Oh, he earned that. Let him come see me after taking a shower. Victor said, shaking his head. I understand, Hilda nodded. Theta, Show Hannah around the mansion. Victor said to Theta as he turned around and headed to the study. Theta nodded, then dragged Hannah, who was still disturbed about Sebastian, upstairs. She had learned that Hannah was Alpha's cousin when she slept with them last night. So her attitude toward her was way better than before. She was family after all. "Miss Margret, are you going to school now?" Hilda asked Margret, who was squinting at Victor's back. Despite not letting it show, Hilda didn't like Margret at all. She had a feeling that she was taking advantage of Victor, as she had seen a lot of these girls before. And she felt that she was having a very bad influence on the girls. Especially the twins, whom she caught doing kissing training with each other, initiating her flirting lines. She had read the family report on Margaret's past, and she also showed it to Elena, who shared his opinion. Although they felt sorry for her circumstances, both of them didn't like her. They knew well that at the end of the day, the apple would never fall far from the tree. It was okay if Victor was using her as his plaything, but lately, it could be seen that he was giving her more and more responsibilities. "Nope. I am going to take a shower then go to sleep. Last night Victor was really rough," Margret said, making Hilda totally forget the next sentence she wanted to say. Margret smirked as she walked up to her room. She had more important things to do. As for Hilda's disapproving gaze, she felt indifferent. She was not a naive little girl anymore. As long as Victor considered her his woman, she would consider him her man. That's all she cared about. Victor sat at his desk in the study, popping an energy pill into his mouth. He took a quick nap on the plane, but it was far from enough. He was a little sleepy, but he had things to do. Yesterday's surprises were a lot, from Alpha's to Poe's attack and Margaret's secret. It was an eventful night. First things first, he needed to arrange his loot. First of all, the junk. He took out a storage ring that belonged once to the Flying Myth Sect elder. Inside of it were some spoils from the auction, and 3 other rings, probably stolen. Inside those, there were other low-grade treasures and some gems. He should probably sell those for some cash later. Sadly, nothing really caught his eye as he emptied the ring, so he just sorted them out and then stored them in his ring. After that he took out Sebastian's and Evan's rings. Those are the real treasures. Sebastian's ring was already searched in the forest, but at that time he was looking for manuals, not treasures, so he didn't look carefully enough. Victor activated an isolation talisman just in case before opening the ring and dumping its content on the desk. After a deep frown, Victor sorted out the garbage like the food, clothes, and underwear, keeping the good stuff. Rare pills, rare talismans, and rare artifacts. Minor healing pill X20. Major healing pill X5. Mega healing pill X1. Minor energy pill X30. Major energy pill X5. Minor poison antidote pill X10. Major poison antidote pill X2. Major overdrive pill X1. Major aphrodisiac antidote pill X1. Elixir X1. Minor invisibility pill X1. Minor cat eye pill X1. Minor soul strengthening pill X2. Minor invisibility talisman X3. Minor defense talisman X2. Major defense talisman X1. Minor isolation talisman X5. Mega earthquake talisman X1. Minor lava talisman X2. Minor thunder talisman X1. Major vortex talisman X1. Minor frost talisman X1. Major aura dispelling talisman X3. Major shape-shifting talisman X2. Major appraisal talisman X2. Minor survey talisman X5. Minor see-through talisman X1. Blood-sucking dagger A. Arachne Slayer Spear SS. Wing Magic Wand A. Elemental Shield S. Dragon Scales Armor, Damaged, E. Immortal Abode Sect Legacy Disciple Token S. In addition to that, Sebastian had a bag full of medicinal herbs and random forging materials. Victor also found some random fake IDs and a hand-drawn portrait of Vivi, which made him chuckle. That's a lot. Victor was especially pleased with the elixir, which would completely remove any system effects. And he got the Arachne Slayer Spear back. Yay. Wait. Wasn't it an S rank before? Did Sebastian upgrade it? Victor carefully inspected it. No, it was repaired. When he found it in the dungeon, it had some cracks that were now removed. Sebastian must have fixed them at his sect. This must have cost him a fortune. Victor laughed as he looked at the final item, then froze. Then a smile slowly appeared, filling his entire face. Skeletal Jade Key number 5219/SSS. This was a treasure. Victor didn't know if Sebastian knew what this was, but Victor did. This thing was related to something that was still too far in the future. It should appear in a few years. The skeletal gates. Those are gates to a ruin. The Jade Skeleton Ruin. Ruins are different from dungeons. They are otherworldly places where people can come in and out freely depending on the ruin's conditions. Even non-players can enter, if they can keep their lives. As this would not cause an awakening. The world doesn't usually block ruins, as either they don't have any living thing, or the ruin itself exists outside the world with only its gate inside. Ruins were sorted into two categories, stable and temporary. The stable ones are the ones that have stable entrances, like conquered dungeons that can be considered as a kind of ruins, but those are dead ones that had no entry conditions. Living ruins are places like otherworldly burial sites and test grounds. They tend to be heavily guarded by their families and major powers. Even the Von Wise family had one. The reason they kept to their island was the deep underground ruins under it. The real reason that hateful guy destroyed them was to get that ruin. The second type is temporary ruins, those with gates that open once every specific time. The skeletal Jade Key was the only requirement to enter skeletal ruins. A temporary ruin that opened once every 777 years. In Victor's past life, many treasures that changed the order of the world were found inside there. At that time Victor didn't get a chance to enter. As only the top echelons of the family got that chance. Only those with keys. This time he plans to collect enough keys to take his harem with him. Sadly, since this one was here, it meant that the rest of the keys had also appeared, and most of them should be at the moment in the hands of the Players' Council. The keys usually appear scattered randomly around the world, and a long time ago this caused a huge battle, so an agreement was reached. Any key collected would be put into one pile and redistributed across the family in a tournament. This time the tournament would happen next year. Victor didn't plan to participate as he knew the place of a few keys that the families didn't reach, and he planned to send Alpha after those once she got her secret organization in order. He quickly put the key away before redistributing Sebastian's things between his rings. Some would be kept, and some would be sold. He stopped at one thing. A black stone. This must be the one Alex told him about. The one Sebastian used against him. Now it was empty with no evil souls in it. The system told him nothing about it. But Victor knew that it was not made from an earthly material. He just decided to keep it. Maybe he would be able to use it later. Chapter 229, Fake. Finishing with Sebastian's junk, Victor turned to the other precious ring he had snatched, Evan's. Like Sebastian's, it was filled with pills, talismans, and herbs. In addition to some poisons and many documents that Victor put to the side, for now, focusing on the huge dragon egg. Evan got this from the auction. And Victor didn't know what to do with it. It was a lifeless black dragon egg. A fossil. It can be used to forge some weapons or repair Sebastian's dragon armor. But that would be a waste. After some thinking, Victor decided to keep it for later. He might find something useful to do with it later. He had an idea, but it was too risky and he would have to wait until his alchemy lab was ready. Getting Evan's stuff sorted out, Victor took out the next item. The fishing pole. Ethereal fishing pole, S. Throwing path controller by the user. Monobound. Hook and line pass through obstacles. Authority and monobound. Ethereal plane hook. Authority bound. Skills effect travel through line. X 1.1 cost for every foot. It had the ability to pass through any barrier. Victor checked the string's length and to his surprise it was infinite. It depended on his strength. He only needed to set a target and then throw the hook at it. The hook would travel the path he set for it. It can also transmit skills effects like paralysis. Its only drawback is that he had no feedback through the line, and he could only use his senses and intuition to aim and control. Victor liked this new toy very much. He wanted to give it a try. He stood up and then walked to the window, looking out and searching for a suitable target. He could only spot Beta, who was training her sword art in the front yard. As the girls entered the mansion, leaving her alone. She was a hard-working girl. Swiftly he threw the hook, which flew in a strange path, not forward but down, heading to the sword, which was strangely enough hooked by it when it reached it. It was as if it had a hole in it. Beta didn't notice it. It was as if the line and hook were completely invisible to everyone but the user. Not wanting to injure Beta, he waited until she finished her swing, and at the right moment, he injected energy into the pole as he pulled it back, causing the hook to retract using the same path it traveled before. Beta stood there in shock as the sword was snatched from her hand and then flew in the air in a swirly dance heading inside the mansion where it disappeared. Not bad, Victor said when the sword reached his hand and the hook disappeared. A moment later, he opened the window and threw it out at Beta, who was still frozen in shock, planting it in the ground in front of her. Make sure to hold it firmer next time. And you must act defensively in a situation like this. What if I were an enemy? He scolded her from upstairs and then closed the window, making her relax a little after she realized it was not a ghost, but her perverted young master. Ah. Sorry, young master, she said as she grabbed the sword and bowed down, wondering how he did it. Even after experiencing the dungeon raid, she couldn't see through him. Smiling as he put the fishing pole away, Victor began to think about Po. Where did he get this artifact? He had never heard of it in his previous life. Too bad that Kai couldn't find anything major about him. He was just a lowly gangster with a very bad reputation and some disturbing hobbies. Victor planned to wait until Po. No, he was now Paul. Victor would wait until he woke up and then monitor his movements. Hopefully, he might be able to find some more secrets through him. Finishing with this random stuff, Victor turned to his spoils from the auction. He carefully took out a jade box and carefully opened it. Inside, the celestial fire chicken feather was placed neatly in a glass container. He only heard about this in his past life, and never saw it. He chuckled to himself as he thought of the crazy method he would use to awaken his bloodline, then others' bloodlines. If his calculations were correct, this feather would earn him a fortune if he knew how to use it well. He carefully stored it again to keep it safe. This would be used by Lin on his wedding night. Next was the blueberry-eating slug. It was preserved in a bottle too. Victor nodded after taking a look at it. He didn't really want this, but Kai used it to signal him about the auction, so he had to buy it. If he really gave it to his grandmother like he said he would, he was 99.99% sure she would hang him from his toes and then slowly dip him in molten lava. He had seen this happen in his previous life when one of his unfortunate ignorant cousins suggested that the patriarch should take a few more wives. Victor decided to keep it in hand. He might not know where he can use this thing. After that, he took the golden goose and placed it on the desk. How was this supposed to work? After a quick check, he took out a bag of low-quality gems and began to feed them to the goose through the hole in its mouth. The goose's eyes soon turned from gold to ruby red as it vibrated a little. It didn't last, but Victor knew that tomorrow morning it would vibrate again and lay one golden egg. This was so cool. Victor carefully lifted it and began to look through its bottom hole. Although it was small, he could see the intricate array drawn inside. It was slowly forming the golden egg using the energy it extracted from the gems. Victor had already digested 10% of that artificer's soul. The one he found in the soul gem. Now he had the knowledge of a novice artificer and all he needed was some training. Maybe after completely digesting this knowledge, he might be able to modify the array to make him other elements. At that exact moment, the study's door was pushed open by Alex, who was flabbergasted by the sight of her young master sniffing a golden goose's anus. That's what it looked like. Oh. Hey. I will return in another time, she said with a blush, intending to leave. Her young master was really a pervert. No, you are right on time. Sit down, Victor scolded casually as he put the goose down on the desk, then looked at Alex and appraised her fate. Fate power, S. Summary -/Dark Scion. Conflicting fates. Destiny list 10 order points to unveil. Damn it, he only has 6 order points. He was really curious about her destiny. Is there anything wrong, young master? She asked nervously as she noticed the way he looked at her. It's not that she hated it, but she was afraid he would find out the truth. And his blazing eyes made her feel very shy. Just appraising your beauty, he said as he looked at her, watching her clear eyes and her hair, which was still damp from the shower she took. She must have hurried here. What a good girl. Ah, she blushed and looked down, not knowing how to respond. Could it be that he had finally discovered the truth? Too bad you are a man, he sighed, shattering her hopes. Does the young master need anything? She asked. Yes. But I need to do some things first, so just watch silently, he said, then paused and threw the rings he checked earlier to her. Check those if you find anything you like, he said casually. making her nod and get busy. After that, he totally ignored her and began to look at the next item in his ring. A sealed bottle. It was the one the Dark Chamber agent, Toril, bought at the auction on the orders of his third lord. Victor carefully opened it and looked at the red ash inside. He also knew about this. Those von Rosen idiots would pay a fortune for it, not knowing that it would cause their demise. He read about it in the Imperial report that was compiled after a scion conquered the von Rosen dungeon. Victor carefully appraised it. Rust Blood SS. No other explanations were specified because none was needed. This thing was the blood of the Rust Demon. The von Rosen had been trying to summon it for ages but failed as they only had traces of its blood which they found in dungeon ruins with the info about its summoning. The Rust Demon was not a strong one. In fact, it was very fragile and looked like an inch-tall jellyfish. Victor liked to think of them as metal spirits. Its real usage was forging sentient artifacts by integrating them with the metal. A sentient weapon was rare but not very strong, however, like other living things it had a chance to be awakened. To have a system. They call those holy weapons. They were so rare that even the Emperor, despite paying a heavy price and searching for ages, could not get one. He couldn't steal one either as those who had them were powerful enough to protect them or smart enough to hide them. Victor only saw 3 of these in his past life. One was held by his bitch sister-in-law. A holy staff. The second was by that bastard who killed his family with his holy sword. The last one was held by Zoe. It was a ribbon. As far as Victor knew, the secret of the holy weapons was only known to a select few. As for the way to summon the Rust Demon, only the von Rosen family knew about it. Or else how could that idiot Toril be able to nab this bottle this cheaply? The main ingredient for those weapons, the Rust Demons, were extremely rare as they reside in only one infernal dimension that was inaccessible to humans. The only way to get them was through summoning. And the summoning was really hard. It required rare rust blood and had a 99% chance of failure. Every one of the demons had only 1 to 4 specks of this rust blood in it. So this stuff was very precious. The only way to get this bottle was to stumble upon a Rust Demon graveyard. Victor quickly took an empty box and then filled it with 1/10 of the bottle, deciding to keep it for himself. As for the rest, he just dropped a drop of his own blood in it then sealed it again. This will be sold to the von Rosen family using some back channels. He needed all the money he could get. A speck of rust blood has a 1% chance of summoning a Rust Demon. 100 specks of rust blood have a 100% chance to summon the Rust Demon's apex predator. A SSS+++ rank tentacle monster. His summoning would literally turn the entire von Rosen estate into a dungeon where that demon would take his time eating them all. Young master, why are you smiling like that? Alex, who was gladly checking the arachne slaying spear, suddenly asked. He was scaring her. The smile on his face was simply too evil, like a wicked child who threw a booger into his friend's lunchbox and was waiting for him to eat it. Just planning some revenge, he said as he put the jar away and then looked at Alex. Do you like that spear? He asked. Isn't this the one we got at that spider dungeon? She asked. Yes, I took it from Sebastian yesterday, Victor said. You met him? Alex asked in horror. She can still remember that strange power he used against her. Tomorrow you will accompany me to New Lure City. Victor said, I am going to propose to that von Astrom girl. Oh. Alex nodded. Why me? She asked. Do you want me to take Lily or Margret there? He asked. I understand, she said. She can't picture Lily sitting with a smile as Victor proposed to another girl in front of her. As for Margret, he can't propose with a slut hanging to his arm. There is something else. I need you to be acting as me, Victor said, making her frown as she looked at him. What do you mean? She asked. She didn't really get it. Tomorrow I need to be at 2 different places at once, so I am turning you into my double. A fake Victor. Victor explained. What? How? She wanted to ask but was interrupted. I need you to get comfortable with being me, so for the entire day today, you will be acting like me. He added, making her frown at him. But, Alex still didn't get it. The moment you leave this room, I will be using my disguise skill to make everyone see you as me. Everyone will see me when they look at you, and hear my voice when you speak. Victor explained slowly again, you will be taking my persona. And I want you to act like me and fool them, Victor said. Is that possible? Alex asked, She was still not convinced. Yes, for you it is. It will consume a lot of my energy, but you must get used to it. I really need you to be proficient in acting like me. You will be doing it tomorrow. This is vital for my plans. He said seriously. You are the only male buddy I can trust. He said. Alex wanted to scream that she was not a male. But on the other hand, she liked the feeling of him depending on her. It took her a few minutes to get it. But the more she thought about this, the more she liked it. Acting like him might be fun. She might be able to take revenge on Margret. I understand. She said, nodding to Victor like she was saying, I am your man, though she was not really a man. Excellent. You can go now. I have a lot of work to do and will not appear in front of the girls today, so have fun playing me. Victor gestured for her to get out as he took a heavy briefcase from his ring and put it on the table. Be careful though, if you do anything perverted or stupid that might ruin my image, I will castrate you and feed your little Alex to the dogs, Victor warned as she reached for the door. It took her a few seconds to understand what he meant by little Alex, then blush as she quickly left the room. There was no little Alex. Chapter 230, Fake, 2. Poe slowly opened his eyes. Where was he? Right, he was at the hospital. He was taken here last night. But this body passed out on the way. Damn it, he shouldn't have cut this body to this degree. It is very feeble now, barely surviving. But on the other hand, he had no idea that he would have to migrate to it. He was supposed to use it to shock that young Master Victor and then take over his body. It all happened very suddenly when that spear went through his body, forcing him to instinctively migrate to this body as he was connected to it. Damn it! Young Master Paul. You are awake. An ugly nurse startled him. Paul. Yes, this was supposed to be this body's name. He will be a Paul from now on. Who am I? Paul. This name, he said with difficulty, making the nurse panic. You are Paul von Wise, right? Does that name sound familiar? She asked nervously. Von Wise. No. Who am I? He lied as he deeply frowned, scaring the nurse. Poe didn't let it show, but he was pleasantly surprised that his new body's previous owner was also a Von Wise. His plan was not completely ruined after all. Although this guy was only a semi-player, he might be able to use him for a few years and then jump to a better Von Wise, maybe a baby. It's been a long time since he tasted a baby. The nurse watched as Paul's face turned from a frown to a lascivious smile, then as he began to drool. She felt that something was wrong with him, so she quickly ran out of the ward. Screaming, "Doctor! Doctor!" Poe sighed. He had to fake having amnesia as he really had no memories. He can only eat soul's energy and not memories. Such a thing as a complete soul devouring only exists in fairy tales. Who are you? What are you doing in my body? A voice startled Poe. The voice was talking to him. Looking around, he found no one. Could it be coming from his head? If so, it would be the body's original owner. Wasn't his soul completely eaten? I am Paul. Poe talked in his mind. Who are you? Where are you talking to me from? He feigned ignorance and started to listen carefully to determine the voice's origin. No, that's impossible. I am Paul. The voice said. Poe didn't respond. He quickly scanned the body's consciousness for the voice's origin. Strange enough, he didn't find anything. No, I am certain that I am Paul, Poe said again. Whoever you are, get out of my body. Nurse. Guards. Why can't I move my mouth? Why can't I move my body? What did you do to me? The voice asked, confirming Poe's conclusion. Oh, a remnant. So that's the case. Poe stopped pretending after confirming that the voice couldn't affect the body. It must be a remnant soul that was not in the conscious zone. This was rare, but not unheard of. And was completely reasonable since he took the body in a hurry without a complete ritual. He can use this to his advantage, as he has to live in this body for some time. He can't change bodies sequentially. He had to wait for at least 3 years to repair his soul and fix his body's reproductive functions. That's the way he jumps from one person to another. That's how he has been doing it for ages. I can't leave here, but let's make a deal. How about you help me for a while, giving me all the information I need? And in exchange, I will leave in 3 years. Poe asked. I would never. The soul said, the family would surely find out about you and save me, it said. We will see about that very soon, Poe said. He had all the time in the world. And in this primitive world, no one had the technology to find out about him. Sadly, he never realized that he was not talking to the long-dead Paul, but to Victor, who was probing him. The first thing Alex did after leaving the study was to check her reflection in the mirror. To her surprise, she looked like Victor. Even her training suit had turned into one of his casual clothes. She always knew that Victor had this Amazon disguise skill, but she never expected it to be this overpowered. Wait, could it be possible that he was secretly sneaking into the bath while the girls were there? This was the first time she considered this. No, he doesn't need to. Those crazy girls would strip in front of him if he asked. She sighed as she headed to the living room, where Hilda was making some phone calls searching for some ironsmith to build a dungeon. Young master, do you need any help? She asked respectfully as she hung up the phone, startling Alex. Hilda never talked to her this respectfully. Where is Margret? Alex asked, planning on some revenge. She went up to her room to sleep, Hilda said. I see, Alex nodded, then turned and left, heading for Margret's room. On the way, he met with Eta and Epsilon, who were on their way to take a bath after their morning training. Young master. We just finished our morning training and we're going to take a shower. Would you care to join us? Epsilon said as Eta blushed. We can scrub your back, she whispered with a blush as she shyly pulled his shirt. Alex was tempted to try their service, but remembering how Victor usually dodged these situations, he spanked the girls' butts, making them giggle. Later, she said as she climbed the stairs. Success, the girls' blushes were genuine. They usually looked at her as if she was some kind of an insect. Especially after the accident with that slut Margret. She liked their admiring gazes better though. Maybe she should just give up her male persona and confess the truth. Maybe they can be friends. No. She had promised her father. And Victor would surely feel betrayed if she did that. He always told her that he hated liars. Victor sighed. Now that Poe was awake, he must manipulate him carefully. He wanted to find out his story, but that guy was as cautious as a snake. Victor didn't really care, he can destroy them at any moment. He just wanted to find out what power he belonged to. Victor had a hunch that it was Limbo Empire. A secret organization made of otherworldly demons who occupy human bodies. In his previous life, he only read rudimentary summary reports about them. As they slowly disappeared, hiding in the shadows when the imperial family declared them enemies of all humans and destroyed most of their bases after they failed to occupy the body of a high princess. One of Lily's cousins. Victor shook his head, deciding to forget about Poe for now. That guy would need more than a month to leave the hospital. He can't even take a sh*T without some help at the moment. Victor turned work on the things he had on hand. His desk was full of stacks of papers. Those were the lists and contracts he got from Harvey. They contained the entire von Geldstadt spy network in his family. It was bigger than he expected. 781 collaborators and 150 agents, with 15 of them holding high positions. And one was in the High Console, a part of the 7. It was none other than the Inquisition Hall Master, Alfred. Victor thought deeply and began to draw a diagram of the family's High Console. Loyalist. 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 Neutral. Dark. Dark. White. Ariana. Logan. Owen. Bruce. Alfred. Cassius. Frank. Hall of Secrets. Hall of Internal Affairs. Hall of Punishment. Treasury. Hall of Inquisition. Hall of Blood. Hall of External Affairs. Missing. Morris's grandpa. Bill's grandpa. Von Geldstadt spy / mine. Rita's grandpa / Von's way spy. Titus's grandfather / spy. The lists he got from Harvey had a big problem. They had missing names that Victor expected. He really wanted to find Titus's and his grandfather's Frank names. But they were not there. This meant one of two things. Either Harvey had scammed him, which was not realistic after signing the contract. Or the White faction never worked for the von Geldstadt family as he formerly believed. Charlotte's relationship with Titus must be from another source. Who? Victor was now suspecting the dark chamber as the culprit. He never encountered those in his previous life, so he had no idea what their real goals were. Nevertheless, with this group of spies, he might be able to get enough info and prepare for problems. He will be able to rebalance the family situation a bit before Linda's pregnancy got revealed. Anyway, with Alfred serving him, Victor can relax a bit, as he can manipulate some of the surveillance data on him, allowing him some more freedom. Alex made her way to Margaret's room, where she took a deep breath, then pushed the door open and stepped in. The room was nothing like she expected. It was not full of fluffy things or gilded decorations. It was full of whiteboards and newspaper scraps. It looked like she was planning an assassination or a heist. Margret, who was startled by Victor's sudden intrusion, was standing there naked, drying her red curly hair after finishing her shower. She looked at Alex with surprise. "Young master. Do you need anything?" she asked as she displayed her body proudly, not caring about him inspecting her room. Wear something first. You will catch a cold like this," Alex said as she sat on her bed. Thankfully the disguise hid her blush. That's what she thought. Margret nodded and wrapped herself with a towel, then sat next to Alex, crossing her legs. "What is on your mind?" she asked. "Did you regret refusing me last night, and wish to taste my techniques?" she asked as she leaned hard on Alex. No. I was just wondering how is Alex's training." Alex blurted out the first thing that came to her mind. "Oh. Don't worry, I am working hard to expose his feminine side," she said, winking at Alex, who didn't get it. "I bought some new toys from Tetraquad City yesterday. I was going to try them on our little Alex," she said, reaching for her ring and dumping a group of some very menacing torture devices. They were all colored pink. Alex looked at them with horror. Other than the strange-looking cuffs, she didn't know what the other things were called. She had a hunch about the way that they could be used, and she didn't like it at all. "Do you want to give them a try?" Margret asked, raising one eyebrow. If Alex was a man, he would have really taken Margaret's invitation, but poor Alex didn't even know how to use these things. But she knew one thing. She can't leave those dangerous things in Margaret's possession. What if they were really used against her? Yes, Alex suddenly replied, surprising Margret, who felt that Victor was acting a bit weird. Shouldn't he be scolding her right now? Why did he say yes? What did it mean? Would he really try those things on her, or was he planning to let her tie him up? Sadly for Margret, none of these scenarios happened, as Alex grabbed the items as a group and threw them in his storage ring, then quickly stood up and headed to the door. "Where are you going?" Margret asked in surprise. He was acting extra weird. "To try your toys," Alex's voice trailed off as she walked out and closed the door behind her. "On whom?" Margret asked as she stood in shock, but no one answered her. Chapter 231, Fake, 3. Elder Alfred was sipping his iced tea as he read the last reports on the situation outside. His entire hall was on high alert due to certain news. The Players' Council had sent an edict that all the powers must investigate the sources of the leaks. They will deal with this on 2 levels. Everything about the players' existence would be ignored by the families, and made fun of in the tabloids and the internet. They would treat it as a normal crazy conspiracy theory. The part about the crimes and illegal activities would be left to the families to hide their own sh*t. "Master, we investigated the names in the report, and they all checked out." A sexy assistant in a short office skirt knelt in front of him and reported. "Oh. Someone from inside the family has leaked some secrets, it seems," he said. "Not only ours, but some dirty secrets of the other families were also leaked too. There is a report about how Yvonne's Weyer killed an entire village to take their women. Another report was on the von Gledstadt human trafficking network." The assistant said, "It is either a group of rebels from all the families or some spy organization." She said. "What about our family?" he asked. "What is there against us?" "There are 4 reports. The first concerns the late young Master Nick's crimes and his relationship with the various cartels. But I think we don't have to worry about that, we can just say that Nick was a bad apple," she proposed. "Yeah, that douchebag was not an heir anyway. Make Theodore release a letter condemning him," Alfred nodded. "The second is about a brothel run by a butler named Baron. In Vane City," she said. "Oh. A lot of the reports seem to be from Vane City," Alfred squinted his eyes. There is a reason for that. That city is the reporter, Jane's hometown. She replied. Oh. What about Baron? I didn't hear about him in a while, Alfred said. We don't know. A couple of weeks ago some strange accident happened in his brothel where all the attendants were castrated in their sleep. Baron, the guards, and the girls were nowhere to be found. She said. Oh. Why no one told me about this? He asked. Master. We told you, but you ordered us to not do any investigations regarding young Master Titus's dealings. You said to leave it to Master Mason, she said in a low voice. Oh right. Baron was Titus's butler, I keep forgetting who is who. Why does this family have so many people? So many similar names, he sighed. What to do? She asked. Nothing. This is not our sh*t. He said, Titus was working with that b*tch Charlotte, let them deal with this. Just inform Mason and let him clean any loose threads. I understand, the next report is troublesome, it is a list of some of the family elders and the numbers of their wives and concubines. What's wrong with that? As far as I know, it is legal to marry up to 2 wives and 3 concubines in this country, he asked. Master, the list includes people like Master Theodore and Master Patrick. Each has more than 30 official concubines, not counting the unofficial ones. And the public is not reacting well to the prospect of old men marrying many young girls, especially the girl Master Joe betrothed last month. Some people are demanding the police to do something. She said. Ignore them, they are just jealous. That girl is old enough. Alfred pointed out. If you say so. She whispered, some feminist groups are protesting, she said. They just want to get our attention, wishing to marry one of our heirs. Just a group of crazy women in heat, he said. Master, that's rude, she whispered. What? He didn't hear her. Nothing. Just wondering what to do, she said. Leak a report in the tabloids about that slut Alice, show them that we have powerful women too. And officially state that we do not interfere in the private lives of our descendants or their lovers. He said. I understand. Then we have a media report concerning the planned obsolescence of our lower-grade Whitree branded phones. They found out that we are making our phones slower on purpose when we release new ones. Let them sue us, we will pay the fine. And release a statement about how we are making the phones better or something. Let the External Affairs Hall deal with their mess. Next. He said. It's about our union busting in our tech companies. Deny it, next. It's about young Master Morris raping the 13th princess of the Orion People's Democratic Republic. Make that C*head Morris marry her. Present it as a couple's quarrel. Next. About us starting a war in. Deny it. Next. The last one, this is about how young Master Victor killed young Master Nick due to a family struggle over power, she began to point out. As far as I know it was not him who killed Nick, Alfred said. Yes, but I think that this was the last report Jane made and it was not thoroughly investigated. She said. Oh. Make it as if that sh*t head Nick died while he was escaping after the family found out about him. Young Master Victor has nothing to do with this, he said. I understand, she said as she took some final notes. Why did her boss address Victor as a young master? He usually called the heirs by their given name and a curse. Anything else? He asked, startling her. No, master, she said, then quickly stepped out of the room, not noticing the faintly glowing stone in her master's office. Young master. Sorry for keeping you waiting, Alfred said as he squinted his eyes at the black stone. It's okay, you handled this well. Victor said from the other side, just make sure to erase all the data concerning mine and my maid's movements and monetary transactions. He said. Young master. The family transactions are on a blockchain, we can't modify those, Alfred said. Just change the purchasers in the logs. Make it so that I am buying condoms in volume. Victor said. They will think that the young master is dealing with drugs, Alfred replied. Oh. Then find something inconspicuous. I will call you later if I need anything. You can contact me through Kai. That guy is trustworthy, Victor said, remember to keep the council balanced and not to reveal anything. We will eliminate the traitors one by one. Yes, master. Alfred said as the black stone dimmed. Whoever controlled this stone was his master. He sold his soul to the devil ages ago when he almost lost his life and standings in the family due to a conspiracy by the other heirs. That's when the von Geldstadt family approached him and offered to give him enough resources and opportunity to grow. He was just an ignorant kid back then and he was desperate at that time, so he took the chance and had been regretting it ever since. The von Geldstadt family had not only his soul contract but his wives' and children's contracts too. They forced him to make them sign. Although he didn't really like the family, he felt guilty for his actions. Who doesn't want his family to be the best after all? Too bad there was nothing he could do. First, he knew more than anyone that the family was sinking due to the infighting. Working for the von Geldstadt family, he might be able to secure a future for his offspring. He resigned himself to a life as a traitor as he was already too deep in this. An hour ago everything changed though. It was a familiar call but a different caller. It was none other than Victor the pervert. To his surprise, Victor bought his contract from von Geldstadt, and not only did he not reveal it to the family. Victor told him that he will be working for him from now on. Alfred had no idea that Victor was this resourceful, and it took him some time to really believe. At first, he was annoyed about getting sold like an old goat and having to work for a teenager, but after some thinking, he realized that this was way better. Victor proved to have inherited his grandmother's fox genes. Alfred realized that from now on he would no longer be a traitor, as he would be working for the family again. And if his intuition was correct, he will be working for the next patriarch in a few years. Malcolm looked in surprise at the well-furnished pub. This place was the base of his previous gang. How did it turn out like this in just a couple of weeks? Make yourselves at home, Nora said to the children who were still wary, and don't think about trying anything funny, I can easily blow your heads off. She added, making those who were planning an escape change their minds. Ha 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 ha. She began to giggle with the other assassin girls. Would you really think that we would plant explosives in children? She said. There are no explosives. One kid said as he touched the stitches on his shoulder. Of course not. What if you were hit on your shoulder? The explosives would go kaboom. She lied. Those were real explosives bundled with tracking devices, but she removed them after making the kids go to sleep in the caves last night. The bombs were the method the family trained them to use in case they wanted to recruit some temporary agent, but it was not feasible for long-term employment. It was Victor who scolded them for using such a stupid method that can be exploited by others. He gave them a better method, which they will be using now. We didn't tell you before as you might not have believed us, but our way to keep you in check was way simpler. It is a poison, she said as she became serious, making the children shiver. Don't worry, the poison would only harm you if we didn't give you the antidote once every month. So as long as you are obedient you will live a long prosperous life. She explained, the poison according to Victor will not kill them, but will make them wish they were dead. Is there a way for you to totally cure the poison? Yin, the arsonist girl asked. Yes, you must have already guessed, we got you all to work as agents for us. In fact, we are building a branch of our secret organization in this region and you are our first batch of agents. Nora said, making the girls frown and then nod. She didn't tell them that they will work as assassins as they are still not ready. They will train them slowly so that killing others would be second nature to them. You are now iron-ranked agents, barely able to accomplish minor missions. Sky, who was watching them, said, giving everyone an iron ring with a purple wing symbol. This is your token. The sign would disappear in a while and would only appear once you dropped some blood into it. She said. What is the organization called? Yin asked again as she inspected the ring. Purple Crow, she said. What does it do? Yin asked again, ignoring Nora's threatening looks. You will know in time, she didn't answer. Now, where were we? Ah yes, the antidote. If you can prove yourself and your loyalty or reach the gold rank we will give you the complete antidote, Nora said. This might take years though. How can I become gold ranked? Malcolm asked this time, glancing sideways at the veiled girl who ignored them and was sipping something at the bar. She seemed as if she was missing someone. One day he will sit beside her comforting her. You will have to finish 5 gold rank missions for that. Our missions would range from iron, bronze, silver, gold, and diamond, depending on the difficulty. It is still too early for that, Nora said. Now, everyone, take this, she said, giving each one of the children a wallet. They can easily see that it was full of cash. What is this for? A bald kid asked. This is your first test. You have to take this money and leave. In 1 month I want each of you to finish any unfinished business you had in the world outside and then return here. After that, you will be completely ours. She said, surprising them. And if we didn't return, another boy asked. Someone would find your rotting corpse and wonder what kind of evil poison killed you, she answered, making him shiver. What if we called the police? Yin asked. You can do that. But would they believe you? And all of you have files with the police. By the time they finish sending you to some juvenile prison, you would have been rotted away, she said. So we will return here for the antidote, Yin stated. Exactly. Nora said, by that time this place would be your new home, she added. When Lara and Elle returned from school, they were welcomed by a lazy Victor who was sitting on a sofa getting pampered by Beta and her sisters who were surrounding him as they watched TV together. Theta and Ruby were giving him a massage while ETA was feeding him some grapes. He looked like a debaucherous prince from some old fantasy. Esteemed brother, we are back, Lara bowed deeply with Elle following her as soon as they entered the mansion. Ah. Oh, Lara. Welcome home, Alex, who was disguised as Victor, said, go do your homework. We will talk tomorrow, she said as she relaxed, this is the life. Brother, Lara wanted to say something but Elle, who was frowning, suddenly grabbed her. Let's go do our homework first. He is busy, she said softly. Lara nodded obediently, leaving the room, not realizing that Elle was putting herself between her and Victor as they walked out. Chapter 232, Fake, 4. It was dinner time when Monica and the twins returned home to see that Victor was sitting at the head of the dinner table as ETA sat on his lap and fed him. Good evening, young master, they bowed to Victor as Monica also nodded to him. Monica was still in shock from what happened that day and only talked a little, but the twins knew that this was temporary. Sooner or later she would get better. That's why they decided to stick to her. Oh. Ah. You are late. Victor said as ETA wiped his chin. We went to Monica's home to get some of her clothes, Mina said. Oh. I see. Go wash up and come have a bite, he said. The girls nodded and walked away with Monica, who frowned. Usually, she would have a very strange feeling when she looked at Victor, but this time it was as if she was looking at a normal pervert. Nothing unusual. Oh, she bumped into someone as soon as she reached the corridor. It was that girl, Margret, who was observing the dinner table from afar. Sorry, she said, she had been absent-minded lately. She turned to leave but Margret caught her arm. You frowned when you looked at Victor earlier. Why? Margret asked. Ah. It's nothing, Monica said. Speak. Margret asked again, squeezing her arm and shaking her. I just thought he felt strange. He is usually more, Monica blushed, handsome, she whispered. Oh. I see, I felt the same, Margret said, letting go of Monica, who frowned and then turned to follow the twins upstairs. They carried her bags by themselves, telling her that she was too frail for that. You too. A girl's voice startled her, making her stop in her tracks. It was that little girl who served Lara. What was her name again? Elle. You felt something strange too? Margret asked with a frown. She didn't like Elle. This little girl was too foul-mouthed even for her. Yes. It is as if Big Brother Victor is not there. He looks wrong, and smells funny too. Elle frowned. Smell? Margret exclaimed. Didn't Victor once scold Lily for smelling things, telling her something about soul smell? What does Victor smell like usually, and what is the difference now? She carefully asked as she grabbed Elle away from the dining room's line of sight. Monica moved with them, she wanted to listen. Ah, Elle frowned, she had never thought of that. Usually he smells like that sweet-smelling bottle that Uncle Black used to keep under the bed, but better. Today he smells like. She pondered, like a wet chicken in a diaper. A wet chicken? Monica asked. His looks are a little strange too. It is as if I am looking at him through an old window, Elle frowned, not really finding the right words to describe things. Margret didn't know what to say, she had a crazy thought. Ever since Victor came to her room today she had the feeling that he had something missing about him, but she couldn't put her finger on it. I smelled someone like that before, Elle added with a thoughtful expression, "It was that chicken boy, that tranny. Alex. He smelled like that too." Elle said, making Margret open her eyes wide. Alex. She hadn't seen her since the morning. Could it be? "Come meet me at the study." Victor's voice startled them. They stepped to the side and looked into the dining room. Victor could be seen having fun at the dinner table, completely ignoring them. "It's the real me, I am at the study, don't make me repeat myself or I will spank your butts." The voice ordered again. It was definitely Victor. "Let's go," Margret said as they headed to the study on the other side of the mansion. Reaching there, they took a deep breath as Margret opened the door and entered first, followed by Monica and Elle, who made sure nothing happened to the other two girls before stepping in. Victor was sitting there at his desk under a mountain of documents. "Close the door and sit down," he said. Margret nodded, then dragged Monica, who started hyperventilating, to sit down next to her on a couch. Elle closed the door and then found a seat near it. They watched as Victor first wrote something, then closed his notebook and looked at them with a smile. "You didn't disappoint me," he said. "You are the only ones who found that something was amiss," he said. "Is it Alex?" Margret had to make sure that B*TCH took her toys. "Yes. I am using my skill through him as training. I will be taking him with me tomorrow, and he will act as my double," Victor said, then looked at Monica and Elle, who didn't understand what he meant. Those two were not players. But it was time for them to know some things. "Look at this," he said as his shape slowly turned into that of a demon. The handsome kind with two ebony horns and elegant tattoos on his now pale white face. Monica froze in her seat as she began to breathe faster, while Elle, who was still thinking logically, jumped to the door. She couldn't open it. She couldn't even find it anymore. The door was nowhere to be found. "Sit down, Elle, this is just an illusion," Victor, who appeared in front of her, said, startling her. She quickly stepped back and assumed a defensive position that she learned from Lara. Too bad for her, Victor knew how to easily resolve her amateur martial arts. He casually stepped in her direction as she tried to step back again, but failed as she realized that he was holding a whip in his hand and it was tying her up. She was completely paralyzed. When did he take it out? She had no time to think, as a moment later, Victor was in front of her. She closed her eyes in fear, feeling him carry her limp body and put it in his mouth. No, he put her down next to Margret, who was enjoying the show. Elle was shocked as the whip vanished a second later and Victor returned to his seat. His shape was that of a human once more. "You are a demon?" Monica asked in anticipation. "A very hot demon." She always liked those trashy novels. Was she in a domineering CEO novel or a fantasy one? "Does it matter?" "Sorry to disappoint your wild imagination, but no," Victor said as if he read her dirty mind. "I am 90% human for now. This is magic, illusion magic. I can fly too," he said. He didn't expect such a reaction from her. Wasn't his effect on her a little too strong? Well, what would he expect from a teenage girl? He got so used to Lily's and Margaret's mature reactions that he totally forgot about the girl's age. "Are you a wizard?" Monica asked. Wizards were cool too. Elle wasn't completely relaxed yet. But after hearing the question, she was a little less edgy and more curious as she looked at him with some anticipation. She was acting. "In a way. I have magic skills," he said with a chuckle, making illusionary flames appear and disappear on his fingertips. "Why are you showing this to us now?" Monica asked again, licking her lips. Would he bite her and turn her into one of his kind now? "It's time for the two of you to learn the truth. You have your own powers. How do you think you were able to discover my illusion otherwise? Didn't you see how the girls were throwing themselves at Alex, completely unaware of his identity? Even Theta, whom I expected her to notice, was completely lost," Victor said, surprising them. What do you mean?" Monica asked nervously. "Well, that day in your house I used my illusion power on you," he said, surprising her. "I didn't want you to hear as I questioned Clint," he said. "Hear what?" She regained some clarity. She felt it was strange when Clint and Victor stared at each other in silence that day. She was so disturbed by her father's behavior, that she totally forgot. "The reason why Clint wanted to marry you. Knowing too much might cause your death," Victor explained. "Wasn't it an old engagement letter?" she asked. She was still upset about that. No, it was a fake. The true reason was that you have a special body. Very special, he said, eyeing Monica carefully and making her blush a little. Is that why you also want me? She asked nervously, as Elle watched their conversation with interest. She was keeping an eye on the window. No, that's why you want me. I want you because I like you, he said, making her blush. She wanted to hear that line. What do you mean? Did you put a spell on me? She asked as she looked down. No need to. I didn't do anything like that. The special thing about your body makes you like me. Didn't you notice that you started acting around me? Doesn't your head feel funny each time you approach me? Victor asked, making her nod. She didn't notice it at first, but lately, she felt that this was a bit unnatural. It's not like she hated it though. Your bloodline is resonating with mine. You are not 100% human. You have an otherworldly bloodline like me, he said. Otherworldly bloodline? She asked, not truly believing. Yes, that's why you discovered Alex, your body didn't react to him. I tested it that day in the car, Victor said as he grabbed Elle, who was sneaking toward the window from her shirt's collar. Now, my dear Elle. Why did you drug Lara? Victor asked, seemingly changing the subject. How do you know that? She asked as she stopped struggling to break free. I told you before, I know everything that happens in this house, including how you put those herbs in Lara's tea. Thankfully they were harmless, Victor said, spanking her butt. Ah, she glared at him. She kept wanting to go talk to you to spare me the punishment. I felt strange when I met you in the afternoon, so I wanted to make sure that it was really you, Elle complained, grabbing her butt. Oh. You did good, Victor said, surprising her as he put her down on the couch again. In fact, I am doing this to train the girls, as some bad guys might disguise themselves as me someday. I plan to reveal the truth after dinner, Victor said. The disguise as the master was one of the oldest tricks in the book. Victor thought for a second as he took a leather book and a needle, presenting them to Elle. Drop one drop of blood on this book's cover. I want to see if you have some magical bloodline too, Victor told Elle as Monica watched. So that's it? He made her do the same that day. Elle hesitated, then looking into his eyes, she slowly did it. She felt like she was selling her soul to the devil, but had no choice. Maybe she will be a witch after this, or a magical girl. Victor looked at the book as her little hand touched it. She looked nervously at it too. Nothing, Victor said as the girl watched. That's strange, he said as he looked back at Elle, who seemed disappointed. Are you sure you smelled the difference in Alex? He asked. She nervously nodded. You must know that your smelling power might also be a superpower, Victor said, making her gasp. Really? She asked. Yes. Now tell me, what does Margret smell like? Victor said. Ah, Elle sniffed a little at her. Normal, she has some of your smell on her but very faint, and she has some burnt wood smell too, she said, making Margret almost gasp. She remembered the incense burner that was put over their head when they extracted her soul. Good, what about Monica? He asked as he squinted his eyes, making Monica listen with interest. I don't know how to describe it. It is not bad, but not normal. Somewhat nice, she has some strange old rich lady's smell, she said. It's called perfume, Victor said, then sighed. You might have a gift in identifying souls, and extra fine senses. But no bloodline, Victor said, looking at her with interest. Does it have something to do with her falling into a wine barrel? Too bad his knowledge book was still in cool down time, and he was completely broke at the moment. So either way, he can't afford it? Does that mean I can learn magic too? Elle asked nervously as she looked at him. Yes. I have been planning to teach you, Victor said, looking at her, but you are still too young, he said, making her disappointed. Don't look like that. When the time is right I will teach you with Lara. But your body is still too weak, you might not take it. Victor stopped talking. Why did this sound dirty? I have been exercising with Lara, she complained. Those exercises are not easy. She can barely do a part of what Lara can accomplish. That won't do. Lara's exercises are tailored for her, Victor said as a book magically appeared in his hand. It was handwritten by him. Keep this a secret, read it and train according to it. Oh, I forgot that you can't read well. Give it to Lara then and let her explain it to you. This is a martial arts exercise that will make you very strong. He said, putting it in her hand. It had drawings anyway, so it won't be that hard for her. Really? She asked as she flipped through it. It only had about 20 pages with strange diagrams. Yes, don't worry, Lara can read those. She can exercise it too if she wants, as long as she can keep up with her own exercise first. It will help both of you learn magic when the time is right. He said, tempting her. Now go show it to her. She will wake up soon. Victor said. This exercise was an authentic martial art made for younger practitioners. It was hidden in a stash of documents that were found in some dungeon and thrown into the Royal Library for archiving. He knew a lot of those and has been transcribing them lately for the girls. AHH. Elle nodded as she headed toward the window. Victor grabbed her again. Use the door, he scolded as he shook his head. But, she said as she looked at the empty wall. The door was there again. Just like magic. Don't tell anyone about Alex, he yelled after her as she left the room, shaking his head before turning to look at the nervous Monica and Margret. Chapter 233, Fake, 5. Now that the brat is gone, we can talk business, Victor said to Monica. I will give you two choices, he said. What? She asked nervously, hiding her true thoughts. It's time, damn it. She knew this line. He was definitely going to bite her and turn her into one of his kind. She was not ready yet. But. You can either stay ignorant and live your life as a normal girl or, he stopped talking as he watched the creepy smile on her face. I guess you already made up your mind. He chuckled, taking out another book and giving it to her. Ah. What is this? She asked, feeling a little disappointed as Margret by her side chuckled. A training manual. Take this one and do the exercises in it every morning before school. Your body might not handle the transition, so I need you to build a suitable foundation, he said, disappointing her. Now you can leave, and don't tell anyone about our conversation. We will talk about your awakening ceremony once you are ready, he said. She looked at him with a frown, wanting to say something. After some pondering, she chose to remain silent, so she just nodded and stood up, and walked out of the study after giving him and Margret a glare as she shut the door. You are going to make her a player? Margret asked straight away. I found a treasure in her house, it belongs to her family. I think she comes from an ancient player family, it's an awakening artifact, he explained. What treasure? Don't tell me it was that slab under the vase, she asked, and watched Victor nod in confirmation. Why did no one know about it? Margret was surprised. In her previous life she never encountered players, but now they kept popping up around her like mushrooms. There exist a lot of families around the world that used to be a player family or a branch of one, Victor explained. Most of them lack the knowledge of their heritage, and those who know, lack the means to return to their former glory. You see, once a family loses its awakening artifact or the power to make it work, they would be destined to die out slowly. The useless awakening artifact will slowly turn from a treasure to an heirloom, then after a few generations, when its true function gets forgotten, the artifact which was worshipped by the grandfathers would be used as a door holder by the grandchildren. Oh, Margret nodded. The artifact in Monica's family can only be activated by someone who has an awakened bloodline. Her family's blood probably got diluted over the ages, so they slowly lost the ability to awaken it as most families did. The problem was that their artifact was dependent on it, so they could not become players. He said, Monica here has some amazing bloodline, but it needs awakening first for the artifact to work on her. I can't let her upgrade her bloodline just like that though, that would be a waste. I will make her upgrade it too with the rest of the girls, he expressed. You keep mentioning this awakening and upgrading. Can't you do it now? Why are you waiting until after the wedding? Is marrying Lily really that crucial? She asked the question she had in mind for a while. She wanted to change the subject too, as she didn't have a bloodline and was feeling a little jealous. No, not just a little. Awakening is easy, upgrading is very hard. Nearly impossible. Marrying Lily is important, but marrying Lynn is what's crucial for the awakening. I will be using her to do a summoning ritual to call a unique monster that has the power to upgrade bloodlines. The summoning ritual might take a couple of days, and I need a way to stay at the mansion for a few days with Lynn without raising suspicion. The wedding is perfect for this, he said. Oh. Everyone would think that you are busy harvesting flowers and didn't want to be disturbed, she said, feeling a little jealous again. Exactly. Now, if you have nothing else to say, you can go play with the girl. This young master still has things to do, he said. No, I wanted to ask you something, it's about Alex, Margret said. You want to know why you feel strange about him? If my guess is correct, your soul still retains my mark from before the time leap. You must have felt that something was missing when you looked at him, Victor explained. Oh. No. I was not going to ask about that. And stop using the male pronoun on her, it makes me feel sick. Margret said, still angry about her toys. Although Victor never truly confessed to her about Alex's true gender. It was completely clear to her by this time. Oh. Okay then, what did you want to ask about? Victor asked. That idiot took all my new toys, she said, puffing her cheeks. You must have been watching how she tricked me. Yes, I saw that. He paused and glared at her. She set him up. Ah, so you have always been peeping. All the time. You pervert, she said, raising one eyebrow. How are you doing it? Are there cameras around the mansion? She asked, looking around. I never hid this. And I already told everyone about it, but no one realized how powerful the array I placed in the basement was. It allows its master to see and hear everything within a few miles perimeter. You should have already figured that out, he said, watching her act stupid. Even in the bathrooms, she asked the right question. This young master has no need to use such means. He sat down on the couch, stating his point, and professionally dodging the question. True. It's not that I mind, I am just asking to check your fetishes, she said as she pushed herself on him, pinning him by putting her hands around his neck and her knee in between his legs as she looked him in the eye. She might appear indifferent, but really wanted him to marry her too. She was feeling extra jealous of Lily. What's up with you? Did you go on heat, knowing that I was peeping on you? He asked casually. Maybe I did, she said, earning herself a slap on her butt. It stung. AHH, she yelled in surprise as she collapsed on the now empty couch. Victor was not sitting there. It was an illusion. Damn it. She will get her revenge one day. We will have time for that later, he said as he walked to his chair, earning himself a glare from the annoyed Margret. She wanted to tease him a little, but this bastard was as usual very slippery. Can't you just enjoy my teasing for a moment, she complained. People used to pay fortunes for much less than this. It was in her previous life. I do enjoy it, but this young body of mine doesn't know yet how to enjoy tasting wine, he said, shaking his head. Oh, she seemed to have realized the problem. Although Victor acts like an old man, his hormones were those of a teenager. Is your soul still injured? She asked. Nah, it's much better. Now go play with Alex. I have some things to do. Oh, and keep the toys on her, she might need them very soon, he said, casually kicking her out. What are you going to make her do? Margret asked, still refusing to leave. Tomorrow I will be going to Nulur City, she will accompany me. He said. What? Why her? Take me too. Margret said. No. Alex is officially my butler. And I am going to propose. It's not appropriate to go with another girl, he said, as if Alex was not a girl. I promise to be obedient. Please. Please. Please, she said, making him ponder as he looked at her sparkling eyes. Is it about that guy you have been stalking? He asked. He had seen, peeped on, her room before, but not knowing that she was also a time traveler, he believed that this was a plot she was preparing to steal some money from. Now, he realized that this must be some revenge plot. She nodded, looking down. Was he the one who extracted your soul? He asked. No, this one used to be my boyfriend. He was the first guy I trusted. It was a mistake. He was the one who introduced me to that guy, Mr. X. That man was very mysterious. He always wore a mask and hid his identity, so I have no idea how to get to him other than this one, she said. I can grab him and cut him up for you, Victor said. She could feel the jealousy in his words, which made her feel a lot better. No. This one is mine. I will cut him up myself, she said decisively. Oh. Then wake up early tomorrow, and after arriving at Nulur City, we will split up, he pondered. Having her with him might complicate his plans. I will introduce you to someone who would help you through, he pondered. Who? She asked, another girl. Nope, my brother Mike. He is stationed there. If anything went wrong you can ask for his help, he is trustworthy. Be careful though, I don't want him to snatch you from me, Victor said with a weird smile. Why? He likes redheads, she asked, twirling her locks as she smiled. No, he likes sluts. Victor stated, ruining her good mood. The woman in the shadows left the villa with a very disturbing face. She had one mission and it was to find where her mistress Lily went. After losing track of Lily and the men accompanying her, the family sent the spy to check Victor's mansion. Lily was not there, but what the spy found out was very disturbing. It took her an hour to reach her master's room where he was busy with his reports as usual. As the headmaster of the academy, he had a lot of responsibilities. Did you find Lily? He asked after putting down his pen. No, she shook her head. But her life's jade is still intact, so she must have survived that explosion. Then what? Did something happen to Yulian? He asked. She would never appear in front of him without a good reason. No, young Master Yulian is fine, he even made some friends in prison. It's about that leech Victor, she spat his name hatefully. What about him? James asked. I just peeked at the mansion from outside. He was sitting there surrounded by girls who kept feeding him with their mouths and massaging his legs as he laughed stupidly, she said. What's wrong with that? James asked. He does that with his wives every once in a while. It helps him relax. It's not that. When I was upstairs I overheard a little girl. She seemed to be also a maid in the mansion. She was talking about how he would teach her some kind of magic trick, and that her body was not strong enough to take it. That bastard. That child is about 8 years old, the spy cursed, making James realize that she only came here to vent. You must have misunderstood him, he said. Such words can mean different things. Definitely not. We can't let the young lady stay with him, the spy said emotionally. Don't be impulsive, I don't think that anyone would touch the young lady. You saw her by yourself. I couldn't eat for an entire day after seeing her face. He said. Ah, yes, poor young lady. But he is making her serve him. Master, the spy complained. Enough. Nothing will happen to the young lady. If there was even a 1% chance that anyone would touch her, the family would have pulled her out a long time ago. He scolded, this involves some things bigger than both of us. Just keep an eye on the situation for now. And hasten the efforts to find the young lady's location. The family wants to know if she had anything to do with that explosion. He said. I understand, the spy said as she faded into the darkness with a bitter expression. Chapter 234, The Real Victor. It was late at night when Alex, who had one of the best days in her life and was turning in bed, realized that her life might be in some serious danger. They will definitely kill her tomorrow. It all happened an hour ago. She had been enjoying herself too much being pampered by the girls that she didn't notice when Victor entered the room and sat opposite to her. Ah, the first to yell was Theta, followed by the girls one by one. Even Mina, who was getting Victor a new dish of sweets, dropped what's in her hand in shock as her eyes darted between the two Victors. Her sister, Mana, hurried back to the room to see what happened and was shocked too. The only one who was staying cool was Margret, who was crossing her legs while sitting on a comfy couch in one corner, enjoying a bowl of popcorn that she went out of her way to prepare in the kitchen earlier. Monica was sitting beside her in suspense. She liked such confrontations in movies, she can't believe she was seeing this in real life. Hilda, who ran here when she heard the sound of the dish breaking on the floor, clearly watched the situation and then made a very wise choice. She pushed Margret to the side and sat beside her. She had been wondering why was the slut preparing popcorn in the middle of the night. And she finally knew the answer. Young master? Ruby asked as she looked between the Victor who was getting massaged by her and the one sitting on the opposing couch. Mirroring the other Victor precisely. Who else? Victor asked casually as he glared at Alex, who quickly remembered what was in the note Margret stuffed in her hand after dinner. She cleared her throat. He is lying, he is an imposter, Alex said as she slowly nudged the girls who were surrounding her to the side and stood up, then approached Victor as if he was checking him. Who sent you? She asked. I am the one who should ask that. Who sent you? Victor replied, standing up himself and looking Alex in the eyes. The two victors stood up looking each other in the eyes. As the girls sweated, realizing something. This was definitely some game by their young master. If the fake victor was an enemy, he would have already lost his head. Is this some kind of a game, young master? Mana asked. No. Yes, both victors gave opposing answers, making the girls frown. This is a test, one victor said. Ah. We want you to find the real one, the other victor completed. Hearing that, the girls relaxed and returned their hidden weapons to their storage rings. It was not an enemy after all. The ones who get it wrong will be punished, the first victor stated. They will have to get spanked by me, the second one nodded, making the first one glare at her threateningly. She will also have to clean the chick's bathroom for a week, the first victor stated, making the girls who got excited get deflated again. Now, the girls who think it is me, come stand to my side. You can't ask each other, one victor said. Yes, everyone decides for herself, come to my side, this piece of shit is a fake. You are the fake one. Your mama is the fake one. Keep my mother out of this. See. He is definitely a fake. No, you are definitely the fake one. Your father is fake too. Asshole. Your grandfather is definitely fake too. You. True. How do you know that? Because I am the real victor. The two victors were exchanging curses as the girls looked between them. Alex, who was saying nothing, was enjoying this too. Victor was creating an illusion of his cursing. She would never dare to say things like this to Victor. The girls looked at each other not knowing what to choose. The first one was Theta, who after squinting her eye for a second, slowly moved to the real Victor's side. Ruby followed her, then nodded after getting close enough. This was definitely him. She felt strange massaging him earlier. At this time, she realized why. She had healed his soul before. It had a certain aura around it that was missing from the other victor. On the other side, Epsilon and ETA headed to the fake victor's side. They had a feeling that he was more approachable. Their sister soon joined them except for Beta, who chose the real victor. She saw him at the study earlier when he snatched her sword. Then when she entered the mansion, he was in the living room. She just thought that this was him being whimsical, but now she had realized something. Mana and Mina were at a loss, so Mina asked nervously, "Can we ask a question?" "You are already asking," a victor replied as the other one nodded. "I want to know who each of you thinks the prettiest girl in the mansion is," she asked, squinting her eyes. The victors looked at each other, then turned to look at Mina and said in one voice, "Lara," causing the little princess who was peeping with her mischievous little maid to gasp. "Isn't it someone else?" Mana asked as she tensed up, ignoring the sneaky little girls who ran to their room and then returned to find out who the real victor was after making sure no one went to check on them. "No, my Lily is not in the mansion today," the other victor said, making them relax a little. "Where is she then?" Mina asked, making both of the victors smile. The twins passed the test. "She is playing with her new toys," they both said, making the twins sigh and completely relax as they put away the poisoned dolls hidden in their sleeves. This was definitely Victor testing them. Hilda nodded in approval. Unlike the other girls, they don't blindly believe that one of the victors was the right one. On the side of abnormal activity, they must check all the possibilities. What if both of the victors were fake? "Now choose," one victor said. The twins frowned, then approaching the victors, they began to sniff them. They found nothing. Then Mana noticed something. She was not sure, but one of the victors' standing stances was a bit different. One was defensive and weak while the other was confident. It was very subtle and it could be a trick. But her gut feeling was that this was a clue. Mana thought for a few seconds, glaring at Margret, who seemed to have known about this and was enjoying her time. She quickly made up her mind and stood beside the real victor. Mina quickly followed. Even if her sister got it wrong, she doesn't mind getting punished with her. Well then, the victors began to speak, then were interrupted because, at that very moment, Arya entered the mansion. She looked in surprise at the girls, who were divided, standing behind two identical victors. "What kind of perverted game are you playing?" she asked with a frown. As she looked at Hilda, who was, strangely enough, sitting with Margret and Monica. She was even eating popcorn. "Choose a victor. One of them is a fake," Margret quickly said, licking the salt off her oily fingers in a sexy way. "If you chose correctly, you can sleep with him tonight," she said evilly as the two victors glared at her. She was getting her revenge for the earlier spank. Margret had heard about Arya's nocturnal habits from Lily when she inquired how she managed to stay out of Victor's bed for so long. "Oh really?" Arya, who was out of energy after a long workday, regained her strength all of a sudden, making Victor, who wanted to refute Margret, choose to remain silent. Arya was working hard for him, so she deserves to be pampered by him sometimes. But he will not make it easy for her. He had a little brother who was dependent on him for protection. Arya quickly approached the victors and began to check them as if they were porcelain vases. "I am the real one," one of them said. "Yes, he is the real one," the other one helped, crossing his fingers. Arya didn't fall for it, she could easily tell who was the real one. His crotch involuntarily shivered when she approached him. "You are the real one," she said to the real Victor, who sighed a second later as Alex's disguise shattered, making the girls who chose him gasp. "Damn it," Eta cursed as she glared hatefully at the flinching Alex. "Now," Victor coughed, clearing his thoughts, "all of you girls, except Arya and the twins, would be spanked as a punishment. And you will also clean the bathroom tomorrow," Victor said. "Even us?" Theta, who didn't fully get it, asked. "Yes," Victor said. "But we got you right," Ruby complained. "I am sorry to tell you this, but you have been massaging Alex's feet for the entire day." "You were fooled too," Victor corrected her, making her gasp as she also glared hatefully at Alex, who stepped back as all the girls began to give her some very glares of disgust while holding their butts. "She spanked them a lot today." "It was not her fault," Victor told her to act like him. "He was the pervert, not her." "Then why were the twins spared?" Ruby asked. "They also began serving this. Alex. When they returned from school," she complained, not giving up. She didn't mind some slapping, she was used to it due to her former line of work. But she really didn't want to clean the chicks' bathrooms. That place was as disgusting as a real chicken coop that has not been cleaned in years. She even wondered if they were keeping it like that for such occasions. "The twins passed my second test. They didn't believe me straight away, and made sure that this was really a test, not a trap by some enemy," Victor explained, making the girl gasp. "They never considered this. If he was a real enemy, they would have approached him without caution. They truly realized their mistake. They have seen that evil lowly Lamia in the dungeon, how she tricked them with her cute big eyes. If Alpha was not with them back then, they would have been dead. Remember, enemies are everywhere. If you suspect something was not right, make sure to stay cautious and investigate," he said. "The only ones who found out from the start were Margret, Monica, and Elle," he added, making the girls look at the girls in the corner. Hilda had already stood up and was nodding as if she had also already known. Not realizing that at this moment, behind the closed door next to her, Elle was puffing her non-existent chest proudly as Lara looked at her with admiring eyes. "Now, everyone, put your hands on the wall and turn your butts toward me. This young master has some punishment to deliver," he said with an evil smile, making the girls shiver. Some of them out of fear, some out of excitement. Arya chuckled, then stopped as she realized something. Damn, she didn't really consider it earlier as they were joking around, but she was going to sleep with him tonight. She blushed as she ran to her room to take a shower. As for poor Lara and Elle, who wanted to watch the spanking, they were dragged to their room by Hilda, who would lecture her for about an hour about proper manners and that they should not peep at others. Hilda hoped that by that time, Victor would have finished with his perverted games. Alex on the other hand silently sneaked out of the room. From the hateful glares the girls were shooting at her, she realized that they held a grudge, a real deep grudge. Chapter 235, Another Crazy Reporter. When Hannah woke up and went downstairs the next morning, she was surprised by the tense atmosphere at the breakfast table. Did something happen after she went to sleep early last night? Victor, who was usually energetic, had a pale face and was limping as walked down, then sat down in his chair with the help of Hilda. She couldn't help noticing the strange suit he was wearing though. It was made from some very high material, and it was purple. Who wears a purple suit? She decided to ignore him for now, looking at the girls who were very cheerful yesterday. They were sitting in a very strange way around the table while glaring daggers at that sissy guy, Alex. He seemed to be sitting on pins and needles while sipping his soup with tears in his eyes. That soup for some strange reason had a very unique shade of purple. And Hannah didn't need to use her skills as an alchemist to realize that this thing was probably not edible. The little girls, Lara and Elle, had dark circles around their eyes as if they didn't sleep well, and the girls Margret and Monica had strangely satisfied smiles on their faces. It was as if they... No, she can't think about such dirty things. Only that purple-haired girl whom she didn't meet yesterday seemed strangely refreshed, as if she had a very satisfying sleep. She seemed a little shy as she gave Victor an apologizing simple "Victor. Sorry about yesterday," she said. "It's okay. I have learned my lesson. Next time we will use a rope," he said. Lara, who was eating her favorite fruit-flavored cereals, looked up in a questioning look, for what, she wanted to ask, but chose to remain silent as she noticed Elle chuckling. She decided to ask her on the way to school. Arya blushed a little, not refuting him. She wouldn't mind trying new things. "I wanted to talk to you about something else," she said, changing the subject. "What?" "You must know that I am still new to this field. We have to start slow," Victor exclaimed, making her glare at him. There were kids in the room. "It's not about that," she scolded him. "It's about the new movie you wrote. The filming will start in a few days. Do you want to visit the set?" she asked. "Oh. Find a time when Myra is there." "I plan to," Victor was interrupted by a sudden shout. "Young master, big trouble." Hilda hurried into the dining room in distress. "What's wrong?" Victor asked, acting as if he didn't already know. "Down the mountain, at the mansion's gate, there is a crowd of reporters. They are asking for an interview with you about young M. That bastard's Nick's death." She quickly corrected herself. "Oh. I expected them to come, but this was quick," he said, pondering that someone was pushing them against him. But who? It was definitely not from the family, as Alfred would have warned him. "Young master. The chicks at the gate are already keeping them out. Should I order them to scare them a little?" she asked. She didn't have any experience dealing with such problems. That would only make things worse. Arya interjected, "You should talk to the family," she told Victor. "No need, let them wait, for now. I will talk to them when I leave the mansion," Victor said. If those idiots didn't come to him, he would have had to bring them one way or another. "You are going to school looking like this?" Arya asked, eyeing his very purple suit. "No, I will be taking Alex and Margret to Nulur City. I might spend a couple of days there," he said. "You are going to propose?" she asked. "Yup. Looking like this?" she repeated. "This is just my travel suit, I have other suits on me," he said. "Young master, can I go with you?" Theta asked. "You have better things to do." Hilda scolded her, "The bathrooms will not scrub themselves clean. Now come on girls, finish your food and go get ready. You have a lot of cleaning to do," she explained, making the girls look at each other with depressed eyes. "You heard her," Victor said, "I can't take any little girls with me today. But don't worry, I am planning a seaside vacation for all of you," he explained, making the disappointed girls cheer up again. "Young master, you just mentioned that you will be taking Margret with you. Isn't she a girl?" Mana, who was refilling Victor's dish, objected. "I said, little girls. Margret is a big girl," he said, making Margret chuckle, and the twins puffed their cheeks with a light blush. They knew quite well what he meant. It was his fault that they were still little girls. "She is going there on business anyway," Victor said, appeasing them, then continued his meal after a sigh. Down the mountain, in front of the massive gate, 5 news wagons and more than 20 journalists were gathered in anticipation, arguing with the chicks every now and then. According to their data, the young man who lived here was Victor von Wise, the criminal whose name appears in the recent Jane Armstrong report, accusing him of killing his brother due to a struggle in the family over illegal trades. After that, he walked out of the police station unscattered after silencing all the witnesses and bribing all the cops. The von Wise family denied the accusations, stating that the dead brother Nick was in fact killed by mistake. The man who blew up his car was named Jacob Rice. He was aiming to kill Victor, who was beginning to investigate the corruption in Horizon's media company. As for the bullshit about players and supernatural powers, no one believed that delusional sh*t. All the news outlets had found that the journalist Jane Armstrong had a mental breakdown and was now on the run after killing a nurse at a mental hospital. She was delusional, as most of the documents she leaked turned out to be fabricated news. And this should have been the end of this matter. However, this morning, someone leaked on the internet about the young master who appeared on the red carpet and stole the limelight with his sexy maids at Tetraquad City annual auction. He was none other than the one and only Victor von Wise. According to the internet leak, that young master is a pervert who deals in drugs. The reporter had a video that was shot in some back alley. It was of Victor shooting a drug dealer with a silencer gun in the head after arguing with him. After that, he coldly searched the body before leaving. The reporters were getting a little annoyed when the mansion gates opened and a luxurious car drove out and then stopped as 10 chicks surrounded it, keeping the reporters away. The shaded backseat window slowly lowered as a dashing young master looked at the reporters. "What's going on here?" he asked in an arrogant voice. "You master, those reporters want to interview you." One of the chicks replied as he struck his baton on his palm, "If they are disturbing your rest, we can teach them a lesson." "Oh. There is no need. This young master has nothing to hide." "What do you want?" he asked one of the reporters, a young female who had a cute hair bun. She seemed to be fresh out of college. This was her once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. "Young master, I am Gloria Flick from the Evening News," she quickly took the chance. "I am here to ask you about the recent report about the drug dealer you shot a few weeks ago," she asked using her microphone. "What drug dealer?" Victor asked. "I have the recording on my phone, it's all over the internet. It is said that you paid the police to stay out of this," she said, waving her phone. She didn't fear that Victor might harm her, as many reporters were pointing their cameras at her at this moment. "Let her come closer," Victor said, making the chicks allow her to pass after shooting her a threatening look. Gloria smirked as she hurried to the car, approaching Victor's window while opening her phone and playing a certain recording. She secretly peeked inside the car as she turned the phone for Victor to watch. Inside there was a red-haired girl in a business suit. Isn't this one the maid who was with him on the red carpet? Maybe not. This one was sitting there like a businesswoman. She must be his secretary. Victor watched the recording with a frown. This movie was when he shot that assassin who was posing as a drug dealer in the head. The recording was taken from a street camera and should have been removed by the family agents. Whoever leaked it must be the one who hired that assassin. He could also spot the idiot who was peeping on him on that day. He could be seen standing in shock behind a corner. The recording is about the events of Chapter 92. We also have a statement from a witness. The reporter who did her homework said, flipping to the next movie while secretly adjusting her angle so that her cameraman, who was being kept at bay by the chicks, could get a good shot. The hidden camera in her shirt was recording too. Victor watched the next video. It was about that idiot. "I saw him, he was yelling, he killed that poor drug dealer, then kicked his corpse," he said. It was none other than Abe, Margaret's cousin, who was with him that day, bartering him over Margaret's price. "Do you know why he killed him?" the reporter asked. "It was the same, Gloria. She must have hurried to get this recording before coming to meet Victor. Yes, that man is evil. He scammed my cousin Margret into taking a big debt, then demanded that she become his maid after failing to pay. The poor girl must be suffering right now," he said, causing his poor cousin Margret to push her head next to Victor's and watch the video too. "Didn't you call the police?" Gloria's voice asked. "I did. But those bastards did nothing. Please help me save my cousin," he said, as tears and snot dripped from his nose. "We will try our best," she said. He took her against her will. The poor girl begged him to spare her. Abe cried like he was not the one who sold her and then used the money to go to a brothel. "We will definitely save her," she said. "I hope you do. Now, can you pay me?" Abe asked a moment later, whipping his snot. He didn't appear sad at all. Watching Victor frown at that time, Gloria, who was smug a moment ago, panicked and wanted to quickly stop the recording, but somehow the phone that was in her hand was now in his. She quickly tried to snatch it back. Unfortunately for her, she failed to grab it as Victor retreated inside the car while pushing Gloria out with his other hand. Margret quickly closed the window while watching the video play. "I will pay you later, I have to check your statement first." Gloria's voice could be heard in the video. "That's not what we agreed on. You promised $3,000 and a kiss," Abe complained, making Gloria, who was trying hard to open the door from outside, blush. She didn't have time to edit this out as she hurried here. "What if you were lying?" her voice said, "and I only said I will consider the kiss." Damn you B*TCH. This will. Victor chuckled as the video stopped abruptly. This female reporter was not bad after all. She was just too smart for her own good. Taking the opportunity as Gloria kept knocking on the window, he swiftly began to flip through the phone, totally ignoring the pleas of the desperate reporter outside, who kept shouting angrily. "Give it back," she demanded as he cared. "This is violating my privacy," she complained like that meant anything to him. For the first time in Gloria's career, she was faced with the hard truth that she was still a rookie who didn't know how to act when faced with shameless young masters. The other reporters couldn't get close and help because the chicks were threatening them with electric tasers that were aimed low, ready for their butts. They were envious of Gloria at first, but soon, they started using their cameras and jotting notes down as they watched her attack the car like a wild animal. Even if they didn't get the story they wished for, a report about another crazy female reporter was sure to put food on their tables tonight. Victor at this time was enjoying a feastful collection of some very erotic photos on the phone. This reporter had some very unique hobbies. Maybe he should give her a role in one of his new movies. It took him another 10 minutes to roll the window down and give the now haggard Gloria her phone back. "I took some things from it, just in case," he said, threatening her. "You bastard. You asshole," she cursed, grabbing her phone, checking its content, then turned to leave. "Just like that? Don't you want my statement?" Victor asked. "Did you show me all that for free?" he added, making her freeze and turn around to look at his smug face. Chapter 236, Marriage Announcement. "You will give me a statement?" Gloria asked in surprise as she looked at Victor's handsome face. Nearly forgetting that he took some really disturbing materials from her phone. The idea of him enjoying the things he took would make her cringe in her bed for an entire week. "Yes, I only deal with pretty girls, and yours is," he paused, kissing the tips of his fingers like a chef, top-notch. She blushed as he reminded her, but her professional habits took over as she took the opportunity to give the cameraman a signal, then held out the microphone and put it next to Victor, who looked casually out of the car's window. "What is your response to the recent allegations on the internet regarding you?" she asked professionally, smiling for the camera. "I did kill that man." Victor nodded, making her gasp. "He was an assassin who was sent to kill me," he added. "An assassin? Do you have proof?" she asked, stuttering. This was it. The big news. She was mistaken, of course. "Definitely. But I can't say anything more as this is a part of an ongoing police investigation. That's why they didn't give you any response. That man belonged to the Lotus gang after all," Victor said, making her gasp again as she stepped back involuntarily. About half of the reporters who were listening dropped their cameras at that very moment and turned around to leave. They didn't want anything to do with this anymore. "Young master, those are some dangerous claims," she said. The Lotus gang was not to be underestimated at all. She heard stories. Horrible stories. Look at the man's neck in the recording. It's a little blurry, but it had a lotus tattoo," Victor said, making her and the reporters quickly check the recording. It was blurry, but yes. The tattoo on that man's arm was either a bird or a lotus. "You don't have to worry though, after that assassination attempt, this young master worked with law enforcement and we were able to eradicate the Lotus gang. The police were supposed to make the announcement in a few days, but I guess they are still tying loose ends," Victor stated with a broad smile, making all those retreating journalists turn back hesitatingly. "Is this information reliable?" she asked him. 100%, he said, as he sent Kai a message to fix things on his side. The Lotus gang was completely eradicated by the family forces after they attacked his mansion that night. He didn't mind giving that credit to the local police department. Maybe Officer Lee would come back to her senses after this. Or better, maybe she would get a promotion and be sent to another city. Gloria didn't know what to say. "What about the kidnapped girl?" She quickly got herself together. "What kidnapped girl?" Victor asked. "That witness's cousin. Didn't you hear him?" she asked. "Oh, that one. Ask her yourself," Victor said, relaxing in his seat as Margret approached the window and pointed her finger at the camera. "Go tell my idiot cousin to go F***ck himself. When was I kidnapped? This young miss was employed as a secretary with a six-figure salary," she scolded angrily before she relaxed back in her seat. Then turned again. "Oh, sorry, he can't fuck himself anymore. Tell him to find someone to fuck him up instead. I will pay for it, she spat, then sat back. You heard her, Victor said, making Gloria frown. That bastard was making up stories. She didn't doubt Margaret's identity as it would be easily checked if she was a fake. Wait, a six-figure salary? Was she only a secretary or was she performing other duties? She didn't dare to ask. Sorry about that. Do you know why reporter Jane made those allegations against you? She asked, changing the subject out of embarrassment. She shouldn't have believed that eunuch. It's all because she is crazy. I stood her up, so she held a grudge against me, he said. I am sorry about the misunderstanding, she apologized again. Don't worry about it. How about this, I will give you some exclusive news. Victor said, adjusting his purple tie and facing the camera. What? She asked. Listen up. This is exclusive for the 8 o'clock news, he said as he watched the cameraman focus on him. On the 20th of next month, this young master will hold his wedding to two very pretty women at the same time. Lady Lincross and Lady Nova von Astrom. It will happen in the Grand White Hotel and will be the biggest event of the decade, he declared proudly. He will make his father pay for it all. Gloria paused for a moment to understand what he meant, then asked, 2 women. She wanted to be sure that she heard him correctly. Yes. Both of them love me dearly and this is completely legal, he said, nodding to himself, and steering the argument. He needs this to appear on the evening news. No, it is not. She said in shock, this is common sense. You are going to get arrested, this is a crime. Not at all. Look at section 47Q of the Nobel Rights Law of the year 1277. It clearly states that any man of noble origin can marry up to 12 wives and 72 concubines as long as he can afford to feed, house, and clothe them. Victor stated from memory, making not only Gloria and the reporters baffled, but also Alex and Margret, who quickly used her phone to look up what he said. It's true, she said in surprise. There is a chance for her. She smiled and then kicked Alex's seat from behind. She was holding a grudge over her toys. Stop having that dreamy look. It's not like he is going to marry you. You are a man, she said, making Alex return to her miserable reality and choose to remain silent. That law must have been long overturned. It's ancient. Gloria complained after using her phone to read the entire thing. Then do a quick search on the current law. The current civil law clearly states that a man can only have one wife, she said after a few minutes in which all the reporters were performing the same online research. Read the last sentence of that same bill. Section 72E. This bill in its entirety does not in any way or form constrain or affect noble inherent rights and traditions. Victor said, I am doing a traditional marriage, not a modern one, so the ancestral laws apply. He stated. There are no nobles nowadays, she complained as she read the section he pointed to. Her sound was weaker though. He was right, this damn pervert was right. She knew it in her heart but refused to believe it. The noble rights have not been revoked, even if we no longer use the old titles, he explained. Anyway, I will welcome you all to witness my wedding. Alex, let's go, he ordered, making the car slowly accelerate and then leave the mountain as the reporters stood in shock trying really hard to understand what had just happened. When Malcolm woke up that day, he could see that the sun was high up in the sky. He was still at the pub, in a room upstairs. Last night, after all, the kids left to settle their grievances. Only he and that crazy girl Yin decided to stay here. He had nowhere to go. His parents passed away years ago. And he had no other relatives. He slowly washed his face then stepped downstairs to look for his new mistresses and Yin who were sitting around a table having some snacks. Lily was there too, eating some potato chips from under her veil. They were watching TV with interest. It was a continuation of the heated discussion they watched yesterday before going to sleep. As I was saying, that Jane Armstrong was crazy. She must have been playing a lot of World of Truth. Didn't you notice that her report is very similar to that game? Definitely, but that does not deny that this is just an artistic expression from her. This is journalist art. The art of fake news. No, she is definitely crazy. Look at all of those allegations against honorable society members. Even the 12th Princess Pippi was not spared. This was clearly a lover's quarrel. Even her father, the rightfully elected president, went out of his way to address this issue in one of his every 3 years appearances yesterday. Yes. That's what I am talking about. She was helping those lovers. Like the other one. Don't mention the spider boy. It was a clearly fabrication using AI. Ivy turned off the TV after having had enough. She didn't want to see at all of those fake image analysis again. Come and eat, or would you like me to get you a dog bowl so that you can eat at the door, she asked, teasing Malcolm, whom she noticed standing at the door. Oh. Malcolm quickly went and grabbed a seat next to Lily, who frowned but said nothing. He was only a kid after all. I can't believe they're handling this player thing like this, Sky said. It can't be helped, Nora said, noticing Yin's frown. Why are you frowning like this? She asked her. She didn't like Yin at all. She reminded her of a certain weird girl that was with them at the training when they were kids. That bitch was a bully who hurt her badly. It was Lily who came to her rescue back then, breaking that girl's trigger finger and cursing her to get transferred to another division. Yin had the same savage air around her. Yin hesitated, but knowing that she must not anger Nora, who was picking on her since last night, she decided to come clean. I just think that they are hiding something. They are focusing on trivial things while talking very little about the true content of the report, she said hesitatingly, making the assassin girls look at her with an amazing look. From where did you learn about the content of the report? They never mentioned it in the news, Sky asked, squinting her eyes. I might have used the radio last night, she said, looking down. Some conspiracy channels were illegally broadcasting the entire report. Oh. Don't act like that, we never forbid you from doing that. Lily said, this time looking at Yin with an approving look. Despite Yin's very disturbing history, Lily really liked her for some reason. Yin looked back up. Noticing Malcolm, who was in a trance, after hearing Lily's melodic voice. Pervert. I wanted to wait until the others returned to say this, but I think it's okay. Lily said, players truly exist. That reporter Jane was telling the truth, Lily said, making both Malcolm and Yin gasp. You mean there are superhumans like in games? Malcolm asked, then paused as he watched Lily take out a throwing dagger and then bend it with her bare hands before throwing it at him. Making Yin to his side flinch a little. I am one of them, she said as she watched him try to bend the dagger back. We all are. In fact, the existence of players is a secret hidden by the world, she said, watching the worried and amazed looks on both Yin and Malcolm's faces. Listen carefully, you might have to fight players in the future, Lily said, then began to explain the existence of players to both of them. Chapter 237, Mike. The plane landed at New Lure City Airport at exactly 2:00 p.m. Victor stepped down and looked at his watch. There is still time. So he looked at Margret, who had a complex look in her eyes as she looked around. This city held many memories. Let's go, Victor said, totally ignoring Alex, who was tasked with the bags. She was dressed as a maid this time around. She changed her uniform on the airplane. Where to? Margret asked as she followed Victor out of the airport through the VIP gate, ignoring the envious eyes of the random girls there who were charmed by Victor's handsomeness. My plan would start at 7:00 p.m. So we will go meet Mike. I already sent him a message. And we will be staying at his mansion tonight. He should have already sent someone to pick us up. Victor said, looking around and then frowning a little after finding their guide standing beside a luxurious car. It was none other than his cousin Ron, who became a semi-player and was sent to work in the city. Oh, cousin Ron, it's been a while. Victor greeted Ron, who had a complex look in his eyes. Cousin Victor. Nice to meet you again. Ron said as he watched Alex put a heavy bag. Did Mike send you to pick me up? Victor asked. Yes, he is waiting for you, Ron replied. He was really worried that Victor might bully him. He would have no way to resist. He has been taught his place by Zoe a few weeks ago and by Mike after arriving here. Then let's go, Victor said, making Ron a little relieved as he watched Victor go with Margret and maid Alex and sit in the back. He quickly hurried to the driver's seat while wondering why did that maid look strange. It was as if she was a man, but not a man. The trip was silent, awkwardly silent, as Ron chose to say nothing, and Victor didn't really go out of his way to poke at him. For the first time in his life, Ron thought that Victor might not be this bad. He quickly withdrew that as he glanced at the mirror and found that Victor was napping on that hot redhead's lap. Ron realized that Victor had more important things than picking on him. It took them 20 minutes to reach a grand mansion that was built right at the center of the city, where every inch of land was worth gold. The car quickly entered the gilded gates as the guards recognized Ron and nodded to him as he passed them, then headed to the mansion front yard, which was adorned by a grand fountain that featured a group of 10 naked women surrounding a naked handsome man who was shooting water out of his private parts. Not only him but the women's statues too. Damn this pervert. Alex quickly blushed and looked away, setting her eyes on Margret, who was also checking the statue with an inspecting look. She was focusing on his private parts. Damn this slut. Alex cursed inwardly. This is my brother Mike. He is a proud pervert. Victor said, making Ron, who was parking the car, nod. Even compared to the family's standard, Mike was a pervert. A big pervert. He was shocked when he first arrived here. After some education, Mike took him on a tour around the city's entertainment establishments. Every Von Wise deserves such a trip after his ceremony. By the end of the day, Ron was completely exhausted. Mike, on the other hand, was still in the mood for some more action. It was as if the party had just started. It made Ron wonder if the difference between a player and a semi-player was really this big. Oh, Margret said nothing as she stepped down from the car first, keeping her eyes on the statue. At its crotch, to be exact. Is this statue accurate? She asked Ron, who shrugged his shoulders. How was he supposed to know? If it were really accurate, then his cousin Mike would be a real monster. It is 97% accurate. Victor nodded. In his previous life, Mike always complained that despite the accuracy, the sculptor made certain parts of the statue a little smaller due to the material's constraints and artistic proportions. Did you meet Mike before? He whispered in Margaret's ear, putting his hand around her tense shoulder, making her relax immediately as she felt his caring touch. It was just a passing meeting, nothing happens. It was a masked party, I didn't see his face. He had purple hair though. It was definitely him though, she whispered nervously, fearing that Victor might feel a little angry. He was friends with that guy. Mr. X, she added. Oh, I see. No matter what, I will help you. You only belong to me now. Victor reassured her again, taking her shaking hand and squeezing it, making her smile as she followed him to the door where a bald butler was waiting for them. It was Mike's personal butler, Oran. A eunuch. Young Master Victor, Oran bowed, welcome to the True Love Mansion. The master is waiting for you. He added, standing back up and inviting Victor inside. Help my maid, Alex, deliver my bags to my room. He told Oran, pointing at Alex, then went inside. Totally ignoring her. He had warned her before that he would be treating her like this because of his plan, but it still left a bad taste in her mouth. Especially after seeing how he was tenderly treating Margret, her mortal enemy. Victor and Margret were guided through a heavily decorated corridor into a big living room, where his brother Mike was sitting surrounded by two blonde twins who were pampering him. He was dressed in a golden suit that contrasted his purple hair perfectly. Brother, Mike said as he stood up and quickly approached Victor, hugging him tightly. It's been a while. Look how much you grew up. The last time Mike met Victor was 3 years ago, before Victor was sent to boarding school. Name, Mike Von Wise. Level, 49. Class, Void Monk. Authority, 7. Strength, 167 plus asterisk 200. Agility, 155 plus asterisk 250. Intelligence, 155 plus asterisk 170. Luck, 38 plus asterisk 10. Charm, 40 plus asterisk 10. Order, 35. Skills. Killer Gaze, S. Asterisk Draconic Howl, A. Asterisk Dragon Claw, A. Void Punch, A. Void Kick, A. Void Step, A. Fist Arts, A. Endurance, A. Asterisk Fire Resistance, A. Asterisk Charm, B. Purify, B. Evade, B. Sword Arts, B. Poison Resistance, B. Damage Resistance, B. Stun Resistance, B. Spear Arts, C. Playboy, C. Cooking, D. Quick Step, D. Spanking, F. Asterisk Instant Death Resistance, F. Bloodline Awakened. Elder Dragon Asterisk. Equipment. Defense Talisman, S. Storage ring, B. Fate status. Fate's power, B. Summary, rising. No defined fate. Destiny list 10, order points to unveil. Victor, who was getting bear hugged by Mike, was surprised. Mike had awakened his bloodline. No wonder the family considered him one of the future candidates for the patriarch position. He had such a high level and authority at such a young age, and he could conquer an F-rank dungeon by himself. "It's nice to meet you again, brother," Victor said, acting a little embarrassed. Mike was one of Victor's closest allies in his past life. But due to his sensitive location in the family, he was ordered to stay away from Victor after he was kicked out. As far as Victor knew, Mike was crippled a few years later in a dungeon accident, causing him to drop from the competition. It was probably some kind of a conspiracy, but Victor had no evidence. "Is this your girl?" Mike said, moving his eyes to Margret, who was nervous. He was inspecting her from head to toe, the same way he did back then. "Yes, this is Margret. She is both my lover and my assistant," Victor said, making her smile a little. "Oh. Not bad at all. If you ever get bored of her, send her to me," Mike said. He didn't know why, despite being dressed like a businesswoman, this Margret gave him some vibes that he really liked. But as a gentleman, he doesn't steal the women of others. This was one of his many principles. "How about you introduce your girls?" Victor quickly changed the subject. "Those are Honey and Bunny. My concubines. As you see, they are twins," Mike said proudly, introducing the girls, and causing Margret to glare at him and then at Victor. Those two scumbags seemed to have the same depraved tastes. She had a feeling that it was only a matter of time before Victor built a naked bronze statue of himself in the mansion. "Nice to meet you girls," Victor, who was unaware of Margaret's assessment, said, making the twins chuckle like hookers. They were hookers in the past. "Come on, sit down," Mike said, inviting Victor as he returned to his seat. Victor nodded and dragged Margret to sit on an opposing couch. "So, how has it been? Are you enjoying your time as an elite heir? I heard you did quite well at the ceremony. Even Grandma was so impressed that she allowed you to enter the vault," Mike said with a big smile. "Yes, but great results come with a lot of responsibilities. Sadly, I have been busy establishing my own team. So I didn't have much time to relax yet." Victor sighed. He was telling the truth. "Oh, you can wind up and relax here. Nulur City is known for its brothels," Mike said. "Do you want me to introduce you to a few?" Mike asked. "No need, I am planning to visit the Red Cow brothel tonight. I heard that it is the biggest in town," Victor said. "It is, though its security is not top-notch," Mike said, frowning. "Aren't you here to propose? We have already informed the von Astrom family of your arrival today. Wouldn't it be a little inappropriate to visit a brothel first?" Mike asked after chewing a cherry that one of his girls put in his mouth. "I wanted to make it clear to them that they are the ones killing themselves to marry me. So I have to arrive a little late," Victor said. "True." Mike frowned. "Did Mother learn about your marriage?" he asked. Although Elena was not allowed to intervene in the family business, Mike wanted her to approve of Victor's marriage. He had already disappointed her with his choices after all. "Yup, she was there when Father told me about the marriage. And she didn't say anything. She is staying at Golden Waterfall Town. You should go give her a visit," Victor replied. "Really? I really should." Mike nodded with a wry smile. "I thought Dad forbade her from leaving the island until Lara was old enough." He was both surprised and a little worried. He had avoided going back lately because he feared his mother would scold him if she saw any of his wives. She hated sluts. Now there was a possibility she might decide to come to pay him a surprise visit. He should probably cover that statue. It was built after losing a bet with Alice a year ago. I convinced him to let her have some time with her family. And Lara is staying with me. It seemed that Luke made some blunder and Father needed me to supervise her training instead of him, Victor said. "I heard about that. Dad wants me to check on that bitch who seduced both Rex and Luke. The family wanted to execute her, but she turned out to be pregnant. So she is safe for now." He sighed. He really didn't like the family rules. And that chick was interesting. "Really?" Victor was surprised. That woman was destined to be with Mike. it seemed like his actions didn't affect that. He could tell from the look on his elder brother's face. Yeah. I wonder though, why didn't Dad ask me to take care of Lara? Mike pondered. I have far more experience than you, he added, trying to change the awkward subject. Are you really asking that? Victor answered by gesturing to the statue that could be seen in all of its glory outside the window. Oh. Mike chuckled embarrassingly. How is that brat doing? I haven't seen her in a long time. She was a little sick lately, but she is much better now. Victor said, she is going to school now, he added, pondering that he must fix Lara's bloodline ASAP. What? Mike exclaimed, startling the twins who were now messaging his shoulders. Didn't Dad decide to homeschool her after what happened with Alice? Mike asked. Alice really crossed every line back then, making a carefree father like Theodore call his daughter a slut and then pass out of anger. Theodore was mistaken though, Alice was no longer a slut. She had crossed that line ages ago and was on a whole other level now. She was a super mega ultra slut who eats macho men for her 3 meals, and maybe a skinny one as an after-dinner refreshment. I convinced him, telling him that Lara will be staying at my mansion, so I will be able to monitor her, Victor explained, not realizing that Mike was silently cursing at his older sister. I see. Mike nodded, this is better for Lara. So, on the phone, you said you needed my help, what can I do for you? Mike asked to get to the real business at last. Yes, I can't tell you the whole story, but I am searching for a man who calls himself Mr. X. He is supposed to know you. He said, squeezing the nervous Margaret's hand. Mr. X. Mike looked at Victor, then at Margret, squinting his eyes. He decided not to ask. I know 34 men and 1 woman who call themselves Mr.X, Mike said after some pondering, such names are very common in the clubs and parties I attend. He added. Can I have a list? Victor asked. I will prepare one tonight. I will also include those with the Mr. XX and Mr. XXX names, Mike nodded, if you are going to kill any of them tell me first though, he warned. I understand, Victor said. He didn't expect to find him though, as Margret met him about 10 years later. Margret will be doing some investigations to start an investment company for me in the city too. Would you mind helping her a little? Victor asked. Of course, I will give you a list of phone numbers for the really big guys around town. Just mention my name and they would be more than glad to help you. Mike said with a charming smile, making her blush. Victor was more handsome, but Mike was more mature. Thanks. Margret said, shaking her head a little. She had just realized that she was charmed. Mike, seeing that she got hold of herself, nodded in admiration, then looked at Victor. Now, why don't we head for lunch? Let me introduce you to my other girls, Mike said as he stood up. They have been busy in the kitchen, preparing a grand meal for their brother-in-law. He added with a proud smile. Chapter 238, Yin. After a very lively meal, Victor and Margret went upstairs to the guest suite Mike prepared for them. It was already 5:00 p.m. Alex was waiting for them there with a wrinkled maid suit and aggrieved eyes, which Margret totally ignored as she closed the door and faced Victor. Why do I get the feeling that all of your brother's wives are hookers? Is he making them act like that on purpose? She had to ask, although the meal was very harmonious, and the girls were very nice. The way they talked and flirted with Mike gave Margret a very disturbing image. I told you before. He likes sluts. All of them are former hookers. That's why father couldn't let him marry Nova or Linda. Victor said as he sat down on a leather couch rubbing his belly. His sisters-in-law really pampered him today. The same as in his previous life. Those girls were a real treasure. Mike had a really unique taste. They were very conscious of their inappropriate origins, so they always tried hard to be the best. They didn't want anyone to criticize their husband. Does everyone in your family have such weird hobbies? Margret asked. Everyone has his circumstances. The story goes that when Mike was a kid he sneaked with his friend to watch a movie. It was about a handsome rich man who fell in love with a hooker. It was a story about how the rich man left his evil fiancée for that hooker. Something along these lines. Victor said, I don't know what happened to Mike after leaving the island. But I remember my mother cursing when he announced that he will be taking some hooker as his first wife a year later. Victor explained. Oh. Is that sister of yours, Alice, the same? Margret inquired. Was being perverts something in their blood? She has noticed that Elena, when she was staying with Victor, always avoided mentioning Alice. Alice is the nicest girl in the world. Victor shook his head, but she also has her circumstances. Don't believe any bad rumors about her. He didn't explain any further. I see, Margret said nothing as she sat on another chair and relaxed. What now? She asked. Do whatever you want. Go shopping or something. I have important things to do. Victor said, then turned to Alex. Are you ready? He asked her. For what? Alex asked. She was ready for some things, but not for others. So she didn't dare to say yes. Did you forget? I told you yesterday. You will be taking my place from now on. Victor said. Now go change into the spare purple suit in the bag. He said. Alex nodded, then headed into the other room, then returned 5 minutes later dressed in Victor's clothes, which looked ridiculous on her. Good, Victor said, then activated his skill, making Margret look in amusement as Alex turned into a Victor clone again. From now on you must act like me. Victor said, I am counting on you. My future is counting on you. I understand, Alex nodded. What should I do? She asked. Half an hour later, go downstairs and tell the butler that you will be going for a trip around town. Go alone, ask for Ron to drive you, he should be in the guard's booth outside. Oh, and don't let Mike see you when you leave, he might suspect something, Victor said, making Alex nod. Although she didn't meet Mike yet, she had seen his statue. She would be able to recognize him. Then what? She asked. Go to a brothel, the Red Cow. It is the biggest around here. Victor said, making her frown. Inside I want you to act exactly as I did back in Golden Waterfall brothel. You remember how I acted, right? Victor asked, the now nervous Alex. I remember. Alex nodded as Margret perked her ears listening to their conversation. This was getting interesting. There, in the brothel, you have to be as arrogant and demanding as possible. You must act as a decisive man who was there on purpose. Remember, you must make an everlasting impression on both the guests and the employees. Victor said seriously. But at the same time, make sure to keep things under wraps, don't go overboard, or get into any fight that might alert the police or the press. I understand, Alex said, frowning a little. After that, just like you did the last time, make sure to spend the night there. Make the girls there remember it as the best night of their lives. Don't ruin my reputation. Victor said as he suppressed his smile, watching Alex's face change color several times in a few seconds. Young master. Can you say that again? She asked. Go enjoy your night acting as me. Is it that difficult? Victor scolded, you can only leave in the morning. And be sure to do that in a very oppressive way, like a triumphant warrior. You can use the soul wine on the girls though if you were not that confident about your performance. Just make sure that the girls can't walk home in the morning. Reputation is everything for an aspiring young master like me. Victor repeated. Alex remained silent, wondering if she should be using her spear again. Margret on the other hand was about to burst out laughing. She has finally realized why Victor ordered her to leave the toys with Alex, who would definitely need them. She wanted to ask about what happened in the Golden Waterfall town brothel though, she felt that it would be a very interesting story. Do you understand? Victor asked again. Yes, Alex hesitated. I will meet you tomorrow when you leave the brothel, we will make the switch back then. I will call you in the morning. Victor said again. I understand, Alex said. Now, go rehearse in front of the mirror, this young master has to meditate, Victor said, closing his eyes to begin his daily check on his own toys. Lily closed her eyes and slid down, relaxing in the big sauna as the girls around her relaxed too. They have built this place in the pub's basement to let their future agent undergo healing baths, but they didn't mind testing them out first. Although this place was hastily built and not as luxurious as the grand bath at Victor's mansion, it was not bad at all. Where is that brat? Sky asked. I tied him up upstairs. I told him that it is a kind of training, Nora chuckled as she relaxed. Yin, who was still in shock after learning that players and spider boys were real, was dragged here with them, where she was shocked again, not only by Lily's beauty but by the number of scars on her and her sister's bodies. The girl's scars were visible, but the ones on Lily's skin, although many, were very light, barely noticeable, as if they were healing. Those were caused by our training, Cora said proudly after witnessing Yin's shock. Enjoy them as they last. Soon they will disappear like the ones on Lily. And our skin will be silky smooth. She added. It's all due to these weird algae that the young master made us rub our skin with. It's very effective. Eva said, taking a jar and beginning to spread it evenly on an ugly scar on her arm. This one was a punishment for not being fast enough, she said. They began marketing the stuff last week. It's very expensive, Lily said, opening her eyes, then glancing at Yin, who kept her towel around her body. Come into the water, we will not eat you. She said. Yin hesitated, making Nora drag her in and throw the towel away, revealing a body full of scars. She looked worse than the assassin girls. Those scars were really evil. Whoever made them made sure that they can't be visible from over the clothes. "Haa," the girl gasped, who did this to you? Eve asked. She had read in Yin's court file. Yin was living in an abusive family. But they didn't expect it to be to this degree. No wonder she killed all of them and burnt their bodies. Wait, that's not okay. There were triplet babies in her family, she killed those too. This girl was clearly a maniac. Eve reminded herself. Yin hesitated again as she sank into the water. It took her 5 minutes to speak. The police didn't believe me back then, she said. Maybe you would. She said after remembering what Lily told her about players. It depends, but we have seen some really crazy sh*t last week, Gwen interjected. Making Yin take a deep breath and decide to tell her story again. My family. They were demons. Yin said, making the girls frown. Lily on the other hand looked at Yin with inspecting eyes. How do you know that? She asked, looking at Nora, who quickly went out of the water and grabbed her phone. Your family was composed of 2 parents and 4 children. An older brother and 3 triplets, she said, reading the report. Making Yin shake a little. I just knew. She said, thinking, they were normal. Then one day they went out on a hiking trip. They didn't take me because I had a cold that night, she said. They returned changed. Even the triplets? Lily asked. The babies were not born yet. My mother was pregnant at that time, Yin explained. Tell me the story from the beginning. Lily, who moved and sat next to Yin, asked softly. It was after school. My uncle called me that day saying that my family had an accident and were hospitalized. He took me to see them, she said. They didn't recognize me, and they were speaking in a weird accent as if they were trying to speak a foreign language. The doctors said that they injured their heads, she added. Then? Lily asked. They returned home after an entire month. My mother had given birth by that time. I was really happy, she said. They were acting normal again, but, somehow after a few days I noticed that they were acting a little strange. Father was always brooding. Mother was a little jittery. My brother always walked funny and howled in pain when the sun rose every morning. The babies were the creepiest. It was like they were always talking to each other in some gibberish language. Their eyes would always follow me whenever I entered the room, she said, taking a deep breath. I was beginning to think that I was the one going crazy, but then I discovered it. What? Nora, who didn't like Yin before, was now holding her hand with tears in her eyes. I found it by chance in the refrigerator. It was a human head. The head of a missing boy that I saw in the news the previous day, she said. They were eating humans. I confirmed that later. Each time a kid disappeared in the neighborhood, they brought new meat home. What? The girls asked in surprise. This was getting very dark. Even the babies would only drink their milk if it had meat in it. At first, I felt it was strange as mother said that this was better for them, but after knowing the meat's origin, she paused. They left you there all this time? Living with them? Lily asked. I didn't know why. Maybe they didn't want anyone to suspect them. That's what I thought, she said. So you tried to escape? Lily asked again. Yes, it was right after I confirmed my suspicion. But the man who looked like my father caught me. He took me to the basement, she said as tears fell from her eyes. I don't know why, but he tied me up and began hitting me, she added, grabbing her scarred body. In the morning he would drive me to school like everything was normal. In the evening he will torture me. She added, every time I tried to escape they caught me. I asked a teacher for help, but she ended up in my next breakfast, she said. She was shivering now, making Lily hug her. I tried alerting the police, but they ignored me. And when one showed up, he smiled at father and ratted me out. It was on that day that it all happened. After that man whipped me in the basement. How did you escape? Nora asked. I didn't. She said that after a pause, making the girls freeze and look at her carefully. Making sure that she was not a ghost. I didn't escape. I fought, she explained, squeezing her little fist, and making the girls sigh in relief. She really scared them. I always had hoped that they were my real parents, but on that day after getting beaten up, that man was called in a hurry, so he forgot to tie me up. I crawled out of the basement, trying to escape again. That's when I heard him, the one who was supposed to be my big brother. He was complaining that his body was very inconvenient due to a problem with the transfer. And that father should end his little game and hurry up to completely break my soul and prepare my body for him to take, she said. They were talking in the common language. Lily asked. Yes. The three babies seemed to be able to talk among themselves, but the other had to communicate normally. Yin said. Then? Sky asked. I returned to the basement and hid. Then that night, I sneaked into the kitchen, opened the refrigerator, and used some of the sleeping pills my mother used to take. I put them in the meat they brought that day. They always ate to their full in the morning. She stopped talking as she looked down. That's when you cut them up and burnt the house? Lily asked. She just nodded, not wanting to explain any further. Do you believe me? Yin said as she began to cry involuntarily. No one believed her after she escaped, no matter how many people she told. They all cursed at her, calling her a psycho. I believe you. Lily and the girls said one by one. Although I can't explain anything of what you told me, I am sure my young master can, Lily said, patting Yin's head after she stopped crying. Didn't the young master demand that we keep his identity a secret? Cora asked. I will make an exception for Yin, Lily said. If Yin was lying, she would be a hidden danger, and Victor would easily know. On the other hand, if she was telling the truth, he would be able to tell them about these demons. And they might be able to help the poor girl. Victor knew everything after all. Chapter 239, Alex into action. Rita was immersed in her training when the familiar voice she waited for every day alerted her. Not bad, you can dress yourself now. Victor said as he materialized beside her. She said as she turned around to look at him, floating in his dashing white cloak in the black emptiness. Did anything weird happen lately? He asked her as he began to float around, checking her soul body, making her blush. No. Just the usual. That thing is getting bigger though. She said. Ignore it for now. It can't do a thing without my permission. Victor said, now that you can control your soul to a good degree, it is time for the next phase of your training, he said. What? She asked nervously. At first she didn't really believe Victor, but she had no other choice. But after training in the way he taught her, she realized how powerful his methods were. First things first. After finishing today, I will connect your neural pathways. You will be able to hear and see what's happening outside. Victor said, making her nervous. Don't worry, your pain receptors will not be connected now, and you will not be able to move. For the next duration, you will have to learn 4 things. You have to be able to return to the state while keeping your outside senses. The second thing is to watch how the demon controls your body. You might need to imitate it later. The third thing is that you have to listen to those people outside. Make sure to pick up any useful information. Victor said. I understand, she said. When can I regain control of my body? She asked. When you learn how to fight. This is your lesson for today. Soul fighting methods. Let's begin. I can only train you for 1 hour today, Victor said, turning his body slowly into a dragon. Defend yourself. He said, attacking her. Ron was sighing as he drove the car, glancing every now and then at Victor, who was sitting in the back seat, looking at the city out of the window, seemingly lost in thoughts. Ron was thankful that Victor was very considerate and was not making fun of him, or giving him unreasonable demands. He was really nervous about this assignment when Mike made him be Victor's assistant for his stay here, but he is thankful now. At least the situation was not as awkward as he expected. Victor was not that bad. Due to the downtown traffic, it took them 30 minutes to reach their destination. The Red Cow Brothel. Ron had some profound memories of this place. It was where he had his first time. We have reached our destination. Young master, Ron said. Ah. Oh, Victor said nervously as he looked around, opening the door without waiting for Ron to do it for him. He nervously stepped out, bumping his head in the process. Ouch, Victor said, holding his head as he stood up. Are you okay? Ron, who also stepped down, asked. I am fine. Let's go. Victor said as he looked at the neon dancing lights around the grand building. Did they need all of this for a brothel? Me too. Ron asked. I plan to stay until the morning, Victor said loudly as if he was afraid someone would not hear him. You can take a room, and enjoy your night. I will pay for it. He added, making himself appear as domineering as possible. Ah. Okay. Ron didn't really mind. Mike had been keeping him busy and he didn't have a chance to relax lately. And this place was expensive. He didn't mind making Victor pay his bill. So the two men quickly swaggered their way into the grand brothel. Two pretty girls at the door quickly bowed and welcomed them, giggling charmingly as they opened the door for the guests. Alex was looking around nervously as he entered the main lobby and headed toward the receptionist. That's when he heard a voice calling him. Victor? Is that you? Someone said, making the nervous fake Victor and Ron look back. It was a handsome blonde young man who was walking toward them with two other guys. I knew it was you. You are the only one I know with this stupid hair color. Hans, who is this guy? Another young man, who was walking with Hans, asked. It is the one and only Victor White. He was in my class at high school. Hans said with a mocking voice. He is the one I told you about. The coward who can't touch girls, the other guy asked. That's the one. Hans said, looking at Victor mockingly. Did you grow some balls, at last, to come to this place? He asked. Making the fake Victor frown, not knowing how to answer. After looking at Hans's wicked eyes, she realized that this guy was definitely a bully. He must have been aiming at Victor. Today was her chance to save Victor's image. This young master had always had balls, she lied. Stop spouting nonsense or I would kick your ass, you piece of shit. She said threateningly, activating a part of his warrior aura, making Hans step back and then fall on his butt like a coward, ruining the image that he carefully crafted for his new friends. You. How dare you talk to me like that? Hans as a bully didn't like to be challenged, especially by small bunnies like this Victor, whom he used to pick on all the time. He hurried to stand up, but his legs were still shaking. I would even dare to talk to your father like this. I wonder what dog gave birth to an imbecile like you. Alex scolded again, making Hans get really angry and prepare for a fight just as a fat man ran to their side. He was a manager at this brothel. He was responsible for any trouble here. Are there any problems? The manager said carefully, making Hans pause and look at one of his new friends. It's just that this arrogant guy is very annoying. He is blocking our way. I want him kicked out of the brothel, one young man said, helping Hans a little. He didn't like Victor's attitude at all. This was his turf. How dare someone other than him act arrogantly here? I see, the manager said, this young man was the son of one of their minor shareholders, so he had to give him some face. He turned and looked at Victor. Young master, I have to, he paused as he noticed Ron, who was standing subserviently behind. Young master Ron. Is this your friend? He asked nervously. How dare you? This is young master Victor, Master Mike's little brother. Ron quickly explained. It's that bastard who blocked our way, he clarified, pointing at Hans as Victor glared coldly at everyone. The manager panicked. This was close. Very close. Master Mike owned 98% of this place after all. If the boss knew that he was about to kick Master Mike's little brother out, his end would be miserable. Very miserable. He has seen people losing their little brothers over lighter offenses. Oh. Young Master Victor, welcome. He bowed down slightly, hiding the shake in his legs. Then, taking a deep breath, he turned to glare at Hans and his friends. What are you bastards doing here? This place is not for scumbags. How old are you anyway? We don't welcome minors here. He yelled. Guards, he called, making a group of burly guards quickly approach and grab the three shocked guys. It's them who are making trouble, not us. Hans yelled, making his new friends realize that he was an idiot. Thankfully they learned the truth pretty quickly. Kick them out. The manager said, making the guards quickly drag the humiliated guys. Stop. The fake Victor said, before getting their butts kicked, I want them to see how big my balls are, she said, making everyone in the lobby pause and look at her. Come again, young master. The manager didn't hear it well. Ah. It's not like that. They said that I have no balls, I just want them to see how many girls I will order tonight. Victor explained herself, making everyone sigh in relief. So that's what he meant. In fact, Alex wanted to make Victor appear as manly as possible, but she was failing miserably. Oh. Of course, young master, this brothel is one of the best, we will definitely have your request, no matter what it is. The manager, seeing that all the people in the lobby were looking at them, quickly said, what is the young master's request? He asked, making Alex pause and think deeply, remembering how Victor phrased it at the brothel before. Give me your biggest room. And I want 10 girls. The sluttiest and most experienced 10 you have. No, make them 15. She said loudly. Trying to sound as domineering as Victor when he said it at that time. She was doing perfectly fine in that regard. Everyone in the lobby paused. Especially Ron, who was not sure he heard that right. Can you phrase that again, young master? The manager had to ask. Yes, 15 well-experienced girls. This young master wants to enjoy his time, not teach some noobs. I need them to know what they are doing. She said again, not realizing what she was asking for. If you don't have my request, I will go to another place. She acted domineering. Of course we have it. How about you, young master Ron, would you be joining us? The manager asked nervously. No thanks. I will take my usual room. Ron quickly clarified, he didn't want to be grouped with this pervert. I understand. The manager nodded, then gestured to an assistant to take care of Rob as he invited Victor to follow him. On the other hand, Hans and his friends, who were dragged out of the brothel and thrown in the back street, were in shock. That Victor had some really heavy tastes. Alex was invited into a big gilded room that had a grand heart-shaped rotating bed in its center, with a full array of controls for everything that a perverted customer might need. Please wait a few minutes, young master. Your request might take some time to prepare. Would you be needing any tools or props? The manager asked after showing Victor in. Props? No thanks. Victor said she had just remembered that she had her own props. She took them from Margret and threw them in her ring, not knowing what to do with them. She didn't expect them to come in handy this fast. I see. Young master. I have to remind you. Some of the merchandise you requested are delicate. So you might need to be extra careful. The manager said as he reached the door. I understand. The nervous Victor said. She didn't understand though. All she knew is that she will not be using the spear shaft this time around. Your request will be here shortly. Feel free to take a shower or relax on the bed. The manager said, closing the door. Alex sighed and threw herself on the extra soft bed. She felt nice that Victor needed her, but he must stop making her do those perverted missions. Should she tell him the truth? No. Maybe a little? Definitely no. She promised her father after all. It was 15 minutes later when the door knocked, making Alex, who seemed to have fallen asleep at some level, sit up and look at the 15 girls who entered the room one by one and then closed the door firmly behind them. Young master, sorry for making you wait, one of them said with a unique smile. It was at that very moment that the sleepy Alex realized that she made a mistake, a big mistake. A huge mistake. After today, Victor's reputation was definitely ruined. Those were 15 girls. 15 very experienced girls. In other words, old women. Alex looked with despair at the woman who looked back at her with blushing faces. The youngest between them was older than her grandmother. She quickly recalled when she made her mistake. Victor ordered the prettiest and most experienced, not the most experienced alone. Those two phrases meant two entirely different things in a place like this. She has messed up. Victor's reputation was beyond salvageable, she knew that quite well. Can she take her request back? Probably not. Victor asked her to be decisive. And she had no face to do that after all the uproar she caused outside. The damage was already done anyway. Victor would definitely punish her. She must make sure not to let him know. "Young master, is everything okay?" another girl asked, drooling at Victor's handsome face, and his young body. Alex grimaced, deciding to go on with her mission. "Let's drink some wine first," she said. Hopefully, Margret's toys will not be too rough for them. Chapter 240, Meeting Nova, 1. It was about 7:00 p.m. when Victor said goodbye to Margret and sneaked out of Mike's mansion heading to the von Astrom villa in the city's suburbs. Nova's parents, despite belonging to the direct line, were not important members of the von Astrom family. Her father, Sirius, lost the fight for the patriarch seat when he was young. That's why they were sent far away from their ancestral home to New Lure City, to run some family business. The current patriarch hates his guts. This data was provided by Kai, and it had one big problem. There was no more data. Only rudimentary things that anyone can fake. It was as if someone was erasing this family's history on purpose. Victor didn't like that, but his plan was essential for marrying Lily. And Victor had to make the von Astrom family play his game, one way or another. That's why he prepared 2 contingency plans just in case something went wrong. This was related to his wedding after all. In his long life, he learned a very valuable lesson. Weddings were disaster magnets. They bring both gifts and disasters. Victor's ultimate goal was to execute the bride replacement plan flawlessly. As for Nova, Victor planned to return her to Tom. He has seen her photo, she was very pretty. But Victor was not missing pretty girls, and as a Scion's main lover, she was a hot potato that was not worth keeping. Victor reached the villa door, at 7:20, right on schedule. He took a deep breath, adjusted his white knockoff suit, then knocked on the door, which was opened a moment later by a blue-haired middle-aged man. According to the photos Kai provided, this man was Sirius von Astrom, Nova's father. "Young Master Victor. We have been waiting for you," he greeted politely, recognizing Victor from the info provided by his family. "Sorry that I am late, uncle. I had some errands to run," Victor said, scratching his head embarrassingly. He had to act as a wimp for his plan to work. "Come on in," Sirius said, nodding and inviting Victor to a cozy living room where a woman and a young man were sitting in formal clothing. "This is my wife, Liliana. And this is my son, Atlas," Sirius introduced. "Nice to meet you all," Victor bowed down in an aristocratic greeting. "Good, come sit down," Liliana said arrogantly as she checked Victor from head to toe. Victor frowned a little, then nodded and sat down. "I came here to propose to Miss Nova according to the family's agreement," he said meekly after some hesitation, acting like a shy young man. "We understand that," Liliana said, smiling like a tiger who found a tender calf. "What a promising young man," she said, making him blush a little. "As far as I know, young Victor is now living in Vane City, right?" she asked. "Yes, I am running some business for the family there," he said with a proud voice. He had to act like this. "I see," she said, "and from what I heard you have a mansion filled with girls." She got to the point. Eh? Yes. They are my employees," he stuttered. "You don't have to explain," she said, raising one hand. "Listen up. Nova is my precious pearl. I can't let her live with women of lower," she said. "Liliana," Sirius interrupted her angrily, but she shot him a stare. "Sirius, I can go along with your family's plan, but Nova must not suffer," she scolded, making him quickly shut up and retreat to his corner of shame. Victor quickly realized that Liliana was the man of the house. "I don't understand what aunt means," he said, acting a little fidgety. Liliana was acting according to his expectations, but something was bothering him. His intuition was warning him about danger, like how a rabbit's senses warn him about the approaching tiger. He quickly activated his appraisal skill, inspecting every person in the room. Name, Atlas von Astrom. Level, 10. Class, Pyromancer. Authority, 2. Strength, 32. Agility, 35. Intelligence, 40. Luck, 26. Charm, 22. Order, 13. Skills. Fireball, A. Fire Whip, B. Ignite, B. Fire Resistance, C. Fist Arts, D. Endurance, D. Dagger arts, E. Sword arts, E. Quick steps, E. Charm, E. Playboy, E. Bootlicking, F. Evade, F. Equipment. Defense talisman, D. Fate status. Fate's power, D. Summary, stable. No defined fate. Destiny list 10, order points to unveil. Atlas was a typical annoying teenager. Nothing dangerous here. Next. Name, Sirius von Astrom. Level, 59. Class, Pyromancer. Authority, 5. Strength, 157. Agility, 165. Intelligence, 172. Luck, 25. Charm, 30. Order, 36. Skills. Firestorm, S. Fire Whip, A. Fire Resistance, A. Fist Arts, A. Endurance, B. Ignite, B. Fireball, B. Cleaning, C. Dagger Arts, C. Bootlicking, D. Spear Arts, E. Sword Arts, E. Evade, E. Damage Resistance, E. Stun Resistance, E. Cooking, D. Quick Steps, D. Charm, F. Playboy, F. Equipment. Defense Talisman, A. Storage Ring, E. Fate Status. Fate's Power, D. Summary, stable. No defined fate. Destiny list 10, order points to unveil. This guy was not bad at all. Considering his age, he could have secured himself a good position in his family. It was either that the infighting in the von Astrom family was very intense, or this man was just a wimp who feared his wife. Victor was more inclined to believe the latter after looking at him acting like a good puppy and sitting to the side. Both Sirius and his son were pyromancers, which was the most common class in the von Astrom family. As far as Victor knows, about 50% of them had fire-related classes. For example, George, his father's butler, who himself was an exiled member of the von Astrom family, had a Fire Lord class, which was a very rare and strong fire class. But those two were not dangerous for him, he can kill both of them in seconds. That left one possibility. Name, Liliana Blue Rose. Level, 79. Class, Amazon Warrior. Authority, 7. Strength, 232. Agility, 220. Intelligence, 204. Luck, 26. Charm, 32. Order, 40. Skills. Beheading Punch, Instadiath 1%, SS. Silver Lance, S. Asterisk Killer Kiss, S. Fist Arts, A. Spear Arts, A. Endurance, A. Asterisk Breaking Bite, B. Dagger Arts, B. Music, B. Asterisk Charm, B. Evade, C. Singing, C. Quick Steps, C. Asterisk Camouflage, C. Poetry, C. Sword Ars, D. Painting, D. Asterisk Fire Resistance, D. Poison Resistance, D. Damage Resistance, D. Stun Resistance, D. Sewing, E. Cooking, F. Cleaning, F. Knitting, F. Equipment. Heavenly Sect Inner Disciple Token, S. Cancelled. Storage Ring, A. Defense Talisman, B. Bloodline Awakened. Asterisk. Fate Status. Fate's Power, C. Summary, declining. No defined fate. Destiny list 10, order points to unveil. Victor paused, he didn't anticipate something like this. Another hidden expert. This woman was simply scary. Too scary. She was very strong, had an awakened bloodline, and on top of that was an inner disciple of the heavenly sect like his elder sister. No, she was a former disciple. Why would someone as important as her spend her days with a wimp husband? Victor was mistaken. He had to apologize to Sirius. This man was not a wimp at all, he had every right to fear his scary wife. Victor realized that he must be careful. This family was more dangerous than expected. Should he reconsider his plan? No. His marriage with Lily must not be delayed any longer, no matter what. The von Krone might decide to pull her out at any moment. What do you think? Liliana asked as she relaxed in her seat after presenting Victor with a list of demands. About what? Victor wanted to ask, but looking at her eyes he chose to not tell her that he was completely spacing out. He thought for a moment. I will have to ask my father, he said. A very open answer. You are a man. You must make that decision, she told him angrily, ignoring her husband's glares. It is only some change money for someone like you, and the separate mansion doesn't need to be too big, she said. Oh, I understand. I will do my best to fulfill your requests, he hesitated and said. He will need to fulfill nothing as pretty soon she will be the one begging him. Atlas, who was sitting to the side, was nodding like an idiot. As if all of this money will end up in his pocket. Although this household belonged to the von Astrom family, they only had an average income. And Sirius was very strict with the allowance he gave his children. Good, now to my last condition. The family had told me that you were planning a double wedding, is that right? She asked a few moments later. Like a snake trapping the mouse when he was most vulnerable. Yes, it was my father's idea, he lied. If you want to marry my daughter, that can't happen. Even if you marry another woman, my daughter must have her own wedding. And as I said before, she will have to be the main wife. Or I swear that I will ruin this thing, she threatened. This was her bottom line. Although she left her sect to marry Sirius, she still had the pride of an inner heavenly sect disciple, and she will not let her daughter suffer. But, he stuttered nervously, wiping his sweaty hand with his white expensive jacket. Stop stuttering, why don't you go and see the bride first, she said. Atlas, take young Victor to your sister, she should have prepared, she added. She was sure that this little chick would do whatever she asked for after seeing her charming daughter. Hopefully, that girl would stop acting stubborn and give up on her fantasies. I understand, Atlas said, standing up abruptly. Follow me, he said, sneering at his new rich brother-in-law. His mother was trying to probe Victor's strength since the moment he stepped into the room, and according to his observation, this kid was a total fool. He seemed to have come straight out of his family's greenhouse, without any life experience. Victor bowed to his supposed future mother and father-in-law, then quickly followed after Atlas, nearly stumbling on the carpet on his way. Honey. You should act more respectfully. The family is after us. F***ck the family, they are targeting you on purpose. Victor could hear Sirius arguing with his wife as soon as he left the room. Follow me, Atlas said with a smirk, guiding Victor down a flight of stairs into the basement. My sister was a little naughty, so the family ordered us to lock her up. I hope you don't mind, he added, opening a wooden door and walking into a room that, except for the fact that it was in the basement, looked like any little girl's room, where a passing unicorn defecated all of his rainbows and then exploded like a glitter bomb. A very pretty girl was sitting there on her colorful bed, dressed in a long dress, looking away, not intending to welcome her new husband, or even look at him. Nova von Astrom. Victor had already seen her photo, but to tell the truth, the real thing was way prettier. For a second there he was tempted to just go on with the wedding. But no, he will never give up on his wedding with Lily. This might be his only chance to pull something like this. Victor took a deep breath, calming himself as he appraised Nova. Name, Nova von Astrom. Level, 0. Abnormal state. Locked, S. Class, Fire Starter. Authority, 5. Strength, 5/18. Agility, 5/17. Intelligence, 5/20. Luck, 22. Charm, 34. Order, 10. Skills. Fire sign, S. Fire resistance, S. Logical analysis, A. Fireball, B. Ignite, C. Charm, C. Endurance, C. Fist arts, D. Dagger arts, D. Sword arts, D. Quick steps, E. Equipment. SMR's prison bracelet, S. Power locking, tracking. Fate status. Fate's power, SS, Dark Scion. Summary, stable. Set fate, birth fate burn the world and feast on top of its ashes. Destiny list 10, order points to unveil. Victor was flabbergasted. Why was everything going against his expectations? Was it Alex's fault? It was definitely her. That girl was a jinx. Another Dark Scion? Of all the available fates, she had to be another F***ing Dark Scion. And on top of that, one with a very clear goal: destroy the world. You look stunned. Do you like her? She is pretty cute, but you better be careful, she can bite. Atlas, who was standing behind Victor, said after noticing that Victor froze in his place. The poor lass did not realize that the little sister he looked down on was a disaster in the making. She might even be the real reason behind this household's shitty luck. Chapter 241, Meeting Nova, 2. Victor took a deep breath, calming himself. Everything has a solution. He was able to tame Alex before, so he would definitely be able to handle this one too. He just had to make sure she was miserable enough for a few days, and as soon as he finished with the wedding, he would be shipping her to Tom. Express mail. Same-day delivery. Can I have a moment alone with your sister? Victor asked Atlas, readjusting his plan. No, that won't work. He decided to try his primary plan first. If it didn't work, he can always resort to his backup. Nope. Only an idiot would leave a fox alone with a chicken. Atlas was not stupid, so he flatly refused, earning himself a punch in the stomach that shattered his lousy defense talisman and pushed him toward an inescapable needle in the butt. Moments later he was in a deep sleep. Nova, who was acting tough, heard the sound of her hateful brother hitting the ground, so she nervously turned to look, noticing the collapsed Atlas and Victor, who were slowly approaching her. Don't worry, he is just asleep, he said. Don't come any closer, she wanted to say, but the moment she looked at his handsome face, the words were stuck in her throat. She was stunned. Can a man be this handsome? Do I look handsome? He asked as he sat next to her, making her flinch a little and move away, putting some distance between them. Nope, she looked away with a slight blush. I know that you don't want to marry me, he sighed, surprising her. And you are still here. What do you want? She asked as she kept pressing a hidden bell button next to her bed. I already disabled that, he lied. She was only pressing at the wood. The button was 3 inches to the left. Don't worry, I am here to talk, he said. I see. She didn't believe him. But being locked in here, she had no way to contact the outside world. The walls here were soundproofed like in every player's family basement. She knew that her best bet now was to just play along and hope that her parents might notice if something was wrong. 2 weeks ago, her mother told her that her engagement to young Master Wang of the Sword Sect was called off. She was jubilant and thought that the family would allow her to go free at last, but to her dismay, they didn't. They just sold her to another pervert. The chosen groom this time was none other than Victor von Wise, the well-known pervert who attempted to rape his maid as a young man. Her father's enemies in the family were doing this on purpose to block any chance of him returning to power, and as she was his main heir with her high authority, they were targeting her. She knew that her family might really punish her father if this marriage was not carried on, and that she had no choice in this matter. But despite that, she still refused to cooperate. She was hoping for her Prince Charming to come to save her. She had already sent him a letter. I just want to tell you that I don't want to marry you either. I was forced by my family. Victor explained in a melancholic voice. She nodded, but couldn't help feeling a little annoyed. No girl liked getting dumped so flatly. So what are you saying? She asked, hiding her annoyance. Isn't that what she wanted? How about we marry on paper only? This would satisfy both of our families, he said. I promise not to touch you, he lied. You are lying. Do you think that I am a 5-year-old naive girl? She asked. To tell the truth, in Victor's eyes, she was no different from that. He was an old monster after all. I am telling the truth, he said, flashing a charming smile that made her look away again in distress. To her annoyance, she was now more at ease after realizing that he was not after her body. You have no incentive to do that. You are scamming me, she stated decisively, making Victor sigh. This girl was smarter than he had expected her to be. On top of that, her fate was seemingly protecting her from his charm. His first plan to lead her by the nose failed. He quickly switched to plan number 2. Lead her by a rope. Well, he sounded nervous. Truth to be told, I have a secret lover, and my family refuses to let me marry her. And I know you have a secret lover too, Victor quickly got to the point, making Nova gasp. How do you know that? Who told you? She glared at her fainted brother. He was the only one who knew that because he was with her back then. Her scary mother, who might have known, would not tell anyone. I met that guy and heard him mentioning you. Although he only met you that one time, he thinks about you all the time. Victor lied, making her brighten up. Really? Are you telling the truth? She asked, looking him straight in the eye. Why did she look familiar? He had never met her before. It must have been a déjà vu. Yes. Absolutely. How about we make a deal? He asked, opening a Soul perfume bottle behind his back. He didn't have much time and wanted to finish this quickly. What deal? She was interested. As I said before, we will marry on paper only. At the wedding, I will replace you with my beloved girl. Victor explained, no one will know a thing, and you will be with your loved one at that time. I will deliver you to him personally, he proposed, preparing to draft a blood contract for her to sign. That won't work. I need to be with him openly, standing by his side and helping him fight his enemies, she said with dreamy eyes, making Victor feel some nausea in his stomach imagining her with that peeping Tom. That can be fixed easily. I can divorce you in less than a year after we fake a fight. No one would stop you then. Not even our families, he explained nervously. Why wasn't the perfume working? She was only a level 0, she was supposed to be less defensive and more gullible. Unless he was suggesting something that goes against her principles, she should accept his proposals after some persuasion. Absolutely not. I can't tarnish my name by marrying you, she said, making him a little angry. When did he become lesser than Tom? Why? Am I that bad? He asked. She wanted to say yes, but chose a more diplomatic answer. It's not that. It's just that I won't be able to be one of his official wives as a divorced woman. No matter how much he loves me, she explained, making Victor glare at her. What kind of logic is that? I am sure you will be his main wife. He loves you very much, Victor repeated. His family might not like that, she said quickly, shaking her pretty head. His family is a bunch of losers, you shouldn't care about them. Victor was losing his mind. How dare you say that about them? His father might kill you for saying such things, she said angrily, defending her loved one. The drug was affecting her. No, he won't. I don't know what he told you, but Tom's father is a salaryman. Victor shouted. What lies did Tom tell her about himself? Who cares about Tom? I meant young Master Caspian's father, Lord Silver, she said angrily. No, Victor paused. He wanted to say something else but could not find the right words. He just opened his mouth like a fish. It took his poor brain 53 seconds to replace the blown-up fuses and then reboot. Come again? You mean you don't like Tom? He asked carefully, hoping that he heard her wrong. His plan was crumbling in front of his eyes. Tom? Do you mean that douchebag, Thomas Watson? She asked and watched Victor quickly nod like a chicken. Why would I like that piece of sh*t? Damn him. That bastard raped me, she screamed, not aware of the sweet smell in the room. Didn't you stand in front of him to save him from your brother's attack? Victor asked. He was getting really mad now. This was going against his plans. Ah. Who said that? I was not saving him because I love him. I didn't even sacrifice a thing. Fire attacks can't hurt me. I was acting and scamming that idiot with a useless escape talisman so that he can lure my useless brother away so that I can escape. She began shouting emotionally. I wanted him to die for what he did to me. Who would have expected that the talisman that was supposed to be garbage would work and send that pervert a few miles away instead of a few feet? Ah. I see, he said. Victor would have expected that. Tom was a scion after all. Even an abandoned pile of feces might turn out to be some dragon remains if he inspected it. Victor realized that he had made a mistake. A big mistake. It happened before. Nothing unsavable. He just needs to send her to the other guy. What was the name of her lover again? Caspian. HSSSSSSSSSS. Victor gasped as he stepped away from the bed, glaring at Nova. What? She asked angrily. The one you like. Does it happen to be young Master Caspian, the chosen of the heavenly sect? He had to make sure. Yes, she said proudly, not realizing that she was giving away one of her secrets. Did you happen to communicate with him? Victor asked nervously. I sent him letters, she said, making Victor's heart skip a beat. Did he ever reply? Victor asked, thinking wildly. His mind was about to blow up again. Not yet, she whispered, looking away again, making Victor sigh in relief again. If this was a one-sided love, things can still be managed. Many people like that dangerous guy after all. He could only glare down at Nova, who was sitting on the bed looking away in embarrassment. That's when he saw it, and what remained of his poor mind was blown away. HSSSSSSS, he gasped again, pushing Nova down and then ripping her dress collar. Let me go, she screamed and wanted to fight back, but due to the effect of the locking bracelet, she couldn't use any power at all. Victor completely ignored her fists that were trying hard to push him away as he glared at the flame-shaped birthmark above her collarbone. It was definitely the same. She stopped attacking as she watched his face turn white before he quickly lifted her skirt and looked down, inspecting her butt. What are you doing? She yelled, pulling her skirt back as she glared at him. She no longer found him charming at all. He was a hooligan. A sick bastard hooligan. Checking if you have a tail, he said, stepping back. She didn't have a tail, but it was definitely her. Her birthmark was famous after all. He should have known when he read that her fate spelled burn the world. He should have known when he felt that he had seen her face somewhere. It was hanging in the building he worked at for 60 years after all. The name he knew her by was not Nova von Astrom, but Blue Flame of the East. One of the 4 demonesses under the leadership of Demon Lord Caspian, who was nowadays being hailed as the noble chosen of the heavenly sect. That guy appeared to be human, but in truth, he was a demon in hiding. Biding his time, getting stronger and waiting for the reckoning. It happened after the reckoning. After the chaos subsided. Caspian convinced his father, the head of the heavenly sect, to lead a coup against the von Krona family, who had barely managed to secure the imperial throne at that time, uniting all humans. The battle lasted 20 years, engulfing most of the world in flames and misery. It only ended after the von Krona imperial family paid a great price, and with the help of a group of the most powerful scions in the world, led by none other than Victor's mortal enemy. They were able to kill the demon lord and his cronies, liberating the world and distributing the heads of the demons to be displayed around the world. They ended up as a decoration for the royal library after the public got bored with them. Nova's face back then didn't look like the current pretty one, it was all shivered up and had a lot of black marks due to the demonification process she underwent. But in some way, it held some resemblance. No wonder she was a dark scion. The world must hate her guts. She was destined to be one of its mortal enemies. And no wonder Tom didn't have her in his diaries as Nova. He was the one who cut her head after all. Destiny works in some weird ways after all. Why would I have a tail? She yelled at him, closing her ripped dress nervously as she watched his shocked expression change from fright to annoyance. He didn't answer. As far as he can tell, she was not acting as a demon, but he can't make sure without a demon detection artifact. She could be like Poe, a demon hiding in the public. A part of the Limbo Empire. His plan was a mess. A big mess. He didn't even know if his backup plan would work now. What if that bastard Caspian decided to break into the wedding? That would definitely ruin all his plans. Looking at his watch, Victor realized it was 7:57. He had no more time. He should make his choice now. Either to kill her or to make use of her. Nova shivered as she watched him walk toward her again, his eyes had the word murder in them. I am really soft-hearted, do you know that? He asked, not expecting an answer as he knocked her out. This is going to be messy, he added, taking a talisman and putting it on the locking bracelet, taking control of it. Chapter 242, The News, 1. Carrying the fainted Nova, Victor almost tripped over the soundly sleeping Atlas as he quickly climbed upstairs in a hurry while using his disguise skill. He had decided to carry on with his plan. Nova's trouble would have to wait until after his wedding. In the living room, the von Astrom couple were still busy arguing, not aware that Victor was now beside them. Leave this to me. This would be better for Nova, Liliana was saying. I am worried that she might be mistreated, Sirius replied. Relax, she would be under your Uncle George's care. But, what if this guy took revenge on her because of your unreasonable demands? He won't. Didn't you see how I checked him? He is a wimp, just like you. Oh, now I am a wimp, he said, raising one eyebrow. He didn't seem offended. You could have become the patriarch of your rotten family, but gave it all up to marry me, she said, making him smile. It was your fault for being so lovely, making me fall in love with you, he said. Victor didn't care about the flirting couple at all. He was busy moving around them searching for the TV remote. It was already 8:00 p.m. and that damn thing was nowhere to be found. He finally found it after 2 minutes. Liliana was sitting on it. He quickly grabbed it and pulled it away. Husband, we have guests. We will have time for that later tonight, she said, blushing. He didn't continue as the TV magically turned on. Warning, some of the following content might be disturbing for some portions of society, a reporter said. Now we will cut to some exclusive news from Vane City. The reporter introduced before they began playing Victor's interview from this morning. Victor sighed in relief as he had made it in time. After making sure that the couple was watching TV, he quickly stuck the remote back on the couch and swiftly escaped the villa carrying his trophy on his shoulder. Liliana and Sirius watched the news report to the end when the reporter, Gloria, implored the public and the government to work on fixing the old unjust noble laws. Both of them looked at each other at the same time. They felt that something was very wrong. The way Victor was talking on TV was totally different from the feeble guy they met a moment ago. Let's go check on the kids, she said, jumping from the couch and dashing toward the basement. Sirius quickly followed. Downstairs their son was sleeping on the carpet with an exposed butt. I think we have a problem, she looked nervously around the room, then at her husband, who nodded and then activated a talisman. Found her? Liliana asked. No. The bracelet is not responding, he said as he began to sweat. I might need to inform the family, he pondered. No, last time they almost killed her if not for Atlas reaching her before them. Let's just wait for now. We need to make sure of some things first. Liliana said, taking her phone, then hesitating for a whole minute before sending a message. Hey, I need a favor. Amelia was sitting in shock in front of the TV. She had just watched the news. This is beyond shamelessness. She didn't like it at all. This was humiliating. That bastard. Amelia yelled angrily, throwing the poor TV remote at the poorer Smart 50 TV, shattering both of them. She was very angry, suspecting that Victor was on purpose shaming her family in public. Now a swarm of annoying journalists would surround her house. Her husband's office would not be much better. Damn it. Thankfully Lynn was not at home. She was out, dungeon raiding with her friends. Ever since she met Victor in school, that girl was enchanted by him. It was to be expected though of a girl with her circumstances. Lynn had the emotional intelligence of a 10-year-old girl after all. As a mother, she should be happy for her daughter who found love after getting cured. But she couldn't do that as a von Rosen. Victor was doomed to become a family puppet and die killing his own kin. At this moment, she was worried about how to teach her daughter about the parasite method. Her only option was to tell a little lie. She knew that this might hurt her relationship with Lynn later, but this was for her own good. Linda was sitting in Bill's embrace, enjoying a blissful moment as she watched the sea waves hit the yacht from the circular window. Are you really pregnant? He asked her softly, caressing her silky stomach. Yes. You have to take care of us from now on, she cheekily stated. Thankfully she didn't leave this golden goose. His grandfather called a week ago telling him that he had fixed his position in the family and that he can return to his own mansion in the capital at any time. They decided to take the trip there on this yacht, enjoying their time. The only problem left was that the Von Wise family might not accept her, but now that she had become pregnant, that can be easily fixed. She just had to make sure that the child had purple hair. One way or another. Suddenly her phone beeped a very stupid tone. It was a message from one of her trusted friends. Cuckoo. Watch TV now, 14th channel. It is that pervert. Linda frowned but quickly switched on the satellite TV in the cabin. This crazy report from Vane City has made the news all over the country in the last hour. Now we will broadcast it again due to our viewers' demand, a bald announcer said. Linda and Bill quickly sat up and watched as Victor's smug smile filled their 80mm LED TV screen. This young master will hold his wedding to two very pretty women at the same time. Lady Lynn Cross and Lady Nova von Astrom. Linda gasped as the reporter showed two images at the side of the screen. One of them was a girl she knew too well. The real Linda. Cross? The same surname as you, do you know her? Bill, who watched her reaction, asked. Ah. Yes, she hesitated. Why was that B*TCH fine? Wasn't she supposed to die? This is bad, super bad. What's wrong? He asked. Nothing. That girl. She is my sister. The thing is, she is evil. She always hated me because she was jealous of my talent. She used to bully me as a kid. She must have taken the opportunity to jump into that pervert's embrace after I left. And I am afraid she might even fabricate some lie to make the family haunt me because I chose you, she said with tears filling her swollen eyes. You don't have to fear her. I can call my grandfather and ask him to stop the wedding if you want. Bill said. No. That would break my mother's heart, she said nervously. The only reason the von Rosen family didn't tell the world about her was that they didn't want to antagonize the von Wise, who might get angry if they discovered that they were scammed in the beginning. If the families began to fight, some tongues might become loose. I just don't want to meet her ever again. She can't let Bill know she was scamming him. Don't worry, even if they invited me, I will never go to Mike's brother's wedding. Their branch of the family is just a joke. A group of weirdos, he said, remembering Alice. That slut dared to offer him a place in her harem in front of his friends, saying that he has some potential to be whipped into shape. I need to go to the ladies' room, Linda suddenly said, not noticing the loathing look in his eyes. Should I come with you? He asked, raising one eyebrow. This girl was teaching him some interesting stuff. Much better than that Alice. Ah. Not this time, she said, making him a little disappointed. He frowned a little as she hurried to the toilet, where she began to text Cuckoo, instructing her to buy some things and send them to her. She didn't want to arouse suspicion by buying those things in the capital, and in Vane City, she knew a certain hidden expert who can get anything. She would not let that slut Lynn enjoy her wedding. And what better way to ruin a wedding than a curse? She still had a lock of Lynn's hair hidden away for such occasions. After watching the shocking news, Lily sighed as all the assassin girls looked at her without saying anything because Malcolm and Yin were sitting with them. Despite that, she could really tell from the pity in their eyes what they meant. The girls did not know that Victor was intending to replace Nova with her. She had told no one. I think this guy is a bastard, Malcolm said. When I marry, I will only cherish one girl for the rest of my life, he said heroically, looking sideways at Lily. After staying with the girls for an entire day, he realized that although they were sadists, they were not bad at all. He was much more comfortable speaking around them, especially after seeing how Yin was talking a lot more. If this crazy girl can relax, he can do it too. You have to grow up first, Nora told him with a smirk. I think that guy is nice. I wouldn't mind if he married me with a few other girls. Look, he is both rich and super handsome, she said, winking at Lily. Yin, who looked at Victor's picture, nodded. He is handsome. Too handsome. Devilishly handsome. She shivered a little. I am already 14, he exclaimed. The girls ignored him. I don't even need to be his wife. I don't mind carrying his child, Ivy said, faking wiping her drool as she winked at Lily, who ignored her sister's teasing. I think that wedding will carry some surprises, Lily said, hiding her smile behind her veil. This announcement was not for the world, but for her. After leaving the villa's neighborhood, Victor quickly bought a disposable phone and sent a message to Alpha, telling her to change the location of the dropout. If the heavenly sect was involved, he must be more cautious. The trip to the new location would take 2 hours, but he didn't care as his mind was busy thinking of a way to fix Nova's trouble. He was so disturbed by the things he found out that he totally forgot to check on Alex and even failed to notice the convoy of 15 ambulances that passed him heading downtown. His mind was occupied by Nova. She was a can of worms. A pretty can of worms that Victor didn't know how to handle. She was both a problem and a chance. First of all, he needed to make sure that she was not possessed by a demon, as that would mean she had to go. And he had no easy way of confirming that. He needed an artifact that was very troublesome to get. Maybe he should send Tom to get that artifact for him. Yes. That would be good. He would be able to get him away from the city at the same time. In his previous plan, Victor had a role for Tom to play at the wedding, but now he didn't want to risk it anymore. He could no longer give Nova to Tom, as this girl was destined to be that idiot's nemesis. She would definitely escape and go to Caspian. And that guy knew how to hold a grudge. Victor had read many books about him and knew of his despicable character quite well. Damn it! This is troublesome. If only he had another blood slave slot. He used the last one on that sick bastard Po. He can always kill him and retrieve that spot though. Taking a deep breath, Victor reviewed his options. Use Nova, hide Nova, kill Nova. In the end, he decided to keep Nova for now and deal with her after the wedding. Maybe Po would become dispensable at that time. Step 2. Victor quickly connected with Tom to send him away. WTF. That idiot was already raiding a dungeon. When did that guy find a dungeon? Wasn't he at the academy in the morning? Could it be? Victor checked on Lynn quickly. She was in the same dungeon fighting some iron skeletons. Damn it. This was the academy's dungeon raid. That slut Isabella must have found a dungeon and then hurried the students there without prior notice. *T, he must hurry back to Vane City as soon as he finishes with the trouble here in the morning. Chapter 243, The News, 2. I just want to know what mistake I made in raising my children. Elena sighed after she finished watching the TV report. I think he is fine, Luna, who was sitting opposite her, said. Theodore had 3 wives after all, and she was number 4. She really liked Victor, he was really nice to her. Theodore had already told her that it was Victor's idea to make her move here with Elena so that they can get to know each other. You don't understand. Victor is my 3rd child. I should have had enough experience in education. I made sure to educate him to be a sensible and respectable man. He was supposed to refrain from such brazen behavior in public, she began to complain, other than announcing to the world that he will marry 2 girls this brazenly. Didn't you see how he molested that poor reporter? I just want him to be a little more sensible, not like his 2 older siblings who have already crossed the line of no return. Elena wanted to cry. Really? Luna asked. This sounded like an interesting story. I don't want to talk about it, Elena said. Talk about what? A voice made the 2 women smile as they looked at the door. It was none other than their husband, Theodore. Husband. Elena jumped into his embrace. You didn't tell me you were coming to Golden Waterfall Town. She has been staying here with Luna since last week, and the 2 have become good friends. I just had some time, he said, hugging Elena and Luna, who slowly stood up to greet her dear husband. Did you watch the announcement? Elena asked him. Yes, Victor asked me to make sure to push for it to be broadcasted globally, he said with an admiring smile. This son of his was very much to his liking. Isn't this too much? She asked. No, Victor is only acting. This is a show of power. It might even help Mike in his bid to be the next patriarch. Theodore said. What about Lara? She is staying with Victor. What if his actions influenced her to be like her elder sister? Elena said with a worried tone. She stopped mentioning Alice's name 3 years ago when Alice came home with a group of leashed semi-naked macho men crawling on all 4s. It nearly gave her a heart attack. Don't worry, Theodore pondered, I have been keeping a close eye on her. If she showed any signs of weird interests I would pull her away immediately, he said. After a couple of detours, Victor reached his meeting point with Alpha at about 11 p.m. The black van was waiting for him. It was on a side dirt road surrounded by trees. Did you like the feeling of kidnapping girls so much that you made it a habit? Alpha rudely asked as Camelia, who was driving the car, bowed slightly to Victor. In a way, he sighed. He really didn't want to kidnap Nova, she was supposed to come with him willingly to meet her tom-tom. Who is this one? She asked as she watched him throw Nova in the van, then cover her. My supposed fiancé. Victor said, don't worry about it. I won't. Did you really have to change the meeting location at the last minute and then make me wait for you here in the wilderness? She asked again in annoyance. She was supposed to meet him in Nulur City, but he sent her new coordinates at the last moment. She was a busy girl. When dealing with people of the heavenly sect, we can't be too careful, Victor said. What? This girl is from the heavenly sect, she gasped nervously. Those were also her family's enemies. No, but her mother and loved one are, Victor said as he took out a talisman and began to add a set of strange symbols on it using his blood. What are you doing? Alpha asked. Enhancing this, Victor said, pasting the talisman on Nova's head where it burned, turning into an ashen symbol on her forehead. This should work for about a month. Even if they used a bloodline tracker, they won't be able to find her. Your base should have a secure cell or a hidden vault like the one in Golden Waterfall Town, right? He asked as he proceeded to take a sample of Nova's blood. Yes. There is a shielded prison. Her base used to belong to her family after all. Lock her in there. Don't treat her too badly though, and don't reveal any info, Victor said. She might have something to do with demons. Oh, Alpha inspected the fainted Nova. Is that all? She asked. Yes. You can go now, he said and turned to leave. I have some news for you, she said, making him halt. What? I was contacted by your grandfather. They want to cooperate with my organization. Didn't you already tell me that? Do it. Ask for access to their database in exchange for info about players. I already did that. I was just informing you, she spat. We found that crazy reporter Jane too, and her boyfriend too. Keep them locked for now. And try to recruit her as an affiliate agent in exchange for protection. We might use them later. Act as if we are her allies. I understand. That would be all. Where are you going now? Alpha asked. Downtown. Alex should have finished with. Victor paused as he closed his eyes, focusing on Alex. She was in the police station, waiting like a good girl in an empty interrogation room. Victor almost stumbled and fell. What did that idiot do now? Anything wrong? Alpha didn't like the look on his face. I am not sure yet. But probably yes, he said, as he began to run heading back to Nulur City. Alex was waiting in the interrogation room for 3 hours when some very rude young master smacked her head. Ah! Young master, she said, noticing him. What happened? Why are you here? Victor asked as he began to take off his dirt-filled clothes and replace them with a purple suit, not caring about Alex who was peeking at his well-built body with a slight blush. Ah! It all happened a few hours ago. Make it quick, he interrupted her. Well, in the brothel. I met some nice ladies, she said. And? Victor wondered, what nice ladies go to brothels? Hookers. We chatted a little. Then? I don't have all day. Victor scolded again. They told me their story. Long story short, they were very pitiful, being forced to sell their bodies for money in order to pay off a loan shark and feed their children, she quickly said. Okay. Every business has its dark side. He didn't notice that Alex was withholding some vital information here. So. I had to help them. They were really pitiful, she repeated, watching as Victor said nothing. I went with them to that evil loan shark and offered to buy their loans, but he refused to let them go. Then he insulted me. Then things got out of hand, he asked. Yes, they tried to use guns. 15 gangsters are now missing their hands. Someone called the police, and I ended up here, she said. You should have shown them my family badge to avoid an arrest, Victor said. I was not arrested. They just needed my statement. This was self-defense after all. I wanted to finish this case so that those women can move on with their lives, she said, earning herself another smack to the back of the head. You idiot. They are going to charge then arrest you. Victor said, I am 99% sure that they are cooking up a solid case against you at this very moment, he added. Alex didn't know what to say. She had no experience dealing with the corrupt police system in this world. She was only arrested once before after all, and it was for a crime she committed. From now on I will be acting as myself, you will be invisible to others, Victor said as flicked his fingers, making the astonished Alex return to her original form. Let's go, he said, heading to the door. Follow me silently, and make sure to touch nothing. Young master. The women. I will fix their troubles. Victor sighed. Although Alex was a dark scion, she was still a scion after all, and couldn't help herself getting involved in all kinds of trouble. He was not really angry about her getting arrested. This was an even better alibi than going to the brothel. From now on, the one who went to the von Astrom house and kidnapped Nova was a fake Victor. They can investigate to their heart's content. When Victor stepped out of the locked interrogation room, he was faced with the shocked faces of 2 police officers who were coming to arrest him, as he predicted. I will give you my statement later, he said, this young master is busy. Shut up you piece of sh*t. You are under arrest. He didn't continue, but fell to the ground and began to scream like a bitch. His friend quickly took out his gun but didn't have a chance to aim it as he was also grabbing his balls moments later. The nutcracker attacked again. His aim was flawless, and the damage he caused was eternal. May all the world praise and yell his name. The nutcracker. Victor was composing some stupid poetry as he sat down patiently, watching as the police station come on high alert with cops entering the hallway and aiming their guns at him while screaming some very incomprehensible words with letters made out of spit. He ignored them. And waited. If any of them even dared to think of shooting, he would introduce him to the nutcracker. "Drop your guns," an authoritative voice ordered, making the cops slowly drop their weapons. The police chief ignored his cautious men and ran to Victor's side, kowtowing and rubbing his face into the floor as soon as he reached his side. That's what the men saw, but the truth was that the chief had tripped on Alex's foot, causing him to slip and fall. "You recognize me?" Victor asked, glaring angrily at the chief, who slowly stood up, wiping his bloodied nose with his sleeve. "Young Master Victor. You are a celebrity today," the chief said. He was in trouble, deep trouble. His dirty men were bullying the wrong guy. He had just got the news from one of his men. The guy whom they were planning to frame was not only a celebrity that was on national TV tonight, he was Master Mike's little brother. Hearing that, the chief ran here as fast as he could, but it seemed like he was a little late. It is all because of his belly. He should go on a diet. "Then do you know why I am getting arrested?" Victor asked him slowly. Each letter felt like a dagger going into the poor chief's heart. I don't know," he lied as he looked at the two wailing men. "Why are you arresting Master Victor?" he asked rightly. "Chief. Why, you told," the man didn't continue, as the chief kicked his mouth, knocking a few teeth out. Lies. He couldn't let them say that he was paid by that loan shark to take revenge on Victor and the elderly women. Those two cops were not clean at all though. They were the dirtiest and the most corrupt two in the station. "Men. Arrest those two guys. They were cooperating with criminals," he told his other men, then turned to Victor and smiled nervously like a wimpy guy pleasing his angry girlfriend. "Master Victor. I will handle this perfectly. Don't worry," he said as his men began dragging the two poor guys away. No, they wanted to speak, but the kicks of their colleagues silenced them. "Wait." Victor said, "I want those two to be castrated," he demanded unreasonably. This was one of the family rules. No offense should go unpunished. This is related to the family's overbearing image after all. And those two had just called him a piece of sh*t. If he was a piece of sh*t, then what was his father? What about his grandmother? Was his ancestor an ass? They dared to insult the family, and they should be punished. "Young master, this is. You do it or I will ask my brother to do it. And it will not be only them," Victor said. "Men. Take those two offenders to cell 4, he said. "But chief. The man there is. I know. Do you want to join them? Let's go." "What filthy criminals. How dare they use the badge to commit crimes? Disgusting. Can I take the desk by the window now? Is that all you care about?" "No. Not that maniac." The two men were dragged to their sorry destiny as the police chief looked at Victor. "Good. Now, the one who paid those two, make sure that his destiny is no better than theirs," Victor said. "Of course, young master," the chief said. "He will lose a lot of income from this, but it's better than losing his balls." "And the girls?" Victor asked. "Girls? Oh. They are already out waiting for you. Men, drop any charges on them," the chief ordered. Victor nodded, feeling a little strange. When he hurried here he didn't notice any girls outside, just some noisy grannies and middle-aged women. The girls must have come after he went in. "Then we are finished here. I hope nothing like this ever happens again," Victor said as walked out, making the chief sigh in relief. The disaster had left at last. "Who is that guy, chief?" one cop asked. "Master Mike's brother," the chief said, turning to leave. SSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSS This was close. Too close. They almost lost their heads. And maybe more. Victor, who walked out of the police station, didn't have a chance to look around as he was quickly surrounded by a group of very happy elderly women. "Thank you, young master. You are our hero." They quickly hugged him and filled his handsome face with kisses. Victor, as a gentleman, said nothing. First, he wondered why they were thanking him. Could it be that those were the ones Alex helped? He wondered. But that would also mean. Victor didn't have to reach that conclusion, as a very considerate and charming granny helped spell it out for him. "Shall we return to the brothel, young master?" she asked while blushing. "We can't let you leave without paying you back. You were the one who asked for us after all," she added, making Victor freeze. "Wait. No. Please no. Damn it." He slowly turned and glared at a certain guilty girl who was quietly sneaking away. "Alex. You piece of sh*t. Victor should have known better. Alex was a jinx. A jinx who was going to get her ass spanked into oblivion tonight. Chapter 244, Some different news. In a house at the center of the capital, a man was kneeling in front of an old mirror. "Fourth master. Please avenge my son," Tobias said. "Your son? Didn't Kamir promise to take care of this through your family's channels? He was ordered by my grandfather to step down." "Oh. Wait. Isn't Harvey your father?" Clint also called him grandfather. "No. He is my grandfather. Uncle Kamir is his son. But he doesn't like to feel too old, so the younger generation only calls him grandfather," Tobias explained while wondering why the fourth master was asking about this. "Oh, I see. That kept me wondering all night yesterday." The fourth master nodded. Tobias could only see a shadow through the mirror, but for a second there he could swear that the fourth master was a woman. "Fourth master. About Clint. Didn't you already find out who killed him?" "That Dave. Master, I believe that it was definitely Theodore von Weiss's son, Victor. He was at the mansion at that time and he is now taking care of that B*tch Monica." "Oh, the one with the wedding." "Yes. Then you will have to wait. We need this wedding to happen. And we are not yet sure what happened at Dave's mansion. But Master Amon will be there anyway. He will check on everything. Don't worry, we will get you your revenge. But not yet." With that, the connection was severed. And the mirror returned to normal. The fourth master relaxed in her seat, looking at a hexagonal chessboard that had pieces of different colors. "This Victor's position is very strong, he can both attack and defend. Is he doing that on purpose or is this just a coincidence? Anyway, let's see if he can live after this," she pondered. She quickly opened her phone and searched for his name out of curiosity. WTF. It was 3:00 am when Victor returned to Mike's mansion, followed by Alex who was nervously anticipating her punishment. "You are late, young master," Margret, who was trying really hard to keep a straight face, said. "You don't have to tell me," he said, angrily glaring at Alex. "Did you get the girl?" she asked. "Yes, but there were some complications, so I had to readjust my plan." Victor sighed. "Did that include painting your cheeks with lipstick?" she asked. Victor quickly used his sleeve to wipe his face. He was sure that he wiped all the lip marks earlier. He froze and put down his hand as he glared angrily at Margret who was giggling. "I just had to make sure it was you," she said, sticking her tongue out. "It's all over the internet, isn't it?" he asked with a smile that was not really a smile. Alex shivered a little. He had been shooting her that same smile on their way back. Margret was definitely a goner. "Check it for yourself. I sent them to your phone," Margret said, giving him his phone back. He had left it in her possession so that he could be tracked. He couldn't give it to the jinx Alex after all. He quickly grabbed it, ignoring the missed phone calls from Hilda, and opened Margaret's series of very ominous messages. The first one was of a young master in a brothel, making a specific request. It was shot from a strange angle, so it was definitely some pervert with a hidden camera. The second video was shot in the street. It was of the same young master leaving the brothel with a group of elderly women in some very revealing dresses. The third one was in the business district. The young master was using an iron pipe to fight swarms of armed men as he protected the old ladies. It was better than any action movie. He looked heroic. The fourth one was when the police arrived and escorted everyone as a crowd of nosy people cheered for the brave young master. The last video was taken by some nosy girl in front of the police station. It was of a group of grannies surrounding a very handsome young master. The words "let's go back to the brothel" could be heard perfectly. "I can't wait for someone to montage those into one documentary and publish it," Margret said, unaware that Victor was in a really bad mood ever since he encountered Nova. "Is that all?" he asked. "Yes. There are some random comments here and there, but nothing major," she said. "Good. Just when I thought I couldn't get my reputation any lower. I just hope that my mother doesn't get a heart attack this time." He sighed, glaring at Margret. "You should be worried about Lily instead. I am sure she will be going after old women for the next couple of days," she said as she began to chuckle again. Alex wanted to laugh too but didn't dare to. "You think this is very funny, don't you?" Victor asked. "Yes, why?" she asked, then stopped. She didn't like the way he was looking at her. Her instincts were telling her to run. "Run, Margret, run. Did you think that you could get away with laughing at me without a punishment?" "Ah. Your hands on the wall," he ordered the flabbergasted Margret, then looked at the smug Alex. "You do it, Alex," he said. "Do what?" Alex asked. Does he want to punish them both together? Wasn't it supposed to be her who was getting spanked? She was looking forward. No, what was she thinking? "You deliver the punishment. Spank Margaret's naughty butt. This young master is too tired to do this today. I just want to watch a good show," Victor said. He was really too tired, both physically and emotionally. He just sat down and gestured to the two girls, making them look at him and then at each other. This was not according to the script. "Come on, this young master doesn't have all day. Oh, and use this," he said as he took out a very unique black bamboo stick that he got from that elder of the Flying Myth sect. "The tutor's punishment rod, D. Physical damage 0.001%. Pain 200%. This was a real treasure. He was planning to give it to Alice, but as of today, he had other uses for it. He got another dark scion after all. Elena woke up with a frown and quickly turned off her ringing phone while looking nervously at her husband who was sleeping next to her. Hopefully it didn't wake him up. He was awake and ready for round 2. Damn him, how does he have all of this energy? Did he take some medicine before coming here? Is it important? Theodore asked. It is my father, he sent me some videos. Let's see, she said, opening one of them and watching it. Isn't that her son? For the next 5 minutes she said nothing, her husband said nothing. Luna, who was supposed to be asleep on Theodore's other side, said nothing. They just watched. Wow. My sweet Victor is gone. Elena wailed as soon as the video finished. Don't worry, this must be a misunderstanding, Theodore hugged her as he lied. He always thought that Victor was a lolicon with all the little girls around him. He was wrong. His son was hiding his fetish as well. No wonder those girls were always looking at Victor with frustration. That kid had different hobbies. No wonder that N likes him. The butler Oran knelt in front of his master Mike. I didn't think that he liked them this old, Mike said as he watched the videos. Master, I think he likes them in all shapes and colors. Oran said. Why do you say that? Mike asked. I just went to his room to check on him. There were some very unique sounds. That poor girl must be having a hard time handling his strength, he said after some hesitation. Oh, as expected of my brother. Mike smiled and nodded. A child should not be picky about his food. Margret grabbed her butt and glared hatefully at both Victor and Alex, who couldn't hide the stupid smile on her face. She got her revenge at last. She was hesitant at first, but when she heard Margaret's moans, she decided to do her best. And man, that felt good. Margret had been bullying her a lot lately, and for the first time in a while, she managed to get back at her. Did that feel good? Victor asked Alex. Yes, she nodded. Good, it's your turn then, Victor said, throwing the rod to Margret, who was waiting for this. Ah, wait, what? No, Alex was shocked as she quickly realized what was going on. Did you really think that you could ruin this young master's reputation without punishment? Victor said. No, Alex, who noticed the way Margret was smiling at this moment, was regretting going hard on her. Damn it, she thought that Victor forgave her. Dear Margret, use your full strength. Alex is a guy and has some thick butt skin, Victor said. No, I don't. Alex involuntarily said. Her butt was very tender. We will see about that, Margret said after popping a healing pill that she didn't need in her mouth, then flexed her muscles. Time for revenge. That night, Alex lost her butt. Zoe slowly stood up, wiping the blood from her mouth. She looked at her feet where heaps of damaged bones were scattered. She finally got rid of those nasty skeletons. Damn it, wasn't this dungeon supposed to be an easy one? An F-rank dungeon for the noobs? That's what teacher Isabella told the class before entering. She even gave them monster-repelling spray that didn't work at all on the skeletons. For the last 3 hours, she had been getting chased around by those damn skeletons with their bone weapons. It was like some horror movie, and she was really going to die if she didn't find this narrow cavern where she can fight those one at a time. Damn it! She looked at her chipped sword. It was a freaking A-ranked artifact. This weapon was not suitable to fight those things. Not only were their bones rock hard, but they were also immortal. When a skeleton falls, it can use the bones of its dead fellows to repair itself. She was almost killed by one of them at first. As the ones she defeated reassembled themselves behind her when she moved on to fight the others. She sighed and wondered if she had to resort to using that rusty sword she got at the family vault. Maybe those guys had some good things. Looking around, making sure that no bone was whole, she began to check their weapons until she found one that she really liked. It was a club made of a huge silver-colored bone. Was this really a bone? She didn't notice it before, but the skeleton who was holding it was also silver-colored. It was not normal. She hesitated, then began to put those bones in her storage ring. They might be useful later. After that she stood and began to swing her new weapon around, crushing the hard bone fragments on the ground to powder. It took her 10 minutes to get proficient with it. This was one of the perks of her hero class. She can perfectly use any weapon after some training. Now, she should probably go to find and save her pitiful classmates. Her stomach growled. She should probably eat something first. She should try those mushroom energy bars Uncle Falcon gave her. He said that they were a new experimental family product. Chapter 245, Alice. Having gotten a few hours of good sleep after having the entire bed for himself, Victor woke up refreshed in the morning. After a quick shower, the first thing he did was call Hilda. He was not in the mood to talk to her last night. He already knew what she was calling about after all. Young master, where were you yesterday? Busy, he stated. School called yesterday, they were going to raid a dungeon. I already sent the twins, she said. Noted. Anything else, he asked. No. Was that really you yesterday? She sounded worried. It was Alex. He hung up and glared at the poor Alex who could only sleep on her stomach last night, and was having difficulty sitting down at the moment. Even after taking a healing pill, she didn't feel better. The damage was not physical after all. Alex, I will be counting on you today. Victor said, you better not do anything stupid like yesterday. Isn't my role over? Would it be a different brothel? Alex asked, earning herself a spank on her already swollen butt. Why would I send you to a brothel in the morning? Is that the only thing you can think about now? Victor scolded, something happened yesterday, so I might need you to act as a kidnapper. Then while you two boys are having fun, I will use the morning to go meet some old friends, Margret said, ignoring the embarrassed Alex. Be sure to finish quickly, we will be heading back to Vane City to join the dungeon raid in the afternoon. He said as he sent a message to Lily. He wanted her to attend this dungeon raid too. What dungeon raid? I still haven't finished my investigation here. Margret asked, raising her head from her notebook on which she was plotting her revenge. She was still holding a grudge over yesterday. You can return here later. The academy had finally found an F-rank dungeon to train the students. So naturally, we can't waste this chance, and we will have to sneak Alex with us, Victor said. Why? Both Margret and Alex asked at the same time. This dungeon will definitely turn up to be at least C-ranked. If not more. It will definitely contain many treasures to hunt and strong monsters to farm, Victor said. I will need Alex by my side to feel safe, he said, making her heart skip a beat. She was not aware he was bringing her along because he didn't dare to leave her unsupervised in the mansion, especially at such a sensitive time. Lately, she was in her full-throttle Dark Scion mode. Damn it, she was definitely enjoying her time. You sound sure? Margret asked. Do you know anything about it? He was a time traveler after all. No. But think about it, this raid involves 2 Scions at the very least. Tom and Zoe. Scions usually attract trouble. This time it's double trouble. Oh, she nodded, he had a point there. Going downstairs with the 2 girls, Victor was welcomed by a grand table full of food. Good morning, little brother. Mike, who was already seated with his wives and having his breakfast, said, come on, sit down and have a bite. Good morning, Victor greeted everyone as he sat down with Margret at his side. Poor Alex, who was dressed as a maid, had to stand behind him and serve him. Do you plan on going to propose now or in the afternoon? Mike asked with a chuckle, giving Victor some approving looks. He suddenly noticed something. That maid. She was definitely a man. His brother was really amazing. He would not waste any food at all. Right after breakfast, Victor said, feeling his brother's strange gaze. Damn you, Alex. Oh good, be sure to leave a good impression, Mike warned. Brother, I need you to come with me. I am a little nervous, Victor said after some hesitation. Just in case Liliana lost her nerves and wanted to hit someone, Mike would be a good shield. He had to act really shameless today after all. Oh. I don't mind, Mike said with a smile, it is natural to be nervous, Victor was still a teenager after all. Mike really liked being the eldest brother. Ah, and by the way, do you have Alice's phone number? Victor asked suddenly. You can ask your butler for that, Mike said as one of his girls cut down his bacon for him. Do you want to ask her to come too? No. It's something else. I want her private phone, Victor said in a low voice. Oh. Mike didn't ask why, he just took a notebook from his pocket and wrote a number on it, then gave it to Victor. Make sure to ask her nicely if you need anything, he said. I would, Victor said, taking a look at the paper. In a wooden gazebo in the middle of a training field covered with sand, a very pretty girl was relaxing on her reclaimed chair as 2 maids fed her some grapes. No, those 2 were macho men in maid clothes. She was busy watching naked men covered in oil wrestling with each other. This is where the men in her fighting arena train. She likes to watch. Her phone rang. This one was her private phone. Alice frowned looking at the caller's ID that she didn't recognize, then answered, yes. Hi sis, it's me, Victor. Mike gave me your number. Little Victor. I haven't heard your voice in a long time. She said as she texted Mike using her other phone, making sure that this was really Victor. It was. Yeah. I miss you too sis. Mother misses you too, he said. Last time I saw her, she kicked me out of the house. Alice said with a smile as that incident was part of her plan. Yeah. She was a little shocked. Victor said, next time try going to meet her without your entourage. That would not be any fun, she said as she glanced at her 2 maids. I am not asking you to go there for fun. Victor sighed, his mother really missed Alice. So. Why are you calling me on this secure line? I heard that you became a big shot after passing the ceremony, she asked. Yeah. That's the problem. You might not have heard, but the family found me a few fiancés, he explained. Typical, she spat coldly. They come with a load of trouble. Naturally. And one of them seems to have a crush on someone else. Oh, also typical, she said. Nothing about her shameless family surprised her anymore. Even if her father one day told her that he was not the patriarch's son but one of her grandmother's lover's bastards, she would totally believe him. That someone whom she likes, is someone you might know. Victor hesitated. I only. Don't tell me. Alice shouted as she sat up. Yes, it is your formal fiancé, young Master Caspian. Victor said. Caspian was Alice's fiancé. No, former fiancé. Alice pondered for a few minutes, in which Victor said nothing. Does Caspian know about the girl's feelings, she finally asked. I don't know yet. He might have only met the girl once or twice, Victor said. Then he knows. Is that girl pretty? Alice asked. Yes, as pretty as you are. Then you are as good as dead. Don't propose, Caspian is a guy that you should never make your enemy, she said, not aware that her brother knew much more than she did. That's not an option, both of the families want this marriage, Victor said. It doesn't matter, Caspian is like a mad dog, once something enters his mouth he will not let it go. She said, you will have to try very hard to cancel that wedding, or Caspian will definitely come crashing in. He will even choose the moment when she is about to say her vows. Alice said. Ah. Are you sure? Wouldn't he try to stop the wedding a little earlier? Victor asked. Nope, that guy would definitely break into the wedding, and if the girl really likes him she would jump into his embrace. She spat angrily, frightening the two maids as she took out her whip and began to wave it around in anger. Caspian held a grudge against her and the Von Wise family ever since the proposal party he prepared for her 3 years ago. She arrived on the shoulder of two macho men. Oh. Victor's plans changed again. He knew that Caspian held a grudge against Alice and his family for humiliating him. You should try asking the family. If they heard Caspian's name they might cancel the wedding, she hesitated. They won't, father is getting targeted. Oh. I have some other plans. So don't worry, he said, he can't stop the wedding. Victor. Don't try to provoke Caspian, that guy is really dangerous. Alice warned. You did it before and succeeded. I can do it too. He said, making her pause. Did her brother realize her plan? If he did, then he was smarter than she expected. She must go check on him personally. Just to make sure. The truth was that Alice was not a pervert at all. She might have some unique hobbies, but she was just a nice girl. She was also still a virgin. All of those macho men were in fact impotent. She found them broken and damaged, fixed them up, and offered them a chance for revenge in exchange for their life and they accepted. She was giving them a unique drug that she found in a dungeon and kept a secret. This drug massively enhances someone's strength and stamina in exchange for their manhood. That's why she built her arena, both to train those men and get rid of the spies who might try to enter her service. The truth was something that no one knew. Victor only discovered it ages later when he inspected the heavenly sex archives. It was all part of her plan to get rid of Caspian, whom she loathed ever since she was a child and had to play with him at the sect. She couldn't stand his smell. It was rotten. The more she interacted with him the more she also realized that even his personality was rotten. He always acted like a gentleman, a noble prince. But when she investigated him behind the scenes actions she found horrifying things. That man was a monster, a sick monster. Despite knowing many things, she didn't reveal a thing, as Caspian was the son of the heavenly sect patriarch. She knew perfectly that no one would believe her, and even if they did. So what? It all didn't mean a thing to her until the day her family told her that Caspian was interested in her and that she should marry him. She had no other choice. Caspian was destined to be the next patriarch of the heavenly sect and the family was not going to let go of such a big fish. Alice, having no other choice, decided to do the only possible thing to get rid of her troubles. Make Caspian back off by himself. That's why she began her plan to appear as a pervert. A big pervert whom Caspian would never risk his well-crafted image to marry. Her plan surprisingly worked. She could still remember how nervous she was when she rode those macho men around the streets. Acting as if this was all normal. How desperate she was when she revealed many rumors damaging her own reputation. She still remembers Caspian's angry eyes when she sat on the two men who formed a chair with their latex-covered bodies. She told him directly that she didn't mind marrying him, but he must let her enjoy her hobbies, and that he should also fight for her in the arena. She also asked him if he was willing to try on some new clothes. Caspian could say nothing but turn around and leave in anger. He would never marry someone like her who would damage his reputation. He had bigger plans for his life. Ever since that day, Alice's position in the sect was no longer stable. She was getting marginalized and outcast bit by bit. If it were not for her master, who was one of the sect's grand elders, Caspian would have definitely killed her long ago. Still, she didn't dare to drop her act. If Caspian knew that she was fooling him and was not really a pervert, he would definitely attack her and her family without caring about the consequences. After the reckoning, Caspian used the chance when the Von Wise family fell to rape then kill Alice in anger when he discovered that she was still a virgin. He hated being made a fool. This was all recorded by an elder of the sects in his memoirs that was uncovered after the war. In fact, Alice had no idea that Victor ever since his return in time was using her exact method. He learned from the best after all. He was acting as a pervert to fool his enemies. He didn't have to work for a notorious reputation since he already had one thanks to Linda and her mother. I have the protection of my master. Caspian might really kill you, Alice told him with a worried after pondering for a few minutes. I have my ways. I want you to attend my wedding, he said. To use me as a shield, she asked. She was planning to go anyway. No, as a distraction. I have a way to let the bride scold Caspian in public for being a pervert, he said with an evil smile. A new plan was getting formulated in his mind. Oh. What? Didn't you say she likes him? She asked. Don't try to use any hypnosis methods, Caspian has the S-rank skill. True word. People can only speak the truth in his presence, she added. I can't tell you now, but I have more than one way to fool him, Victor said. You have to be 100% sure, Alice warned again. I am, Victor said. With his authority, Caspian's skills were useless. Then I will come. Reserve 10 seats for me and my entourage, she said, then hung up. Chapter 246, The Wedding Must Go On. Exactly at noon, when Victor left the mansion with his brother Mike in a grand convoy, heading to the von Astrom villa in style. When they arrived there, the street was jam-packed with journalists who began to heat up as soon as they saw the groom's convoy, which began to slow down to a stop. Ever since the news yesterday, all of the major news agencies in town was on high alert. They are all here because of you, Mike told Victor as he signaled his guards to clear a road for them. I know, right? Victor said with an evil smile that Mike didn't really get it. It reminded him of his father's mischievous smile. Did you really have to wear that striped tiger suit? Mike asked as he stepped out of the car, wondering if his brother had any decent clothes. He looked like a pimp. Yes. It was chosen for me by one of my girls, Victor replied as he followed his brother. Theta got him this one. She thought he would look dangerous and cool like a tiger. She was right that it made him look dangerous, but wrong about the cool part. He liked it nevertheless. As long as you are cool with it, Mike said as he walked next to Victor on the red carpet that was laid from the car to the villa's door. That's how Yvonne Wise-Air proposed. Ignoring the photographers and journalists who were screaming out some very disturbing questions, the two brothers quickly headed to the door. No, not completely ignoring them. Two paparazzi were asking some very inappropriate questions about Victor's mother. He heard them clearly. The nutcracker got to them from an impossible angle. The villa's door was opened quickly as soon as they reached it. Behind it was a very troubled man who invited the two brothers in before shutting the door, totally ignoring the ruckus outside. Young Master Mike. Young Master Victor. I am Sirius von Astrom. This way please, Sirius greeted nervously as he gestured for them to enter the living room. Liliana was waiting there, sitting in anger. She barely glanced at them. Please sit down, this is my wife Liliana, Sirius said. Victor and Mike quickly took their seats after greeting Liliana with a courteous nod. Where is the bride? Victor asked directly as he licked his lips and looked around, making both Sirius and Liliana cringe. Now they were sure the one yesterday was definitely a fake. They could tell immediately from that pimp jacket he was wearing. She is not here, Liliana said as she glared at Victor. She had seen the recordings from yesterday. This guy was a pervert. And where is she? Victor asked as he frowned. Making Sirius hesitate as his wife shot him a warning glare. She went with her friends somewhere to relax. She will return in a few days. Liliana answered, you don't have to worry, the engagement will go on as planned, she spat. This is the only way they can protect her daughter for now. Oh. That's good, Victor answered as he secretly signaled Alex by ripping a talisman in his pocket. Now. Let's make things clear. I will not let my daughter marry in a double wedding, Liliana began to list her demands. That's not negotiable. Victor interrupted, standing up angrily, just when something suddenly broke the window and hit Victor on the back of his head and sent him wailing onto the ground. Ah! He wailed. Guards! Mike alerted, as he saw Victor slowly stand up while holding a stone in his hand. Are you okay? Sirius asked as he watched his wife swiftly jump out of the broken window and glare at the journalists outside who were now kneeling as Mike's guards swiftly took out the big guns and ordered everyone to lie down on the ground with their hands behind their heads. It was a mess. Liliana returned 2 minutes later having found nothing. She saw the shadow of someone running away toward a nearby building, but when she reached there that guy had already disappeared as if he had evaporated in thin air. Entering the house, she found that her husband and the guests had moved to the dining room where they were standing silently. Sorry about that, the journalists, Liliana paused as she noticed that the men were reading a bloodied piece of paper. She could easily tell that it was wrapped around a stone as the purplish stains on it matched the blood dripping from Victor's forehead right onto her wool carpet. She froze for a few seconds, before running to the kitchen and grabbing a towel to wipe the blood quickly. The moment she entered the room again her husband gave her that paper as he took the towel and gave it to Victor who put it on his head as he angrily glared at the couple. Not aware that the towel was meant for the carpet. I need an explanation, Victor said very coldly while wiping his blood. He would definitely punish that B*TCH, Alex, later, did she have to throw it using all of her strength? It was like a freaking bullet. Mike said nothing and just watched in silence. He didn't like being made a fool. Liliana frowned as grabbed the paper and began to read it. Nova is fine. She is in good hands. She will never marry that pervert. That's why I helped her to run away. She didn't want me to tell you anything, but this is my duty as her friend. She will change her name and disappear forever. Don't look for her. Nova's friend. Young master, we better sit down first. Sirius said as he glanced at his wife who forgot about her carpet as she began to shake a little. Her face was turning ghastly white. What is the meaning of this? Were you fooling me? Victor, who began to appear angry, didn't sit down, he just glared at the couple. Let's take it easy. Sit down. Liliana interrupted her husband as she sat down on a random chair and rested her hands on the dinner table, hiding her shake. Seeing that Victor and Mike were ignoring her, she released her aura as a player as she ordered again after a deep breath, sit down. Mike grabbed Victor's arm and pushed him to one chair then sat at the one next to him. Speak, he said nervously. No one told him that there was a tigress in this house. Let's come clean then. My daughter was kidnapped yesterday. Liliana said after weighing his options. Her husband was activating an isolation talisman as she spoke. What? The message clearly says that she ran away. Mike asked as he glanced at Sirius and then back at Liliana, how could you let that happen? We are not sure about that. Yesterday. A man who looks exactly like Master Victor came to propose. We were fooled. He wanted to speak with her alone. Then they vanished. Sirius spoke this time, flipping his phone to show Victor and Mike a recording of Victor when he came in yesterday. It was shot from the house's security camera outside. There is no recording of him leaving, Sirius explained. Oh. Mike was surprised. He watched the video to its end. That guy really looked like Victor. No, not exactly, that guy was dressed in a white suit like a real gentleman. Who else knew that you would come to propose? Mike asked Victor. He seemed to have believed them. Everyone. This young master does not keep secrets. Victor said as he glared angrily at the couple. I see, Mike looked back at the couple, can you find her? He asked. Many families have ways to trace their descendants. That guy must be using some talisman to cut us out, but we are doing our best, Sirius said, looking at his wife who kept glancing at her phone as if she was expecting a call. The room went silent for the next 5 minutes. No one knew what to say. So now what? Victor asked at last, I have already told the world about this wedding? Do you want me to appear like a fool? He asked. No one answered. Liliana was about to tell him that he already looked like a fool with that striped tiger jacket, but her husband's glare made her hold her tongue. We will have to wait. My wife will definitely be able to locate her, Sirius said, the wedding will definitely go as planned. If the wedding failed, his future would be very grim as his enemies in the family would definitely use this against him. And although his wife wanted to change the wedding plan, this was not an option anymore. And? What if she was never found? Victor began to lose his nerves again. I am planning the wedding of the century here, he declared. Calm down. Mike nudged him and then looked at the couple. His brother was right, this would not look good. The family might even punish them for being incompetent. Did you check her friends? Do you know if she has a secret lover? Mike, who seemed to notice that something was wrong with Liliana, asked. None of her friends knew a thing. But, when Nova ran away before, she met a guy. We can't be sure it was him though, as she never revealed his name to us. Sirius said as he pondered. Victor frowned as he watched the couple. The way they were acting was as if those two didn't know that their daughter was already a full woman. That would be the only reason why Nova would not tell them about Tom, fearing that he might spill the beans. But didn't they tell the world that she was no longer a virgin? This didn't make any sense. Unless, they were lying. But why would they do that? Victor frowned. It's not him, Liliana said. Nova swore to me that she would never go near that guy again. And whoever helped her, she must have had a chance to ask him for help recently. We only knew that you were coming a few days ago, and she didn't communicate with anyone at that time, she explained. Ah, that's not entirely accurate. Sirius said after some hesitation. He really screwed up this time. What did you do? His wife, who knew him well, asked. A few days ago I helped her send a letter to that gay friend of hers, Sirius said, not daring to look at his wife. Which gay friend? Liliana asked as she squeezed her fist. Caspian or something, Sirius said after a sigh, not realizing that his wife was looking at him with her mouth wide open. Which Caspian? Why don't we go get that bastard and ask him then? Victor asked, hiding his shaking hand. Shit, that guy would definitely be at his wedding now. Plan B. No plan C. I don't know. Sirius was interrupted by his wife. It might be the young master of the heavenly sect, Caspian Drake, she said as she grabbed her phone and began sending some messages to her friends. She began to totally ignore her poor husband who would sleep on the floor tonight. Oh, everyone in the room went silent until Mike exploded. What? He asked as he stood up, pushing the chair behind him to the ground. If this did involve the heavenly sect, then they were in trouble. Why are you saying that? Sirius asked. He never knew that there was a relationship between his daughter and that big shot. Liliana ignored him. Please explain, Mike said. Nova met him once at a martial arts exhibition in Red Sand City and, she was writing letters to him lately. I intercepted all of them. That's what I thought anyway, she said, glaring at her husband who nodded first, then slowly his expression changed from remorse to joy. Oh, Sirius said as he turned to Victor and Mike, it seems like we can't go on with this wedding, he said, isn't this better for him? Caspian is a big shot, and his position in the family would definitely soar. He didn't need to fear his brother anymore. If it were Caspian, he would not need to sneak in the night like a rat, Mike interjected, making Sirius pause and think. That's right, someone like Caspian would surely drag her from the front door. Caspian might not really care about her. It was a one-sided fascination as Nova only saw him one time, Liliana lied after a few minutes of silence, in which she checked her phone a couple of times. I called a friend at the sect, and young Master Caspian didn't leave the sect last week. It's definitely not him. She told the truth this time, sighing in relief. The only reason she approved her daughter's disadvantageous marriage was to make sure that she could never marry Caspian. This was related to a secret that she discovered and led to her finding her wimp husband as an excuse to run away from the sect. Why? Her husband asked, then quickly shut his mouth after a murderous glare from his wife. Victor, who was watching silently, realized that Liliana didn't want Nova to marry Caspian for some reason. She was a member of the heavenly sect too after all. She must have knew about some secrets. Mike looked at Victor. What do you want to do? This is your wedding. He asked. I will talk to father if you want to cancel it. Even if Caspian was not involved here, the fact that the girl was already sending him letters was a good excuse to cancel this wedding. Cancel? That's not an option. Victor exclaimed, we will go on with the wedding. Even if it is a Caspian or something, I don't care, this young master wants his bride, he added, watching Liliana's reactions. But what if they didn't get her back? Mike asked, glaring at the couple. I don't care. Victor said, don't you have a son? Let him wear a skirt and marry me. I was promised a bride from this household and I will get it one way or another, Victor demanded unreasonably. My son is a man, Sirius, who was distressed, said after taking a few seconds to fully comprehend what Victor meant. Thankfully his son was out looking for Nova. This young master doesn't discriminate. I will just have to turn him into a woman, Victor said decisively, as if this was not the first time he did that. I don't think that would be feasible, Sirius said as he wondered if this guy was serious or was joking. Then, Mistress Liliana is still very charming. We can, Victor said, looking at Liliana, then quickly dodging as she, feeling a shiver run through her spine, instinctively threw her slipper at him. She was not that old to be a granny yet. Victor, calm down, Mike said. He had the strangest feeling that his brother was acting. It was as if he knew that something like this would happen. No, that's impossible. I am calm. Do you guys want me to lose my reputation then? I already declared my wedding date to the world. Victor sighed and asked in great distress. As if he still had any reputation after yesterday's events. Relax, we will get her in time. This wedding will go on as planned, just don't tell anyone about Nova's disappearance. Liliana said she really didn't like Victor at all, but if the wedding was really cancelled, the von Astrom family would surely use this against her husband and her son. Maybe even her daughter. Are you sure? Victor asked. Liliana didn't respond. The one she was tasked with locating her daughter, didn't find her yet, so she wasn't sure. Why was that woman taking so long? Wasn't using fate to locate someone an easy task? It took everyone a few minutes to calm down. We can help you keep this a secret, Victor said, but... What? Liliana asked. We have to make a contingency plan, listen. Victor said as he calmly sat down again, if by the time of the wedding you couldn't find the bride, we will find some other girl to take her place, you will attend and act as if she was Nova. The wedding will go on as planned no matter what, he said, crossing his fingers behind his back. Like we would ever. Sirius got angry but was interrupted again, by his wife. It's a deal. We will play along. She said this was the best outcome. If Nova married Victor, Caspian would not be able to marry her as the heavenly sect places a great emphasis on purity. Hearing her, Victor, who was acting like a thug, was smiled in his heart. His guess was correct. He must find an opportunity to ask her about this. What if Nova appeared with a new lover after that? Mike interrupted, he didn't like this at all. It was all messed up. Didn't you hear? Nova likes that Caspian guy. She even sent him a letter a week ago. This letter must be fake to cancel the wedding, Victor said. This young master would not be fooled this easily. What if she ran to Caspian's side? Mike asked. This would be a big problem for his family. He didn't know a lot about Caspian, but he knew enough. The heavenly sect would never approve of such a relationship with an engaged woman, Liliana said. Young Master Victor is right, this is our best course. Liliana nodded. Unknowingly both Victor and Liliana had exactly the same goals. Oh. Mike, who was not entirely convinced, nodded. His brother was pinching his arm. On the other hand, Sirius, who wanted to ask his wife why she was against his daughter marrying Caspian, instead remained silent after getting his foot squished into the ground under the table. Victor sighed in relief. Liliana was definitely helping him, she must have been the one who started the rumors about her daughter. His excuses here were very weak. His plan was put in a hurry as Nova left him no other choice, as she would never cooperate easily. Then it's a deal. Now let's go give those reporters outside a statement. Victor said with a proud smile. Chapter 247, Harem King. A young woman was playing with the curls of her crimson hair as she sat comfortably on a leather chair while a ugly fat man squatted at the floor near her feet looking at her with awe. Mistress, Margret. Will you really help bail my company? He asked, earning another slap at his ugly face with her black horsewhip. As I said, I want 51% of the shares. Your company is drowning anyway, the bank will take everything in a few weeks, she said coldly. This is too much. How about 30%? He asked, trying hard to appear as docile as possible. If this BTCH was not supported by that young master Mike, he would have FE'd her ages ago. But her background was very strong, and he really needed the money. Although no one believed him, after years of trying and failing he was sure that his company was about to discover a new energy generation method. Too bad that his loans were about to expire. He needed some extra funds straight away to finalize the research. He was sure that they were very close to a breakthrough. 51%. And that's final. She said, look here little piggy, this young mistress is still giving you face. If you don't want that, we can always establish a new company, buy out all of your employees, then send you to the bottom of the ocean, she threatened coldly as she used her whip to strike at him again. But you will still be the head of the company, and I will even give you a salary, she said, looking at the golden watch on her wrist. You have 30 seconds to consider, she said, crossing her legs and making him swallow his saliva that was about to dribble on the floor. Damn, this chick was hot. Maybe he would have a chance to get to know her more if she became his boss, and he really needs the money. His wife was about to divorce him because he could no longer afford her expenses. I approve. But, said after some hesitation. No, buts. Sign. She said, pushing a stack of papers to him. He hesitated, but the sound of her whip hitting the table, quickly reminded him that he should never hesitate. So he quickly signed the papers with great remorse. Good, from now on I will be your mistress, the money will be transferred in an hour, she said coldly as she stood up and quickly left the meeting room, ignoring the inappropriate looks in his eyes. This bastard wasted a lot of her time. If she was not in a hurry, she would have taken her time and used the soul wine to convince him, but she had to visit many companies in a very small time frame. So she resorted to using a mix of her charm, soul-numbing perfume, and a trusty horsewhip. This piggy was her most crucial target, as his company will soon discover how to extract energy from some kind of rare rocks. It made the news in her past life, then no one heard about them again. After talking to Victor in the last couple of days, she realized that what he used as fuel were the most common rocks in dungeons. Those rocks were the waste left after mining dungeons. The families were distributing them to research facilities around the world to see if someone can develop a good method of using them. That's why when this company's discovery was announced, the company was silently bought and the technology was monopolized by some families. Now it was all hers. It technically belonged to Victor, but the name on the paper was hers. As for that pig, she met him in her past life. He was one of her uncle's clients. In this life, she was going to take her revenge on him very slowly. She liked being the dominating one. But that was something she could only do when Victor was not around. She had discovered it long ago. Victor's weakness was that he always likes to be on top. He. One day she might use this to tame him. She was smirking like a goblin when Victor sent her a message. Time's up, meet me at the airport. She could only sigh and get into the car. Thankfully she finished buying the really important companies that would turn a profit very soon. Finished already? Ron, who was tasked with driving her around today, asked with some admiration in his eyes. This girl, whom he didn't put in his eyes yesterday, had already caused 5 businessmen to sell their life work in the span of a few hours. Even if his cousin was willing to pay a lot, it can't happen this fast unless he was using the family resources, which he clearly wasn't. Yup, another success. Where to now? Ron asked. He really wanted to ask if she was single, but after remembering that she came here with his perverted cousin, he knew the answer to that. But his cousin seemed to like older women. To the airport. Our little date is over, she said with a sigh, totally ignoring his flirting looks. When Margret reached the airport with Ron, Mike was there talking to Victor. They seemed to be disagreeing about something. I will keep this a secret. But promise me to be more careful, Mike finally said, before turning to leave. He gave Margret a nod on his way out with Ron, who quickly followed him after greeting Victor. Did anything wrong happen? Margret asked. Mike's expression earlier was strange. Some unexpected variables, he said cryptically. I will just have to be extra careful for the next 3 weeks, he added as he climbed into the plane. Margret frowned a little, then quickly followed him, noticing that Alex, who was still in her maid uniform, was standing behind with a smug smile as if she had completed her task. It was just her intuition, but Alex's smirk was always the prelude to a spanking. What did this idiot do again? She didn't have to wonder for long as she suddenly noticed the bandage on the back of Victor's head. She could easily connect some dots. Do we really have to hurry to that dungeon? It could have already been conquered by the time we reach there, Margret asked as soon as they relaxed in their adjacent seats on the private jet. This is a chance for you girls to level up. And dungeon conquering time grows exponentially with its level. If my guess is correct, this one might take a week. They were totally ignoring Alex, who was getting some nasty looks from a poor flight attendant who realized that the Alex was in fact a male dressed as a maid. She was also feeling jealous because of Alex's beauty and smooth tender skin. She began questioning her existence. But what if it took longer? Margret asked. The wedding might be delayed. Don't worry, according to my estimation, it's not that dangerous. He was saying that because he knew well about that dungeon after watching Tom's and Lynn's actions inside. He was the keeper of the royal library after all, and it included the dungeon archives. Although it was not even 70% complete, it had most of the big dungeons that involved the great powers. The Skeleton King dungeon was one of them. It was a C-rank dungeon. Conquering it would normally take about 5 weeks, but if he was there the time frame would be reduced to just 1 as he knew how to kill the boss. He was just wondering why this dungeon got mistaken for an F rank. Nothing like this happened in his previous life. Deciding to investigate this once they got there, Victor looked back at Margret who, like all the other girls, was getting prettier every day. This was the effect of being a player. How did the deals go? Victor asked, changing the subject. I finished 3 emerging social media websites, 1 food processing factory, and the Rock Energy Company. She said, I also bought a small stock trading firm to act as a front for future operations, she added. All that in one morning, he asked in surprise. No wonder Ron was looking at her with admiration. Aha, she nodded proudly. Not bad, he was very impressed. Margret, despite her image, had some real gifts in the business sector. Will I get a reward tonight? She asked mischievously. She also had some real gifts and accomplishments in other venues. I don't mind. That's if you can find me in the dungeon before Lily does, he said mischievously, making her pout a little as she looked out of the window. Lily was getting very possessive around Victor lately, like a fat kid and his candy bar. Thankfully she was sent away recently and Margret finally got some time to spend with Victor alone. Alex was not counted. Where is Lily anyway? She asked. As far as Margret knew, Lily was supposed to be doing some heist. We will pick her up shortly. Victor stopped talking as his face changed color, making Margret frown but say nothing as she watched him look in midair. He was manipulating his system menu. Warning. Artifact/15E224FF/IS attempting to a read operation on the following privileged properties. Fate power, birth destiny. Insufficient authority for direct access. Permission requested, allow. Yes, no. Victor frowned, who the hell was accessing his fate? And why now? The only power with the means to know about fates was probably the Fate sect. He was not sure though. But how are they doing this? There was no one else on the plane. Unless. Today he was sure to neutralize all the bloodstains in the von Astrom villa, but if he missed one, it might be able to be used against him. **T. Damn you, Alex. Victor quickly began to use the disguise skill on his fate. He had no access to the birth destiny property, but he can easily fake one. He pressed yes. Fate power B. Birth destiny, a harem king with 99,999 wives. After that he quickly took out a talisman and lit its corner. A voice came out of the talisman as the smoke began to approximate the shapes of 2 women who were forming in the air between Victor and Margret. One was Liliana, the other was a young woman that he didn't know. She was wearing long robes, and despite the smoke having no colors, he could vaguely guess what color it was. Bronze. The color of the Fate sex robes. What? Did it work at last? This is the final sample I got, it was Liliana's voice. Yes, this time it did, the other woman's answered. He didn't recognize her voice. What is his destiny then? Liliana ached. A harem king with a berated fate, the woman answered. Hiding the number of wives. She was probably wondering how many of his wives were grannies. Oh. Liliana seemed deflated. Isn't that what you wanted? With him, Nova will be safe. I just want her to be happy. You know that's not possible. Nova is a dark scion, her happiness would lead to trouble. You have already tested that. You just have to protect her from the shadows, she said. Victor is the perfect groom, he is a pervert and his family is on the verge of collapse. Yeah. Did you find her? Liliana asked as if she wanted to change the subject. No. Something strange is blocking me. At first, I felt some sort of talisman, but since this morning, it is as if she is not in this world anymore, she said. She could be in a dungeon or a ruin, I can't really tell. Could it be Caspian? No. That guy is under our surveillance, he hasn't shown his true colors yet. Then what to do? Liliana asked. Just do what Master told you to do, follow destiny and... The talisman was fully burnt. What was that? Margret asked as the smoke dissipated. Thankfully they were on a private jet where smoking was allowed. "A listening talisman I planted today," he said. Victor had planted this in the rock Alex used to hit him today. It had to be small though, so he couldn't listen for more dialogue. Thankfully it wasn't damaged. He had anticipated that they would take the rock to a tracker, the same one they were using to find Nova. However, he had never expected the tracker to be a fate seer. "And?" Margret asked as she watched him frown deeply. "Trouble, big trouble," Victor replied. He didn't expect that Liliana knew someone of the Fate sect. But this made many things make sense. Liliana probably had some profound relation with the Fate sect. And those bastards apparently knew all along of Caspian's plot, and let it happen. Too bad that Victor had no real interactions with them in his previous life and couldn't tell what was their plot. However, the thing that was bothering him since this morning was cleared. The real reason Liliana approved of this stupid marriage was that she wanted to make Nova miserable but safe. The same technique Victor was using on Alex. That reminded him. "Alex, get your sorry ass here. It is time for your punishment," Victor yelled as he touched the back of his head, startling not only poor Alex but also the flight attendants who would soon be witnessing a live spanking event for the first time in their lives. Chapter 248, What Did I Do Now? Yin watched nervously as the plane landed. Although it was her first time at an airport, she knew enough to realize that her mistress Lily was some real big shot as they didn't have to pass through security and directly headed to the airway where a private jet had just landed. They left the newly established Assassin's Guild this morning and took a roundabout way until they reached here. Yin could still freshly remember Malcolm's face as he begged Lily to take him with her too. He only got his ass kicked as an answer. Serves him right, what a pervert. Although she couldn't tell why, Yin really didn't like that guy. "Let's go," Lily told her as he hurried inside the plane as soon as its air stair was lowered. Yin hesitated for a second and quickly followed Lily inside where to her surprise, her usually cold mistress jumped into the embrace of a young man and started hugging him like an octopus. She didn't even give him the chance to stand up from his seat as she pushed him down and kissed his lips like a drowning man gasping for air. "This way please," a smiling flight attendant kindly told Yin as she gestured to her to sit in a nearby seat. She was obviously trying her best to ignore the mating ritual happening behind her. Yin nodded in thanks, then took a reverse seat, one from which she would be able to survey the entire plane. The flight attendant quickly helped her tie her safety belt. "If you need anything just call for me," she said nicely, then left. Yin nodded. She relaxed in the comfy leather seat and began to inspect the plane's passenger carefully, trying to ignore her mistress's actions. Firstly, there was that sorry maid who was definitely a guy. He was sitting in a weird way at the back of the cabinet with tears in his eyes. He was slowly rubbing his butt while silently cursing. Next was a red-haired girl who was pouting as she watched the couples making out to her side. Strangely, she reminded Yin of one of her classmates. A slut. Finally, a handsome young man. He was busy being hugged and kissed by Mistress Lily. He was seemingly enjoying his time, she could tell from the perverted smile on his handsome face. Wait. Wasn't that guy the same pervert who was on TV yesterday declaring that he would marry 2 wives? Wasn't he the same guy her mistress was cursing at this morning as she watched the video of him saving those old ladies? Her mistress was whispering something in his ear. Thankfully the plane was silent enough that Yin could make out some words. "I will try hard to keep my beauty when I grow old." Apparently, those words really ruined that young master's good mood. Yin could tell that from the way he pinched her mistress's butt. That made her hug him tighter. Was this the same mistress who was acting all cold and mighty for the last couple of days? She was no different from AB*TCH in heat. "Miss, can you take a seat? The jet will take off in a few minutes," a flight attendant suddenly asked Lily politely after clearing her throat. She was trying hard to appear as serious as possible. She was really wondering what was wrong with this batch of passengers. She had seen a lot of maniacs, but those were on a totally different level. She shouldn't have accepted the job offer to work on this private jet. She should have known that a high salary could not be earned easily. "No, I am fine here," Lily said, continuing to hug Victor. She really missed him, and he smelled like grannies. She needed to erase that smell. "Go to your seat. We have to discuss some things," Victor finally ordered, making the annoyed Lily obey reluctantly. She slowly stepped away from him and then sat on the opposite seat. The flight attendant finally sighed in relief and quickly went to her seat as the jet began to take off. Who is this? Victor firstly asked, carefully inspecting the nervous Yin, who turned to look out of the window to hide her blush. She didn't like him, but he was too damn hot. This is Yin, she works for me, Lily said. She was pouting now. She has an interesting story that I thought you might want to hear, she added. Victor nodded and activated his inspection skill. Yin Artis. STR 17. Int 25. Luck 21. Charm 25. Fate, C. No defined fate. Destiny list 10, order points to unveil. Good, not another scion. We will talk about her later, Victor said as he looked back at Lily. Why did you use the explosion array, he had to ask. The families were surely beginning to investigate that nuclear explosion. Although they would find nothing, he didn't want to be under suspicion. Ah. It's like this, Lily, who was nervously playing with her slender finger, quickly began to tell him what happened at Troy's mansion. Yin tried to listen into their conversation, but strangely enough, she could hear nothing. It was as if they were reading each other's lips. She could understand some words, like demons and explosions. Oh. Demonification. You did the right thing, Victor said at last. If demons really escaped that place, the wedding would definitely be delayed. Did you get the data? He asked. Yup. Lily said, giving him a flash drive which he quickly stored in his ring as if this was something he really wanted. This made him get a better understanding of the relationship between the Von Zwei family and Troy. In his past life, Troy must have been one of their pieces. Now, with Arca becoming the main heir of the Wyron family, this chess piece has changed hands. And the demonification data was really precious. If he combined it with the knowledge he had from the future, he might be able to do something cool. He had that dragon egg after all. I will review this after we finish with the dungeon. What dungeon? The Academy went dungeon hunting without us. We will discuss it on our way there. Now, about this girl. Victor asked, looking at Yin, who got a little nervous. Well. This is her file. Lily gave Yin's data to Victor, who slowly skimmed through it. Interesting, he said after finishing, inspecting Yin again from head to toe. Yin. Come tell the young master the story you told me, Lily said while putting her hand on the seat next to her, ordering Yin to come to sit beside her. Yin slowly obeyed. Although she was nervous, she was able to calmly sit down and then tell Victor what she told Lily that day. About how her parents were demons and how she burnt them. She kept nervously looking at her feet though. Victor's charm was too much for this little girl. She was wondering if he would believe her. Her thoughts were all over the place. I see, Victor said as he relaxed in his seat. Do you know where your family went on vacation? He asked. Ah. Summer Dream Island, she answered, raising her head slowly to look him in the eye. She can at least look at him now. Summer Dream. In the Southern Sea. I see, he pondered as he looked out of the jet's window. This island was a part of a group of separated islands that acted as one country. It was a known tourist attraction. Those islands were also the location of one of the demons' bases that appeared straight after the reckoning. He didn't expect that place to be infested this early. That reminded him of some things too. There is a ruin near there, not a big one, but it had a few skeletal jade keys. Maybe he should take the girls there to play a little and exterminate some demons. Were they really demons? Did they kill Yin's parents and take their place? Lily suddenly asked as Margret, who was also listening with interest, squinted her eyes. No. They just possessed them and devoured their souls. Like that thing that tried to attack Theta before, he said. Oh, Lily nodded. He reminded her of the incident when he went into a coma. Victor sighed again as he looked back at Yin. You did good. Very good. From what you told me, I can infer that the only reason they kept you alive was that one of them had problems with his body. Maybe the possession was not performed correctly. They needed a replacement body. They probably also didn't want to attract unwanted attention by killing you. I can't really tell, Victor said. Then. They were my real parents. Yin opened her eyes wide and asked as she shook. She always thought that they were imposters. They were the corpses of your parents. The real ones were already long dead, he said softly as he left his seat, then kneeled in front of her, looking deeply into her eyes. You did well by giving them a funeral. Her eyes began to well with tears. She was a little girl after all. Do you want a chance for revenge? He suddenly asked her after a few minutes. Yes, she said directly, looking him straight in the eye without flinching. "You will not regret it," he asked. "Never," she didn't waver. "Do you know what a player is?" he asked, intending to begin a lengthy explanation. "I have already briefed her," Lily said as Yin nodded. "Good. Then I will make you a player," he said, watching her hesitate for a second and then nod. She also wanted to be as strong as that spider boy who fought the mantis on TV. Lily had told her that he was a player. "Alex, get your sorry ass here." Victor suddenly turned to the back and yelled, making Alex, who was relaxing at the back of the cabinet, flinch. "What did I do now?" she wailed in a miserable tone. Victor didn't keep his hand earlier. It was as if he had some grudge against her, but what did it ever do to him? "Just come here. It's a reward this time," he said, smirking like an old man fooling a little girl. "What if I don't want it?" "That's not an option." "Oh," Alex said as she stood up slowly. She had a feeling that he was fooling her. But she didn't dare to disobey. Victor chuckled before looking at the nervous flight attendant. "Go out and lock the cabin's door. You can only return after 60 minutes, he ordered. The flight attendant, who was expecting an orgy to happen an hour ago, quickly nodded and escaped after throwing in a pitiful look. They didn't even spare this little girl. She would definitely report them after they have landed, even if this would get her fired. As soon as the cabin's door was closed, Victor looked at the girls and Alex, who was now standing nervously next to Victor's seat. "Listen, I will now turn Yin into a player using a talisman," he explained, taking out one of the 2 awakening talismans he was left with. "Would this affect us? We are already players," Margret asked. "This would only turn one person into a player, but if you are close enough it would upgrade your system to be better," he said, "like what happened to me and Theta." "Why the hurry?" "We could wait," Lily asked. "They could wait until they get into the mansion where all of the girls could benefit." "No, the talisman's effect is less than 1 foot, so the 3 of you will really have to hug in really tight," Victor, who knew what she was thinking about, explained. "Oh. Come on now, time is important here. Classes are usually granted depending on people's experiences. The older the incident, the exponentially weaker its effect on the player's class would be," he said, looking at Yin, who didn't understand. "I want you to get a demon exterminating power, so listen up. Whatever you feel in the next few minutes, I want you to think of only one thing. How you killed those demons in your house. Your unwavering will to exterminate them," he said. He was really hoping that she would get some demon extermination class. Those were very rare and only began to appear after 1 generation of the reckoning, when demons were infesting the world. Hopefully, her latest experience as an assassin under Lily's hands would not ruin her chances. Yin nodded nervously as she felt the girls and Alex hug her. She watched as Victor held her finger and then pricked it with a needle before putting it on the golden talisman, which shone in white light that entered her body. Her world turned black and a blue shimmering screen welcomed her. "Welcome, player." Chapter 249, Devil's Fork. The awakening process took more than an hour for Yin, but only a few seconds passed in reality, in which Victor was watching nervously with crossed fingers. If this succeeded, this little girl would be a treasure. A deadly treasure. No matter what though, he had already decided to take this girl from Lily. She would be a good companion for Lara, who was getting slowly corrupted by Al. This stoic strong girl would be a perfect counterbalance. He could also tell that she would turn into a great beauty in a few years, then. Damn it, control your desires, little Victor. Control your desires. Only for the next 3 weeks until the bloodline can be awakened. This youthful body of his was really annoying. Damn this Alex, did she have to prick her swollen butt in his direction like that? He took a deep breath, calming himself as he watched the girls slowly open their pretty eyes, then let go of Yin, who took a few more seconds to open her eyes and looked around at the strange world around her. Yin Artis. Level, 0. Class, Demon Hunter, S, U. Authority, 5. Health, 300. Stamina, 310. Mana, 300. Strength, 30. Intelligence, 30. Agility, 31. Luck, 26. Charm, 30. Order, 10. Recognized skills. Pain tolerance D. Stun resistance D. Inspection, E. Studying E. Cooking F. Swimming F. Cleaning F. Fire arts, F. System skills. Soul vision, SSS. Hide breath, A. Fireball, E. Class skills. Demon sense, S. Exorcism, B. Slayer strike, C. Banishing light, E. Tracking seed, F. Fate status. Fate's power, C. No defined fate. Destiny list 10, order points to unveil. HSSSS, Victor gasped as he looked at Yin, who was looking back at him and the girls. This girl was more than a treasure. He really hit that jackpot here. You don't have to reveal anything, he said. You should never reveal your class or skills to others, he warned. She nodded. I have a skill that allows me to figure out what you got, he said, and it is a very rare, but very dangerous class at the same time. Isn't that what you wanted, he explained. She nodded with a serious face. Lily and Margret frowned, wanting to ask what it was, but decided to say nothing. Both of them had the same idea. They would ask him privately later. Now, do you see anything strange? Victor asked as he smiled at her. A lot, she said nervously. Don't be afraid, those are our souls. Take a breath, and adjust yourself. Try to turn your skill on and off a couple of times. I will need you to tell us what you are seeing, but we will talk when you are ready. Victor said as he relaxed in his seat. She said, closing her eyes and adjusting her body. You too, he told the others, check your new systems. The three girls nodded and closed their eyes and began to explore their upgraded systems. Two of them now had titles. The first one has 2 titles. It was none other than Alex. Dungeon Sneaker, entered and exited a dungeon without clearing it. All creatures within a dungeon have 200% 300% aggro against you. Survivor, survived a certain death encounter. Health plus 15%. A scion was a scion no matter what. Victor sighed. The first title must have been obtained for the Thunder Sex Sneaky Awakening method. As for the second one, Victor had no idea when Alex got it, before or after meeting him. Margret was the second one. Love me not, killed your lover in a dungeon while looking them in the eye. X31. Critical hit chance against lovers 50%. Critical hit damage against lovers plus 1% plus 31%. Victor was stunned. This title was amazing. No, super amazing with an overlord potential. Didn't Margret charm more than 31 enemies? This must have been only counting the ones she personally killed while glaring them in the eye. Do they have to be truly in love with her though? He will tell her to test it later. Anyway, this title had the potential to be very overpowered, but it required breaking a lot of hearts. Disgusting slimy goblins' hearts, but they were still hearts. Too bad that Lily didn't have any real chance to perform in a dungeon, so she had no titles. It took Yin 15 minutes to fully relax and then open her eyes again. They were shining with a new profound hope. Ready? Victor asked her as Margret and Lily inspected her closely. Yes, she seemed more confident. Good. Tell us what you see. Let's start with me, he asked as he activated 3 talismans. Some secrets needed that level of protection. She nervously nodded as she looked at Lily, who also nodded encouragingly. You have a big purplish shining copy of you on top of your head. It's not exactly you, it has strange shimmering scales and 2 horns. It seems to be a little injured, as if someone cut it with a knife, she said as she shrank a little in her seat. That's my soul, it looks like a dragon because of my bloodline, he explained. If I were a demon you would have felt it with your demon sense. She seemed to have figured some things out and relaxed a little. It has strange lines connecting you to a lot of places, and to that guy, she said, pointing at Alex, whom she could see a pretty winged girl in his soul. Is that what being transgender meant? Being a boy on the outside and a girl inside? Yes, Victor nodded, those lines were his blood slave connections. Is that all? He asked. Your soul also has a fork imprint on its shoulder, as if it were burnt. No, branded. She said, finding the right word. A fork? He quickly asked, closing his eyes and inspecting his soul. He saw no forks. There was nothing there. Was she scamming him? Yes, it's a round fork like the one they use in old movies, like a devil's fork, she said nervously, taking the pen and paper he presented her and drawing an psi symbol on it. Okay. Try to look at Lily then now, he said with a frown as he took the paper and looked at it. He had no idea what this meant. He didn't like it at all, but hid it well, as he didn't like to freak the girls out. Soul brands were some really bad things. I am not finished with you yet, she said as if she began enjoying this. Your soul also has a strange shining scribble in between your eyes, she said, making him scratch in between his eyebrows. This was way more than what he had expected to find. What was wrong with his world? It is like a strange circle. No, it's a snake eating its own tail, she said after squinting a little. Victor gasped. He knew what this was. The Ouroboros symbol was printed on the cover of the Book of Time. She couldn't have possibly fabricated that, she was definitely telling the truth. Did the Book of Time travel with him? It made sense, but he had no idea how to access it. Is that all? He asked, nervously this time. She lied as she looked at him. She was hiding one thing though, his soul was so damn hot. It was the most beautiful thing she had ever seen, after Lily that is. Good, Lily next, he said as if reading her mind. Ah. Mistress Lily, Yin looked at Lily for permission, which was swiftly granted. Well, your soul looks similar to you but with an extra, vertical eye in her forehead and big black wings on your back. You are also wearing a silver crown on your head. Yin described. Does she have anything strange? Victor asked. A very faint crest shadow on her neck, nothing more, she said. Victor knew that this was the family slave tattoo. Lily seemed to have realized that too as she touched her neck. Good, next is this girl. Her name is Margret, she will be your big sister from now on. Victor said, introducing Margret, who smiled at Yin, who nodded in response. Sister, Margret. Your soul is bigger than the others, much bigger. It has many strange marks all over it, most of them are faded, but the one on the forehead is very prominent, she said, drawing a strange complex symbol on a piece of paper. Victor nodded and took it away. This was the talisman control symbol he used back then. Margret, who also realized that, sighed and wondered whether this would have any effect on her. Anything else? Margret asked nervously. No, she shook her head, not hiding anything for the first time. Then that leaves us with Alex the maid, Victor said, making Alex, who was sitting to the side still exploring her new system, tense up. I see a pretty girl with wings of fire, she said, making Alex shrink a little as she looked at Victor nervously. He didn't even flinch. He was pondering about Alex's hidden bloodline. She also has a strange rope around her neck. She wanted to say that it was connected to Victor, but she held her tongue when he winked at her. A smart girl. Anything strange? Victor asked as Alex nervously listened. Her wings have strange wiggly lines like chains, as if someone had drawn on them with black ink, she added, and she has this. I don't know, a gloomy aura around her, like some foul smoke, that's all. Oh. Good. Our little Alex has become a little girl inside. Victor chuckled. Looks like my attempts to turn you into a girl are working. No, they are not. I am a real girl. Alex wanted to scream but didn't dare to. Victor looked at Yin with admiration as he watched her deactivate her skill and then rub her eyes. Using this skill must be very tiring. From now on you will no longer be an assassin, but will work for me, he said, winking at Lily, who nodded. What will you make me do? Yin asked nervously. Nothing much. Until you grow up and become strong enough to fight demons, I will let you work as a bodyguard, he asked. A bodyguard, she asked, she was not that strong. As a player, you are much stronger than normal people, you will be protecting my little sister and attending school with her. Don't you want to go to school? She nodded. I also want to learn how to fight, she said. This was a chance for her. Good, I will arrange things for you when we return to my mansion. It will be your new home, and we will be your new family, he declared. And Lara will have a new friend, he thought. Chapter 250, The Toys. After the jet landed in Vane City, Victor and the girls quickly disembarked except for Yin, who was called by the nice flight attendant who kept asking her if she needed any help. Yin assured her that she was fine for the 100th time before running after Victor. The group was welcomed by Leo, who was tasked to drive them to the mansion. When manager Arya asked if any of the company's drivers was free to drive the CEO around, he quickly volunteered. Although he didn't get any benefits yet, he was sure to be rewarded one day. Welcome back, young master, he said as he opened the door for Victor while secretly checking the girls. There is a new young one, a loli. And why was that guy in maid clothes now? Stop, glaring, and drive, this young master is on a tight schedule. Take me to the mansion, Victor scolded as he got in the car, ignoring the swarm of the von Krone spies disguised as normal workers. They were busy informing their masters after finding the lost princess. Straight away, young master, Leo replied as he got into the driver's seat and tried his best to ignore the perverted way the young master was getting pampered in the back. And ignore the male maid who was sitting beside him in a strange way. The trip was pretty much uneventful, other than the couple of paparazzi and spy cars that were chasing them, there was nothing important. They reached the mansion 1 hour later. It was already dusk by then. Yin was still in shock from Victor's wealth when she was introduced to Hilda. This is Yin, she will be attending school with Lara and acting as her bodyguard. Victor said, looking around and searching for his little sister. Lady Lara is having a sleeping party at her new friend's house, Hilda said. Oh. That's good, did you check that friend's background? Victor asked as he squinted his eyes. It's clean, Hilda replied. Good, make sure to make Lara do her scheduled training when she returns, he said. Where are Hannah and the girls? He asked. They went shopping, Hannah needed some things. Good, did you find a good contractor for the basement? Yes, the construction will start tomorrow morning. Perfect. I will need you to supervise it all. Oh, and teach Yin the family rules and regulations. Victor said, giving Hilda Yin's file. Understood. You are going to the dungeon, she asked him after noticing that he didn't walk inside the mansion. They should have already finished though. I will go try my luck, he said, turning around. If I guessed correctly, I might be away for 1 week or so. Something wrong in the dungeon? Hilda asked worriedly. The twins have already gone there. And Victor didn't seem to be joking. Yes. Don't worry, I will take care of the girls. You have an important task though, you have to take care of the wedding preparation. Call George if you need anything. And make sure that the cages in the basement are ready by that time too. He said as he walked out, followed by Margret and Lily. Alex had already gone to get a car to drive them there as the dungeon was in a player-only zone. What are the cages for? Hilda asked, but Victor ignored her as he left with the girls. Would he put grannies in these cages? She quickly shook her head, that was a disturbing image. She could only sigh and look at Yin, who was nervously standing in the hallway. Did you have dinner yet? Hilda asked as she petted the little girl's head. Master, we found a young lady. A female spy suddenly broke into James Trovii's office and startled him. What? He said as he lifted his head from the document in his hand. Where was she? He asked as he swiftly hid the magazine under his desk. We don't know. She is now with that pervert Victor. Thankfully he is not into young girls, the spy said, acting as if she had seen nothing. Did you find out when she joined him? In Termia City's airport, that would be the only place possible. We have no idea what she was doing there though, she said. It doesn't matter. Only a few months left until we bring her home. James said as he looked at the date on his phone. A new notification popped into the lock screen. He sweated a little, then opened it. He gasped. WTF? Was that bastard intending to use those on the grannies? Is there anything wrong? The spy asked. No, he said, thankfully that Victor had no eyes for his young mistress, or things would have been very ugly. In a mountainous region near the edge of Vane City's administrative zone, a car slowed down as it approached a wired fence where a few men in black suits were standing guard. This is a restricted area, one guard hurried to the car and said politely. Those guards worked exclusively for the Players' Council, so naturally, they knew how to recognize their masters. Victor, who had already rolled down his window, nodded to the guard and flashed both his family token and Academy ID. The raid had already started yesterday, young master, the guard said politely, they might go out at any moment now. I was delayed due to family business. This young master just wants to try his luck, he said lazily. I understand. This area is now under the supervision of the Academy. Only those with Academy ID can enter the dungeon, the guard said as he gestured to the other men to open the gate. Victor nodded and thanked the guard as Alex, who was dressed as a normal driver, once drove the car in, then parked it in the parking area next to the grand inflated tent that housed the dungeon. Let's go in. Alex, drive the car out, Park it somewhere nearby then sneak back in after us. Victor said as he stepped down, I will use my power to hide you on your way back in. This dungeon will be dangerous, your mission is to use a disguise talisman to hide your looks and look for any jade keys you find inside. Jade keys? Alex asked. Yes, I have a feeling that we might find some of those here. You have to get them even if you need to steal them from the participants inside. Victor said, hopefully, Alex's scion luck would help him get those. No, he needed to give him more incentive. If you find any, I will forgive you and no longer carry on with your punishment, there might even be more rewards. There was more punishment? Wasn't it finished? Alex asked, touching her butt. Of course not. Do you think you can ruin my reputation without consequences? I was planning to try the new toys in the basement on you, Victor said. Understood, I will try my best. Alex said as he shivered a little and got back in the driver's seat and started the car. She was wondering if she should escape the country. No way, Victor would surely find her and spank her butt again. Damn it. Oh, wait a moment. Margret suddenly said as if she remembered something. The toys you got from me. I want them back, she said. Ah, about those. Ah, Alex paused, then sweated. Then closed the car window acting as if she heard nothing. Hey, Margret yelled, but it was too late. Alex had already started the car and driven away, leaving the dungeon complex in seconds. He nearly drove over one of the guards. That car is really fast, Victor said with a smirk. Oh, you think that's funny? Margret smeared back at him, I bet you that Alex forgot the toys at the brothel. I wonder what people would say when they find those, she said as she turned around and quickly moved to the tent. It took a few seconds for Victor to realize what she meant. What kind of toys were those? He asked after her suddenly. He didn't care about normal things. The type that you wouldn't even dare to show to a prostitute, the type that should have stayed as a concept art, she answered with a blush. She got those on a whim to scare Alex. She was not planning to use them, maybe a little. Oh, **T. Victor cursed and then quickly called Kai. By that fucking brothel. He didn't need to continue. Young master. It is too late. My condolences. Kai answered in a tired, serene voice, he didn't even need to ask what brothel. Speak, Victor asked. Was he too late? This morning. Some pervert journalists began to follow your trail. They found the room you were in yesterday. There, they discovered some, very disturbing toys, if they can be called that. The journalist thought they were just some regular art installations and power tools at first, but a granny who was there helped clarify things out. I am sorry, young master. I was too late. Although I stopped the official news outlets, it's already all over the web. Kai pleaded. Victor could imagine him bowing deeply. How bad is it? Young master. After today, please avoid appearing in public. Your reputation had become worse than that spider boy. Some are calling you names like Grandma's boy and Giant D.O. boy. Victor gasped and glared at Margret, who blushed and looked away. Lily, who was listening to Victor's conversation, quickly searched the term and gasped. Just make sure to remove all the traces online one by one. Victor said after one whole minute. Mistress Anne had already ordered that. But things like this can't be erased. People would remember, Kai said. Kill anyone who dares to remember or call me names. Victor yelled, call Master Alfred and ask him to help. And just make sure that my mother does not see those. Victor yelled again before hanging up. Thankfully, his mother was not too tech-savvy, and some things could still be hidden from her. Hopefully, the family censorship machine would be able to fix things to some extent before the wedding. Damn you, Alex. After 3 rounds of some very vulgar cursing that the guards around the area tactfully agreed to ignore, Victor stormed the dungeon tent, followed by Margret and Lily, who was glaring daggers into her. I better not meet you at the dungeon, slut. That was what she meant. Victor, who seemingly forcefully erased what happened earlier from his poor brain, smiled as soon as he entered the tents inside. There the dungeon gate was. A cyan-colored revolving vortex inside an iron structure that was built around the gate to absorb its energy. Gates generated some unique energy that was still under study. After the reckoning, people would learn how to harvest this energy wand and put it to good use. Young Master Victor the First, presume? A very normal-looking girl with short hair asked. She was standing guard next to the gate, leaning her perfect body against one of the iron frames. Naomi chill. Level, 40. Class, Imperial Jester, S. Authority, 6. Strength, 115. Intelligence, 130. Agility, 120. Luck, 20. Charm, 34. Order, 25. Skills. Appraisal, S. Killer Joke, S. Survival, A. Cooking, A. Bartering, A. Quick Steps, A. Laughing Ray, A. Charm, A. Disguise, B. Search Area, B. Dagger Arts, B. Self-Defense Arts, F. Shield Arts, F. Poison Resistance, E. Map Drawing, F. Equipment. Demon Slaying Dagger, A. Defense Talisman, B. Storage Ring, D. Fate Status. Fate's Power, A. Defined Fate, Thomas Watson's Left Hand, and Concubine. Destiny List 10, Order Points to Unveil. *T, he knew this Tom Lover too. She was his assistant with teacher Isabella and an active agent for the Free Players Association. He remembers her giving stupid speeches in his previous life. He didn't expect to see her here. Thankfully, he was always disguising his status, so when the being apprised window appeared to ask for his permission, he just pressed yes. The one and the only, he said proudly as he began to boldly check her out. She was using her disguise skill to make her look normal, but Victor could easily see through that and check her body. This pervert was moving around naked while using the disguise skill to wear some clothes. He was not really interested in her. But your class has been in there since yesterday. You are late, she said as she felt a chill up her spine. Why does she have the feeling that he was checking her? No, his disguise skill was perfect. He would only see through her if he had authority over 60, which was impossible. Wouldn't it be exciting if he could really see her? What was she thinking? Yes, he is handsome and younger than her, but she was not into men. She already had her Bella whom she was cooking slowly. I am always on time. They are the ones who got in early, he explained. Can I go in? He asked casually before winking at her. Those girls are with you, she asked coldly after noticing Margret and Lily who were behind him. Men are all like that? Yes, Victor said. Show me your academy ID cards, she said, stretching her hand. Victor nodded, taking the cards from Lily and Margret and handing them to her, making two of them fall to the ground behind her. Let me, he quickly wanted to kneel and get them but she stopped him after realizing what he was after. No need, she spat coldly, before glaring at him and then doing what he wanted her to do, turning around and bending down to get the cards. Giving him a wonderful 360-degree view of her amazing body. He had seen better, but this chick was not bad at all. Maybe he could achieve with this one what he failed to do with Isabella. Hopefully, he would be able to harvest enough order points in the dungeon so that he would be able to see her full destiny list when they leave. You can go in, she said after abruptly standing up, glancing at the cards then returning them to him. Why was her survival skill warning her against Victor? Victor just nodded in thanks. Although Naomi didn't know what he was thanking her about, she nodded in return and watched as Victor walked toward the dungeon's gate. The skeleton dungeon F. Victor paused. This dungeon was clearly F-ranked. Why did it feel like a higher-ranked one through Lynn's and Tom's eyes? Victor had multiple theories, but he can only confirm them inside. Be careful. If you encounter trouble, hide and wait for me, Victor told Lily and Margret, then stepped into the vortex.